Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. I'm about to hit you with some cold water and give you some shocking news here. If you're standing up, this is gonna blow you over like the big bad wolf on one of the little piggies' houses, so I hope you're sitting down. It's recently come to my attention that a lot of brands and big corporations run by soulless suits that haven't had a human thought run through their brain in 50 years have deemed me a brand risk. I'm not what they consider advertiser friendly. I'm as surprised as you are. When I got this information, I did what most men would do. I ate an entire can of spinach and I said, "Why I oughta." I was ready to teach him a lesson. It made me upset. I was personally offended and, I scoffed. I caught off guard. I understand the majority of my content isn't family friendly by normal standards. I recognize that there's very few families that are going to gather around the dinner table and throw on my latest upload where I'm talking about sucking my own dick, or talking about that police officer who kept getting farts sucked out of her ass at the department headquarters and then got fired for it. I get that that's not like a traditional family style content, but I also don't view it as a brand risk. The reason I'm talking about this is we had cooked up a really fun collaboration with a big brand that I'm personally a huge fan of. Obviously, I can't say their name. I'll have to treat it like Voldemort here, though I would like to and just shoot some spitballs at them because they hurt my feelings, but I can't. But anyway, we had a really fun collaboration with this brand, and then we got word that they have no desire to ever work with us again because I posted our latest music video from The Gentlemen, which is Troy and I's music project. We've made music for years now, and our latest one is called Filthy. And I posted this music video only about a week before we had this collaboration set to go live. And pretty much 2 days after we posted this video, they sent us a panicked message letting us know they can't touch us anymore. Filthy was too far. This music video went so fucking hard that they canceled any relationship with us going forward. Now there's a lot to unpack here, but before getting into the meat of it and starting to digest it all and give you all the info, I would like to let you know that even though this brand may have fallen through, there's one brand that never will, and that's our brand, Moist Global. We have a new line that just now released today. Yeah, I know you can't help but appreciate this fashion statement right now, and I bet you're wondering, Charlie, where can I find a beautiful tank top like that? Well, don't worry, your prayers have been answered. This is part of the Moist Global gym line, which is available now at moistglobal.com. It's got this beautiful tank top as one of the pieces there, which instantly just make you big and strong like me. We also have other selections available. It's a very wide, very great line, such as this beautiful sweatshirt here, which is extremely comfortable. That feels like being hugged by your grandmother if she was cloned 15 times and hugging you all at the same time. Then also these sweat shorts, which are extremely nice and very comfy. And this great workout shirt. If you're not into tank tops, there's this nice t-shirt here that you can wear instead. And then a pair of slides. I am a huge fan of slides, and I think these are fucking amazing. In addition to all the new gym wear, we did also restock the Happy Coat due to popular demand, so that's available there as well. So that's moistglobal.com. Get everything you've ever wanted. Now, this was the first time any of my videos has been named and shamed by a brand that we had planned on working with. A brand that reached out to us to do something big together. So it really was kind of, weird. Especially because I don't even see why it's that big of a deal. The song goes hard. The song is very clearly pretty extreme. It's graphic. It's silly. I'll go ahead and give you the lore of the song. I've been really into listening to that kind of music, like Corpse Style. Also, Do Not Resurrect is another artist I've been heavily into. And I just kept spitballing the worst lyrics ever in that style for some reason. So I hit up Troy and asked if he thought it'd be fun to do, and he was super into the idea. So I started tossing him the most alarmingly gross lyrics of all time, which eventually led to the name being Filthy. We were on the fence between Filthy and Disgusting, and I just think Filthy sounds better as a track. So that's why I went with that. And I do fully recognize that the lyrics come at you full throttle without holding anything back. They don't pull any punches. The opening line to the song is, "The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy." Like, I get that when you're fucking 60 years old running one of these major Fortune 500 companies, you hear that and you're like, oh, God, gee willikers, fuck, oh my goodness, oh my God. Yeah, I get that'll catch you off guard, but I still just don't even think that's a brand risk. Like, this is so far removed from what we were doing, I don't think it should matter, but, you know, I'm already getting carried away. And maybe one day I'll even release the director's cut, because Troy had to, like, reel me in. He had to, like, simmer me down. Because I was a cauldron of grossness that was bubbling over. I was sending him lines to the point where Troy was like, we need to tone it down a bit, Charlie. Like, I'll go ahead and give you a couple that I still remember off the top of my head. I'll go ahead and give you a sneak peek here of the Snyder cut of this song in the original form. One of them was, "Pee and poop is stinky, she's tugging on my winky, spitting in my face 'cause I like it when she's kinky." Another one, which is I still think straight fire, I think this series of lines go hard, was "Curtains of beef, vaginal queef, labia looking like a Christmas wreath." Oh, I think the one that broke the straw that broke the camel's back was one of them I sent to Troy, had to do with squirting. And I had a couple different lines with squirting, and I can't remember which ones I was sending his way, because it was just such a fucking flurry of lines I kept tossing his way. I think the one where he was like, wow, this is way too much, was the one that went something like, "We're fucking till it hurts, I'm thrusting till she squirts, she's sucking on my dick like it's a tube of Go-Gurt," or something like that. It was somewhere in that ballpark. This shit was unhinged. Like, I do think Troy made the correct call, the executive decision to, like, you know, take it down to a more acceptable level, because nobody wants to hear that kind of shit, I don't think. Just imagine if we released the pre-alpha of that song and this brand heard that. Oh my God, the suits at that company would have actually just fucking died. They would have had a heart attack listening to those lyrics. They were truly going Insano style. I fully admit that. But I'm very proud of that song. And you know what? I fucking stand behind it 100%. I don't care if it lost this brand or 1,000 brands in the future. That song slaps. Filthy goes so hard. Troy killed it on that track, and I think we made something special in the best way. Yes, it's foul. It is ferocious, even violent points, and that's what art is all about, god damn it. So I'm super proud of the track Troy and I made. The Gentlemen are taking over in 2023, and Filthy is just the start. That's just a little appetizer to the incoming main course. Now, I would like to say, I just don't ever really understand this rationale of, because this person, you know, gets a little explicit and vulgar in some videos, they're all of a sudden a brand risk. I don't do anything that I think is, like, risky for brands to associate with me. I'm not going out there setting fucking churches on fire or anything. I'm just a goofball sitting in his room, and I'll talk about some silly topics, or make a silly song about sex and shit. Like, I don't see why all of a sudden that somehow besmirches any companies that might want to work with me in the future. That just doesn't compute. Like, let's say this company wanted to make a song with Troy and I, then I'd understand it, because now the song catalog is, you know, Filthy and then this collaboration. That would make sense to me. It's like, okay, I see why they really wouldn't want that, because our last song is all about sex, and now we're doing a song with them, and I see why there'd be a, you know, maybe a conflict there. But what we were doing had nothing to do with the music that they had a huge issue with. And I don't think anyone would have associated their brand with the Filthy song. It's just, I really feel like it's so disconnected from reality. And I also just hate this whole push for everything to be so fucking sterile and squeaky clean. Like YouTube releasing new Weenie Hut Jr. guidelines to profanity, and all of these advertisers wanting just the most uninteresting, inoffensive garbage for every possible avenue, instead of just making something that's entertaining, which I think should always be the focus for a brand first and foremost, because that's what people remember. If you're just going to release a fucking nothing burger, why even do it in the first place? You're not going to get anyone interested. At least just make it memorable or entertaining, at the very least. It's just a kind of frustrating thing that I've been noticing more and more now. And this one was really something special where they just point blank told us they don't want to work with us ever because we released a dirty song, which is baffling. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be an interesting and silly subject to talk about. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I have sworn multiple times that I would stop talking about EDP 445, but just like most people's New Year's resolutions about going to the gym, I'm going to have to break it. Every few months for the last couple of years, like clockwork, he will try and come back to the internet after his historic fall from grace after being caught in the now infamous cupcake sting operation that outed him as a predator. He'll come back with an almost cartoonish development. He has been on this non-stop wild and wacky roller coaster of crazy, goofy shit that he tries. He's this gift that just keeps on giving with the amount of unbelievable shit he tries, like an everlasting gobstopper of goofs. I've compared him to the box ghost from Danny Phantom, and I think that is just the most apt comparison. He's just this silly villain that keeps popping up every now and then just for people to laugh him off the face of the internet, but he'll always come back as a cameo in later episodes. And that's why we're talking about him again today, because it's that time of the year where EDP tries to make a claim that he's innocent. And this time, he's saying, actually, it was all acting. He was only pretending to be a pedophile. He was method acting as a child molester, as part of a movie production. I know that sounds unbelievable. That sounds like I just made that shit up in a game of Mad Libs, but I'm being serious. That is the angle he's trying. He posted an entire breakdown of his defense that this was all a setup, that it was supposed to just be improv acting, but they published it as a real thing and it cost him his whole career. Now, before diving into the fanfic that EDP tries to craft here like he's working on a fucking Tumblr blog, I do want to make it clear that even though the Cupcake Doomsday sting operation was the apocalypse that brought down the world of EDP, it's far from the only instance of him talking inappropriately and sexually with minors. This was just the only one where they actually caught him in video. You know, this was no longer just blurry photos of Sasquatch or rumors. They finally had him on video, flirting with and then even going to a physical location to meet someone he believed to be a child. This followed sexually charged conversations as well as inappropriate pictures, including a picture of his poopy in a toilet, an actual shit pic. I make sure to mention that anytime EDP's name comes up because god damn it, that shit is crazy. And following all that, he went to the physical location to meet someone he believed to be a kid, and said the reason he was there was actually because his belly was empty, his tummy was growling for a cupcake, which is why it became known as the Cupcake Incident. But this is just focusing on that video and not any of the other numerous claims and evidence about the way he talked to children and all of that. So let's take it from the top here in the timeline of events. He lays out all the lore, and it dates all the way back to 2019. So he's laying out the goddamn Silmarillion here, preceding the Lord of the Rings events that take place later on. So in 2019, he flew out to Philadelphia for the world premiere of Maybe Next Year, which he was featured in. I suppose this was his acting debut, and that's crucial knowledge here because fast forward to 2021, he received an email from Chet Goldstein, who was the person conducting the investigation on EDP at the time, and he's claiming that in 2021, Chet Goldstein reached out to him, letting him know how impressed he was with EDP's performance in that documentary, saying that he was impressed with his work from Maybe Next Year and wanted to give him a shot for a different part in a film that Chet Goldstein was working on at the time. So he drops a receipt here of an email that basically just echoes that, saying, hey, you know, your work was fucking amazing, can't believe you didn't win an Oscar, would love to have you as part of this next production if you're willing to try out for it, get back to me. EDP responds, ecstatic to take this role. This was really going to blow up his acting career. He confirms an address with him, that it's a Rite Aid location they're meeting at. Chet Goldstein says that, their cameraman will meet them at the Rite Aid parking lot, and it's going to be a random scene that they're going to act out for 30 to 40 minutes to see if he's fit for filming. He says, the scene we may ask you to act out may seem a bit odd, and I may crack some jokes and be rude in certain parts of the shoot that may seem offensive to you, but keep in mind, we have a protocol of situations we may throw at you to see how you respond and act in helping us determine if you're fit for the part. If selected for the part for the film we're shooting in Bakersville in October, we'll reach out in 7 to 14 business days from our meeting. Please message me back to confirm this date. So this is his bombshell, shocking revelation plot twist moment where you see Chet Goldstein actually was just wanting me to act, improv to make sure I was, up to snuff here with the role that I'd be required to play for his production. I was under the impression this was all part of the acting, which even upon hearing this excuse is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. No, you remember that incident from 2 years ago. Keep in mind, he's just now posting this 2 years later. I'm guessing this idea came to him in a dream recently to try this garbage. But, why wait 2 years if this is all legitimate? But regardless, all of that pedophile shit, no, that's just because I was a very good actor. I actually fooled all of you. It was acting, but I'm really upset because, I was misled. I was instructed to improv. I had no idea this was going to be the result. But I know what you're thinking, Charles, he posted receipts, he posted emails right there. There's proof, there's evidence to support these outrageous claims. Sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. And to that I say, I do not like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. These are fucking poorly photoshopped emails that he posts. He couldn't even Photoshop or crop it correctly. Look at Chet Goldstein's name. You can still see some of the black flakes at the top where Chet Goldstein was pasted on top of whatever this email originally was, and none of it's even centered in the first place. It doesn't even convincingly look like real emails. It is awful. It is terribly done. And to go even a step further, I can literally hear EDP's voice in the Chet Goldstein text here. He caps locked respond and act, as if that's supposed to drive the point home, no, look, it's real. This is super real because respond and act. That's a key word. I'm going to have to capitalize that one so that way people know that this is key. It's blatantly fake. These aren't real emails. But you know what? I'm always willing to play ball and suspend disbelief. Let's assume that this is real somehow. And the odds of this being even remotely real are beyond minuscule, incalculably low odds, but let's assume they are. It still doesn't explain away all of his other repeated behavior with the way he talks to minors or anything like that, and it doesn't even explain away the video itself. There's nothing in there that even gets corroborated with these emails he releases. Nothing checks out, even still, with the video itself and the claims he's making. He did an interview with an AI, I guess. I don't really know, but he's doing this interview with some kind of AI interviewer using some kind of fucking voice modulator. And the way he explains it is even more silly.
He had his business card attached to the email.
Okay, and that was shortly after the movie, maybe next year or so. You put kind of 2 and 2 together and everything aligned to this actually being an opportunity for you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so Chet emails you and tells you to meet him at the apartment complex? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, again, the original meetup spot was at the Rite Aid.
In what fucking solar system would someone be so stupid as to get a random email from someone claiming to be a movie producer who just reached out to you with a cold call saying, hey, your fucking performance in this documentary was superb, spectacular stuff. Come meet me at a Rite Aid where I'm going to have you play a child predator. Would you think that that's a good opportunity? So let's assume he didn't know he was going to be acting as a pedophile. The second that they start spitballing this improv at him, okay, so all of these chat logs with this child, you're a pedophile. Why would he play along with it? What opportunity did you think this was? How would portraying a child molester be this golden goose for you? You are already a successful YouTuber with millions of subscribers, but this was your ticket to the big time? This role you thought you were playing, the role of method acting a fucking pedophile? That makes no sense. That is inexplicably ridiculous.
You know what I mean? And then the camera guy, Javier, he actually walked me over to the apartment complex. So in the fucking in the fucking email, it was just, boom, right here at the Rite Aid. And then camera guy is the one who walked me over to the apartment complex. This is the first time I ever seen this fucking apartment complex. You know what I mean?
This does absolutely nothing to help proclaim his innocence here. If it was at the Rite Aid or the apartment complex, it doesn't fucking change anything. The clips he's showing, the Rite Aid only comes in the frame when EDP is leaving after they're talking about calling the cops and everything. That is when he is actually, like, making his grand getaway from this situation. He starts by going up to the apartment complex and then leaves going out by the Rite Aid.
Do you have any indication on what you're walking into, what type of scene you're going to be acting out?
He didn't tell me shit, basically. You know what I mean? He basically just said, hey, we got some chat logs here. We're going to improv this bitch. Go along with it. I'm just like, all right, cool. So... And then again, you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know this was a goddamn, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this was a goddamn setup? Like, it's like, you have fucking business cards, you have the official wavelength bullshit, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is emailing you and shit. It's like, anybody in their right fucking mind would have thought that this was legit.
I speak for every single living, breathing human being on this planet in saying that nobody in their right mind would have thought this is legit. At all. I will suspend disbelief yet again here to just toy around with this idea. Why the fuck would you even improv this kind of scene? Did you want the role of a pedophile? Did you want that to be your acting legacy? The follow-up to your magnum opus performance in maybe next year you wanted to be the child predator? What sense does that fucking make? This is the dumbest defense ever. And he doesn't even do anything to, like, somehow explain away everything he says and does in the video itself. None of this explains any of it. And this fucking email screenshots are fake emails to begin with. The whole thing is so stupid. But it is laughable that he is actually trying this with a straight face. Obviously, this is yet again another desperate attempt to prove that he's never been a child predator, even though there is overwhelming amounts of evidence, even outside of this big video that came from it. There is still so much evidence against him, and really the only reason he never faced jail time is because the investigation was done by YouTubers and not done in collaboration with law enforcement, so he was able to squeak away based on that, which is something that has happened a lot, unfortunately. So it's crazy he's not even in jail, honestly. And he still keeps trying to come back to the internet. Even after all of this time and all of this shit, he still keeps doing ridiculously goofy shit, like what you just saw there, with trying to say, he's not a pedophile, he was only acting. Wild stuff. I just wanted to give a little update here and share that. That's about it. See ya. For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with, because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold. Because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists, but even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions. And he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, "Here, I'll do it myself then." And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling. And I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it. Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the moonfall? This is some very moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. It didn't, I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously. Meanwhile, KSI fucking crushes it. Another one of these VHS horror games, huh? Yeah, I'll give it a whirl. Played all the others, might as well. I imagine it's just gonna be the same old, same old. Ah, of course, the light's off. How could I have forgotten?
Man, I've been needing this for so long. Pop didn't even notice. Too busy on the bottle, as usual.
Yeah, it'll be scary.
Hell yes! Just the road and I.
My home's just over yonder, and lucky for you, this old man's a mechanic.
Oh my god.
Over to my garage.
My lucky stars.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Mighty kind of you, sir.
Grab some rope. All right, let's pop the hood and take a gander.
You won't like what you see in there. That's a
Heavens,
V6
that's-
double washed
Engines are
turbo
right.
mode
Mom's
arcade
gonna kill
Hemi.
my ass.
Don't worry yourself now.
I know my way around the hammering now.
Sounds like we have a deal. Come, let's get inside.
What a nice guy. That one nipple he's got hanging out, fucking giant. That areola is going
After
wild.
you. The wife listens to her favorite radio station around this time. Don't want to know the old goat.
Oh,
Better keep the door closed.
don't worry.
if that's
I
all
get
right
it.
with you.
Old
Sure,
battle
man.
axe, huh?
All
Jeez.
right, let's get to it.
Ladies, am I right, guy? I mean, goodness gracious. Listen to the radio and shit. Is this not a door? Henry, can we open that? Oh, it's stuck. I see. Alright, controls are feeling good. Very good. Man, my nose is runny. The fear is making my mucous membranes get a little silly. What's the right station here? Which one's playing the hits? Oh, plunger. Weapon. I've shit myself already. My man! Alright, alright. I've now checked everywhere in the house. So now I've just got to start... Well... That will do it. I didn't see that on the floor when I left the first time. That's how that goes. Yep. All good. Okay, just had to drain the sewage from the bath. There we go. And that's how it's done. Uh-oh. We've got company. There's no point in putting the flashlight on. I can see everything just fine. But here. Oh my god, you actually can't pick shit up without the flashlight on. That's a game changer. That is a game changer. They cut off their own fucking arms, huh? Man, they must have been ravenous. Very hungry. It sounds like that episode of SpongeBob when they're in the box with the imagination and they're going through the avalanche. What's up, Daisy? I'll be right back and go pop this bitch into the VHS player. Or rather the VCR. Daisy, I went the wrong way. What's up? What's happening? Oh no! Maybe he's afraid of the basement. I'll go to the kitchen one first because I think it's closest. Oh, he's in the kitchen! He heard my plan, he's stream sniping! Ah! What do you think the odds are he went back to the kitchen? Like, is he eating dinner or something? That would be remarkably unlucky. Alright, where's this little mug go? Maybe it acts as the door handle upstairs. Oh, that's such a stupid idea. I'm gonna try it anyway. I think it's supposed to be used for that sink once I turn the valve on. Ugh. Zoinks, Scoob. Jesus Christ. Jinkies. Okay, I get water in the jug and then I throw it on the fire for that, is what it seems. But the water's turned off, right? Yeah. So I need to find the valve first. And I think that's what the dog's chewing on. How do I get you to move, little buddy? Charlie, do you have meat in your butt? This is gonna blow your mind, but we all have meat in our butt. The human body is full of fucking just meat. Dog food. Gotcha. Damn it, he's onto me. And he's blocking the door like a real asshole. I can't really see now. Alright. Alright. He was really guarding that dog food. He knew my plan. This guy's good. This is not his first rodeo. That much is clear. Don't mind me, little guy. He's a tier 1 iced tea. Scrumptious. I might have to eat that myself, little guy. Doorknob. This will probably have the water valve behind it upstairs. Valve. Jackpot. Not gonna bother exploring because my pockets are full. I'm gonna grab a bandage from my toolbox. And a VHS tape. I'm gonna save here. I don't know how long the game is. He's camping. He's literally listening to my plan. Well, now I get to restart. I'm already theory crafting optimal speedrun routes. Now, assuming this guy is not being a douchebag and camping, we should be smooth sailing. Oh, I don't need the common key anymore. The only thing in the other spot was bandages that I won't need because I'm going to do this hitless. While I'm here, I might as well just check on this side. Tape and a place to hide. Don't need either. Unlucky. I might need that tape. You piece of shit. You actual piece of shit. What a son of a bitch. Well, I had to go to the basement anyway. I was right! There was a secret entrance back here. So this is what the fireplace opened. Ooh, I wonder what the it is. That looks pretty yummy. Don't really need the tape, but I'm right here anyway. Oh boy, he's so agile. There we go. Man, what a move. Yikes. Ooh, that poor guy just got his ankles broken. Holy shit. I need to go upstairs anyway for the common key. Let's wait for him. There we go. Man, he's slow. Meanwhile, I got the jets on. Activated turbo mode. These afterburners are cooking. Fuck me. It's not even fair. What do we got in here? A little special surprise inside. What is that? Hexagon symbol. That goes into the thing upstairs. And that's probably where I escape with a rope. That's going to be another pressure plate somewhere. I could hear him. Those big honking footsteps. Them stompers were a stompin'. Nice. I'm a fucking genius. Clock hand, that goes to the clock that was next to the VCR. I think. And while I'm here, I'm gonna grab another tape just to save, because why not? Also don't need this anymore. We're looking good, man. All my neurons are firing here. I'm cracking the puzzles real quick. Here's the clock hand. Probably should have saved after putting this in because it would have been more convenient, but is what it is. What time did that note say? It was 8 something, right? 8:45? I'm going off memory too. Let's see if I was right. If I'm right, that would have opened the Dexter door downstairs with the death on the body. I can't see anything, so I'm gonna assume he's down there. Let's see if I was right about that time on the clock. I think it was 8:45. Nope, this door's still closed. I am a fucking genius! Oh my god, I can't believe I actually remembered that time. From like skim reading the notes. What the fuck? Actually built different. And another shitter too, let's go. And some peed mattresses, let's go. Maybe the front door. Oh, wait. God damn it. It's the door next to the dog. I can't hear it. If it's saying any numbers, I certainly can't hear them. Oh, is it Morse code? I don't know Morse code. Someone in chat's gonna have to do that for me. I don't know Morse code. Nice. Cruising. And there's the rope to escape. If he's waiting down here, I'm gonna be real upset. If he's waiting down here, I'm kind of upset. Ugh. Let's just run my usual line. Come on. Left him in the dust. There we go. Here I come. No! Watch out! Ah! Wait, did I just... So that's not supposed to happen. What did I do wrong? Wait, what? Oh, no, that is supposed to happen. Okay, I've still got my metal key. He's gonna be waiting up top with a bouquet of flowers and a cake and kindly ask me to stay. What was the point of my metal key? Oh, hey! This guy's gonna be a cannibal too.
What are you talking about? Who are they? Who did this to you?
No one, I tripped and fell.
Tucker Farm. They're crazy.
Just relax. Here, I'll turn on the radio.
Oh no, it's gonna be the scary station. Oh, actually, wait, no, it's gonna... I'm a cannibal now. Because that radio brainwashes them. That's where it started. So the implication is he ate the cop. What was the point of the metal key that I picked up? The Olympics, like the real Olympics, have announced that esports is entering the big boy league. Now, when you hear that, I imagine most of you envision like League of Legends, Counter-Strike, maybe even Valorant. But what if I told you it's mobile games and Wii Sports? That's what's coming to the Olympics. So, it's sports games, but only mobile sports games, pretty much. It's not even really just mobile games, it's literally browser tier games, but they're also bringing chess. Chess is hype. Chess is something to be hype about. But everything else is literally addicting games in the Olympics. It is crazy. The Olympics Esports Week. Each game has its own qualifying process. I didn't look at that yet, so I don't know what the qualifying process is for all of them. But here, let's show you a couple here. Archery tic-tac-bow. I haven't seen this one, but I do wager this is going to be yet another mobile game. There's not even a single video of it. What a hype esport. This one I did see. This is a Nintendo Switch game. And this will produce the finest of virtual athletes the world has to offer. Look at this puppy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Baseball game, albeit one that is easy enough to get into.
Yeah,
It
baby.
has players choose from a number of different pitches with the analog stick.
Nintendo farming out here.
And then decide
Yeah.
the location before the pitch
Huge.
animation is completed. Then you'll throw it in there. Batting's also...
You could be looking at an Olympic athlete behind the controller of this squad. And that's the beauty of it. So that's the baseball esport. Chess is actually hype. Just Dance is there. Which is, I guess, cool. Gran Turismo is the only one that's not like a mobile tier game. And then everything else, Jesus Christ. Tennis Clash, I'm pretty sure, was the Android App Store game. Yeah, this is the Android app one. Oh, yeah. Fucking huge. Can't wait to watch that one at the Olympics. Imagine making a shovelware tennis game on your phone for some quick cash and getting asked to be in the Olympics. Isn't that beautiful? It's fucking amazing. Actually amazing. So that's the quality of game you can expect from the Olympics esports. This will absolutely die after one attempt and they're going to write it off as gamers just hate us. We'll never try this again. Where did it all go wrong? We chose the most popular titles, such as Virtual Regatta for sailing. Yes, you can play in multiple games across the 9 sports. Imagine all of us, like at the Moist headquarters, qualify for the fucking Olympics through just playing shitty browser games. Well, except Gran Turismo, I guess. We'd probably get washed on Gran Turismo. Oh my god, that is such a good idea. Hold on. My dad plays the fuck out of Forza right now. I'm gonna steer his sights on Gran Turismo. Have him actually train for the Olympics. Do you think the chess one would be good and get actual chess grandmasters, or will it be lame? I like the idea of it, but I don't think any grandmasters are gonna do it. It's kind of a mockery because they put chess in the middle of tic-tac-bow and virtual regatta, I think, right? Where were the games again? Oh no, it was actually... sorry, it was even more competitive. Sandwiched in between the Nintendo Switch eShop $1 baseball game and something called Zwift. So I just don't think any grandmasters are going to actually sign up for this because it's kind of a joke. Why mobile though? There's a lot of legit console sports games to choose from. I don't know. I have no idea. These games I've never even heard of. Tic-Tac-Bow doesn't have a single video of it. Like, I don't know why they chose these, brother. I couldn't tell you. Nice. That looks promising. It's a mobile game. To take part, players need a mobile device with an internet connection, and it can be downloaded from app stores. I know this isn't how it's going to play out, but I do love the idea that high score on these games goes to the actual Olympics. So they're in like the Olympic huts with all of these like actual world caliber, perfect specimen human beings, athletic monsters, and then there's just some fucking Dorito dusted nerd, just some goofball there. He's like, hey guys, you want to read some of my hentai? I love that idea. Like he's just in the camp with the crew. Tic-Tac-Bow has 500 downloads on Google Play. Good lord. Only 500? Is this like a money laundering scheme or something? Did someone on the Olympics committee make that game? Like their child's school project? 500 of the top athletes downloaded it. Yeah, it's played only by like the actual experts. No, this one doesn't look like a mobile game. This one could almost work, like with a Peloton or like a Nordic track. This one could work. Not really an e-sport that I would think of by traditional means, but it can work. I downloaded the bow game and it sucks ass. Sounds like a guy who's bad at archery. This is one of the finest simulators you'll ever find. What if you made this into a community challenge to get moist esports representation at the Olympics? Moist Esports would be the only esports org with a gold medal. I wonder, does this count towards the country's actual gold medals, or is this its own complete spin-off thing? Because I know they're doing it separate with the esports week for the Olympics, but like it has to count for something, right? Like you have to still get a medal, I would think. I feel like actual Olympic athletes would be pissed if they gave out medals for this. That's how I feel. It like kind of devalues an Olympic gold if the Olympics Esports Week mobile game, browser game extravaganza counts for real gold in your country. I feel like it would really water down the prestige, but I also just loved the idea of it actually being real. I'm a competitive compound bow archer, and seeing the stupid bow game in the Olympics after years of thousands of people petitioning to get compound archery into the Olympics is just straight up insulting. Hey, you chose a physical sport in a digital age, my friend. It's tic-tac-bow all the way. Get your iPad out right now, brother. Hang up the compound bow because the future's here. We're tic-tac-bowing these days. Played lacrosse for 17 years, and we've been vying for the sport to be back in the Olympics, and seeing this makes it such a joke. Once again, short-sighted physical cringe. 17 years of lacrosse. Imagine if you spent that 17 years in a real man's sport, like WSB Nintendo Switch $1 eSport or Nintendo Switch eShop baseball. Silly. So silly. How could you not have seen this coming? This event will be this year separate from the Olympics, so basically just an esports event organized by the Olympics Committee, but it has nothing to do with the actual Olympics. Yeah, that's kind of what I feared. I knew it was its own separate spin-off event, but I still thought it'd be like some kind of package deal with the Olympics where it's ahead of the actual Olympics but still matters. But I guess maybe you're right. Maybe that's not the case. I just don't even understand the point of doing it then. Should we embrace this? The more of us who interact and put into these games, the more likely we'll get real esports eventually. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's say this goes amazing. Let's say this is the peak viewership of the Olympics. Everyone wants to tune in to watch tennis, clash, WBSC, pro backyard, baseball, whatever, tic-tac-bow. I think next year they'll be like, all right, more mobile games. I don't think they'll ever go into like an actual esport. No shot. I don't usually post a video this late into the evening, but right now I'm like a movie theater toilet. I am fuming. I am absolutely steaming because of how the Super Bowl just ended. I watch every Super Bowl, and in this one I didn't really have a horse in the race. I'm neither a Chiefs nor Eagles fan. I just wanted to be entertained. And for the majority of the game, I was thoroughly entertained. It was just a great game. Both teams putting on an incredible performance, going wacko mode, insano style, tying it 35-35. And just like the first Spider-Man movie when he fought Bonesaw, when Bonesaw was ready, we had 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime, and it was coming down to the wire, an absolute ass greaser. The Chiefs were driving down the field, they make it to the red zone, it's getting a little dicey for the Eagles, fans spilling their beer all over themselves in anticipation and fear, but the Eagles are putting up an incredible defensive stand, and then in the most crucial moment of the entire game, with less than 2 minutes remaining in this tie game, a penalty was called for holding against the Eagles, which lost them the game. One single bad call decided the outcome of the Super Bowl at the very end, which is what has led the majority of people who watch this game to call rigged, say the refs are all paid off, and say that it's all just part of the script. Because right now there's a tinfoil nipple clamp conspiracy theory that floats around that a lot of people genuinely believe that sports are rigged. Or rather scripted. I actually do agree that there is rigging to a certain level with the refs. I do think there is real corruption there. But let me just opine on the scripting thing real quick. I think that's a load of dirty barnacles. I think that is just a fat load of fish paste. I don't think sports are scripted at all. That's kind of an unhinged belief. But I do think the refs are corrupt. It's not just football. It's basketball as well. This entire year has really shown me, since I got back into watching sports live, I have seen so many awful officiating moments that I can find no other explanation besides just malicious corruption. And this is the most blatant example. The holding call, I can't show you any clips because obviously it's the fucking Super Bowl. If I even showed you a still image of it, I'm sure Roger Goodell of the NFL would come to my house personally and fucking slap me around and then hit me over the head with a fucking sledgehammer. So I can't show you anything, but if you watch the Super Bowl, you immediately know the call. The call was on the Eagles for holding. The receiver was going out, and the Eagles defender lightly touched him, like on the hip. It was a light touch and like a slight jersey tug that could have even been like accidental. It was so gentle. Like the way he treated the receiver is the way a mother would treat a newborn baby. It was so light and caring. There was no holding at all on the play. And Patrick Mahomes threw up a stinky meatball of a pass that was just uncatchable regardless for the receiver that it was intended for. But they still threw the flag and called holding on the Eagles, which gave the Chiefs a first down and also just gave them plenty of time to run out the clock, kick a field goal, win the game. It was decided by that call. It was the most crucial moment of the game, and the call instantly ended it pretty much on the spot. And under no circumstances is that acceptable. Regardless of what team you were rooting for, I'm sure all of us can recognize that this is a complete wet fart of an ending to an otherwise amazing game. We just got the bad ending to this one, unfortunately. The biggest sporting event that America has to offer is decided by the refs instead of the players. That's pathetic. That's awful. In a situation like this, I think they should go to the replays and be 100% sure that there is truly a penalty worthy of being called in a situation like this. It's a terrible look for the sport, and it's embarrassing overall. They should have 100% held the refs to a higher standard here. Oh, we're under 2 minutes to play, and this call is going to decide the outcome of the game. Everyone knew it. The second that call was made, even the commentators were like, oh, I don't agree with that one. Eek. That's a bit spicy. That's a no good. We don't like that. The commentators were outspoken about how bad the call was. In a situation where it is that crucial, they need to go back to the drawing board, check everything, and 100% be sure that this is a call that needs to be made. Because in this situation, it wasn't. It's a bad call. It's just straight up a shitty call. Even if you're the biggest Chiefs fan in the world, you got your Chiefs butt plug dialed all the way up to maximum turbo settings. It's vibrating in your colon. You're super excited they won. In the back of your mind, you know that it's a pretty upsetting ending. I'm sure you would have preferred if they had actually beat them on their own merit instead of having the refs help. Because no matter how you spin it, that call decided that game at the very end. The Chiefs could have still 100% won that, but now it's always going to be left up to speculation on, well, would the Eagles have made a game-winning drive? Would the Eagles have stopped them on that red zone drive? Like, there's so many question marks now that the win can't feel as good as it would have if the refs didn't make that call. It's a lose-lose for everybody except the refs that may have been paid off. Like, I'm actually starting to believe that they are influenced in some way financially in order to make these awful calls. We just saw it recently in the NBA with the infamous no call against the Lakers. I'm not even going to bother going down that road right now. I already fucking ranted about that on stream for quite some time, and I'm not even a goddamn Lakers fan either. I just hate how awful calls decide the outcome of the biggest games. I just think that's horrible. Like, it's just bad. And what's even worse is there's really no incentive to be good at your job as a referee. Like, if you do well, cool. If you do poorly, there's no repercussions. Like, some of the worst refs of all time are still currently refs. Like, at the biggest, highest stage. I don't understand why they have so much leniency in situations like this, and so much power, too. This is a call that should have been thoroughly looked under with a microscope 1,000 times. Bring in a third-party investigation unit for this call tonight. Like, have them double-check. Bring out a fucking forensics team. I don't care. It's the biggest call of that game, in the most crucial moment of the entire game. Really do your due diligence to ensure that call is legitimate and necessary. Because you do not want a game to wrap up the way this one did. It causes nothing but turmoil, and it ruins the entire thing. The Super Bowl was amazing all the way up until it wasn't. At the very last 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. It's craziness. Can't believe I'm actually making a sports ranting video, but my family and I were having so much fun watching the Super Bowl, and when that call was made, collectively all of us let out an audible groan in frustration, and it took the wind out of all of our sails. None of us are Chiefs fans or Eagles fans. We didn't give a fuck who won. It was just such an amazing game, and to have it in this way is deflating. I can only imagine Philadelphia Eagles fans right now. But anyway, I just wanted to vent about all this. Also, I'll tackle one more thing that I've already seen pop up a lot, where it's like, no, it's technically a holding no matter what. I mean, I just disagree. Like, even with the way the rule's written and the way that it's typically enforced, it still doesn't seem like a hold. His movement really wasn't impeded at all, and the ball was still pretty uncatchable anyway, so it's not like it would have had a huge impact on the outcome of that play in particular. So even if you want to argue that technically it's a hold, it's still a call that doesn't need to be made, especially given the magnitude of the game, because that call ends the game on the spot when you make it. This was the most important moment of the game. This was pivotal, and that call being made instantly decides the outcome of the entire game. Their fate was sealed the second they threw that penalty. So I don't think that it needed to be made, nor should it have been, because I don't think any games should be decided by a penalty like that. It's fucking pathetic. It's laughable, really. And that's why a lot of people are screaming rigged, because it did decide the winner of this match. No matter how you argue it, they won immediately off of that call. So it's just a real shame. And yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about all of that. That's about it. See ya. In standard YouTuber cliche fashion, this isn't a video I wanted to make. And I actually don't even know how to really begin it. I just have this whirlwind of emotions stirring inside of me like a tornado of pain and agony. 2 days ago, the new Hunger Games trailer dropped, and disappointed fans across the world all noticed something and cried out in unison, "Where is the most important character in the Hunger Games franchise, District 8 Hospital Helper, as portrayed by Charles in Mockingjay Part 1. I saw a lot of people huffing copium, thinking like maybe they were trying to save this for, trailer number 2 as a grand reveal that District 8 Hospital Helper is back, because he needs to be. Without District 8 Hospital Helper, the story just doesn't really work. My character was the glue that held the entire narrative together, so how the fuck could this franchise even continue if I'm absent from it? But I'm just going to rip the band-aid off and give you the hard-to-swallow pill, a little suppository, but for your brain. I am not in this new Hunger Games movie. I never got contacted to reprise my iconic role. Most of you found me because of my acting expertise. My breakout role as District 8 Hospital Helper in Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It's a performance that is truly timeless and still extensively studied at colleges across the country. I did something that's never been done before. I fully assimilated into this role. I became that character. For a brief magical moment on screen, Charles White ceased to exist, and all that was left was District 8 Hospital Helper. There's a fine line between reality and madness, and I fucking tap danced on it. I went where no mortal had gone before. I acted like no one had ever acted prior. Of course, I was snubbed at the Oscars. The bulk of my work was cut from the final product due to Hollywood corruption, and trust me, when it comes to corruption in Hollywood, the cup truly runneth over. There is no end to the disgusting filth and foul play behind the scenes of that industry. But I bore it. I was able to grit my teeth and accept, you know what? Maybe I did too well. And this was my divine punishment for that. My only sin was being too good at acting. So I let sleeping dogs lie. And as most of you know, 7 months ago, it turns out I was also not cast as Percy Jackson in the Disney Percy Jackson series, a role for which I also auditioned for and I thought I crushed. The only problem was the casting call was for a 12-year-old boy and I'm a 28-year-old man, so I think what must have happened is they decided to play it a little safer and choose a legitimate child to play the role. I can't hold any hard feelings against them for that, though I do think I would have made a better Percy Jackson, even though I'm sure the actor currently playing him is going to do fine. It's just hard to overlook the possibility of how great this show could have been with me spearheading all of it. It's called acting for a reason. I don't have to actually be 12 to play a 12-year-old, right? And in fact, 16 years ago, I was 12. Like, legitimately 12. So you can't even get better method acting than that. I was that age. So it's just, I feel like it was a bit of a missed opportunity. I'm sure the show will still be fine. But I mean, come on. I could have been an incredible Percy Jackson. I shave, I cut my hair, and we use some fucking Robert De Niro de-aging technology, and bang, a little magic here, a little hocus pocus there, and you now have the best goddamn actor the world's ever seen in a leading role once again, the way it should be. But I'm getting sidetracked. Let's stay on the path. Hunger Games is coming out, and I'm not in it. Now, there's a lot of people that are trying hard to try and come up with film theories as to how this would even make sense without District 8 Hospital Helper. If you watch the films, you'll know that, unfortunately, I died in those movies. District 8 Hospital that I was helping at was blown to pieces. But I always thought that led to greater opportunity. They could have brought me back in Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2 like Darth Vader. Could have fucking strung me up and like had all kinds of technology going and some kind of, mask that's allowing me to survive. Maybe they put my brain in a tube, some kind of like Zordon shit perhaps out of Power Rangers. There were plenty of narrative ways of playing with that and continuing the story in a good direction instead of the fucking flat wet fart they finished it with that awful finale and conclusion. It could have been stronger if they had just brought my character back, but they decided not to. Missed opportunity. But this movie is a prequel. This movie is set a long time before the events of Hunger Games, Mockingjay, and all of those. So this could have been another opportunity where perhaps District 8 Hospital Helper is an immortal vampire. So I could still be alive during this film's setting. I could still be a District 8 Hospital Helper, and maybe in an even bigger capacity. Perhaps I was instrumental in the games. Like, there were so many ways of playing with this that could have made sense from a story perspective, but they decided to just play a very formulaic, boring fucking approach to this film instead of taking a chance on what made them special in the first place, which was me. I carried this franchise like Atlas carried the world on his back. I did so much fucking heavy lifting for Hunger Games only to get nothing in return. The disrespect to not even contact me about coming back, and without even having a nod to my character in the trailer, like at least I have like a fucking tombstone, like, here lies District 8 Hospital, well, I wouldn't be dead at this time. At least have like a fucking statue made of me. Here is District 8 Hospital Helper, the glue of Pan Am. Like, there's so many ways of at least appreciating the work that I put into this franchise. The blood, sweat, tears, elbow grease, like the countless nights, sleepless nights, studying the script in order to deliver a performance that would stand the test of time. And I get nothing. I get nothing in this trailer. It makes me sick. I spit on that. And don't even give me this mumbo jumbo about them not being able to afford me. For the Hunger Games, I would have fucking moved mountains. When people think of music, they think of Mozart. When people think of basketball, they think of Michael Jordan. And when people think of Hunger Games, they think of Charles White, District 8 Hospital Helper. I don't want to get too hung up on this. I'm getting very passionate. So for one last time, I will bless you all with my iconic moment from the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. The only trace of my character left in the final cut of that film. So I hope you're ready to cry. That was the arm that changed cinema forever. Now, I do want to move on to another quick topic, and it's all falling in line with the general subject here. It was recently announced that there's going to be a Twilight television series. The timing couldn't be better, honestly. I just finished watching all of the Twilight movies for the first time ever, and then literally days later they announced a TV series. It's almost like they've been tuning into my Twitch streams or like watching the videos I've made about Twilight, and they're like, maybe we should dust off this property for one last rodeo. Like, the timing is just amazing. And I swear to God, if I don't get a role in that series, then there is no saving this fucking industry. I was born to play an important role in that television series. I could even play the main role, honestly. Like, Edward, I think Robert Pattinson is a great actor, but he didn't do anything that special in this series. I could do what he did and do it better. Like, for example, when he first meets Bella in the biology classroom, he gets like very uncomfortable, like very irpy, about to puke and everything because she's stinky. I could easily do that. Oh, Bella, you're so stinky. You see, it's easy. It's easy. That's light work for me. After what I've done for the Hunger Games, as well as my audition for Percy Jackson, this is a role that's a walk in the park. But I would still give it 110% like I'm known for in acting. So I'm more than willing to negotiate contract terms or whatever for you know, having a meaningful part in this series. I really think I could breathe new life into it. You know, Twilight got a bad rep for how awful the acting was. Let's change that. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to update you all on yet another role that I didn't get, which was the new Hunger Games movie. But, you know, maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel here, and it leads to a bigger role in the Twilight series. You know, there's really no telling, so we'll keep our fingers crossed there. That's about it. So yeah. Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he is very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on! He's almost there, let's go! Oh no, it's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the Mud Wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the Mud Wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the Mud Wizard's coming. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Have mercy. It's Radagast the Brown. Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow. That was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave. And there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? And... Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks, Resub Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival. It was a concert. It was raining. It was muddy. People were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people. Oh, the one in Germany? Yes, that's what I thought. But I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It's not nothing like it.
Fuck, I can't.
Very different. Very different levels of magic.
How can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that. The video was focused on the concert.
The red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty like small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's... Wait, that...
What the fuck?
So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
All right, so describe the video again, but
this...
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So...
Wait, we forgot a guy?
This seems...
just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah,
And
this
are you
video is cool.
positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival, unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, look at it.
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian music festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh
on.
yeah, this
Wait,
is straight up.
wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh, no. That's Rave Wizard.
Oh, god damn it. Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the
What
world.
about
You'd be surprised.
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Ooh, that one's got promise.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Nice.
Send,
Uh,
send me mudslide P. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid
I
group
need
so
to see it,
everybody
yeah.
can join in.
Yeah.
shit.
Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading. Come
if you-
on.
if you- If you go into the comments, I promise you they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit, that
Polish,
wall of noise.
whatever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you?
Wait, he's just drinking the mud?
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud, he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is. They called him.
Somebody find this.
I don't know. They called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that fucking water."
Oh, when I
What a good
translate Mag Smrodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
All right.
Alright.
Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The Stink Mage replenishes mana in the Tainted Moon well. Let's
Yeah,
get serious.
The Stink Mage and his mana potion.
Tainted Moonwell.
I told you, that video is such a fucking banger.
Lust.
I find it so fascinating how often people just film their own crimes or post on Twitter about illegal activities that they're doing, and then it eventually comes back to haunt them where they lose their job or get arrested. It's just wild that so often people have this complete lack of self-control and inability to stop themselves from saying or doing dumb, stupid things on Twitter. Like, posting cringe on Twitter has cost more jobs than the invention of machines. And today I want to go over a disturbing new case of gross shit. This was something that went viral a few days ago, but I've only just now caught up on it. It's really gross, and I actually think that this is a deeper onion than most people realize. I think that this was all a manufactured marketing campaign conducted by a shameless degenerate in order to get OnlyFans subscribers. So, let's take it from the top. I'm sure if you were on Twitter a few days ago, you saw this post floating around. This little bit of eyeball poison was getting dunked on by everyone around the globe. And if people weren't shitting on it, they were shitting themselves out of just pure repulsion. So the post is talking about how they're coming out as trans canine and talking about how they've been with 6 dogs. So they celebrate fucking dogs, and they double down on this, triple down on it, and have made it their entire brand identity now. Like, this is now their online presence, is being the dog fucker. And they're very open about it, talking about it, and trying to make it like some kind of powerful movement about why fucking dogs is a great thing. Obviously, I'm on the side of common sense here. Animals can't consent to having sex. Thus, you're not even having sex with the animals, you're raping them. You're a dog raper. It's called bestiality, and it's a crime. It's illegal. It's not something to be celebrated or encouraged. Now, I think the person behind this knows it and was making this as a giant post that would hopefully gather a lot of hoopla and put eyes on their content. Because even prior to this post, they were dropping nude photos, lewd photos, and just talking like about trying to monetize their sexual content. And then after this post got so much steam, they made a statement saying that this had cost them their job, they now no longer have a way of making money, so in desperation, they're saying fuck it and starting an OnlyFans. When I'm pretty sure that was the entire plan from the get-go, and by having so many eyes on them from all of this spotlight that was shined there, they immediately got a giant head start. Like, they're way over 150,000 followers at this point, and I'm pretty sure that this was their intention from the get-go. They chose something that they knew most people would have a problem with. No one likes to see animals being abused, and no one likes to hear about animals being used as like sexual objects or sexual props for people in their content. It's like, that is beyond weird. So they are probably aware that by making that post, it would have gathered a lot of steam, which it did, and then they immediately went around with this narrative that they were fired. There's no way of knowing 100% for sure if they were fired. I take all of that with a grain of salt. And even the way they talk about it, like in that post they're saying they're going to sue everyone that got them fired, that just seems like a troll. That legitimately just seems like a weak, low-effort troll statement at the end there. There is evidence to suggest they may have actually lost their job from this, but even still, I don't think it's 100% confirmed as of this moment. Like, it just, to me, feels like this was all part of the plan. And you can also even see them, like, lean into it. If you go back a couple days before this blew up, they made this post about how OnlyFans models are the devil. You know, this is terrible stuff. Look, what kind of example are you setting for children, you godless heathens? And then only days later, turning around and dropping one of their own, OnlyFans is disgusting and you're going to hell for it, as they're signing up for an account. I could be wrong. This all could be done genuinely and wasn't meant as a marketing play for OnlyFans subscribers, but to me, that's just really what it feels like. It feels like someone that is very aware of what they're doing and trying to capitalize off outrage and being the villain. I've said this a million times, but on Twitter, since everyone has unlimited access to every unhinged thought and person imaginable across the globe, you will always find people that agree with you. No matter how outrageous the belief, you will always find supporters. And that's exactly what's happened here. They now do have legitimate supporters backing them and the dog fucking stuff from other equally deranged animal fuckers. It's pathetic, sad, and it's just really depressing that this is actually succeeding for them financially. Now, if I'm correct and this is all just revolting marketing for their OnlyFans, it doesn't make any of this justifiable, excusable, and it doesn't make the whole situation any better. But it would at least be nice knowing that the person behind all of this isn't actually a danger to animals around them and having sex with them, as well as other awful things that they've been talking about recently. Though I do think that there is a possibility that this is all true and they are actually out there harming animals, and they're just spitting in the face of anyone with any level of human decency, making posts like this saying that they'll buy a wolf pup with their first OnlyFans check, which is, of course, them not so subtly letting people know that they're going to be buying an animal for the sole purpose of having sex with it. They even mention that they're a size queen in reference to buying that wolf pup. So that's like something that needs to be like actually investigated, if this person is a legitimate danger or not to animals. Now, if I may, I'd like to turn your attention to another piece of evidence that I've collected in this case, and I'd like to present it to the court. So this is Exhibit D here. This is a post from them today, which is now seeming to champion for incest, talking about how having sex with your cousin is fine, it's all good, it's normal, and it shouldn't be like stigmatized and this and that. So this reinforces to me the thought that the person behind all of this is someone who is just trying to choose the most disgusting stances possible in order to attract as many tomatoes being thrown at them, so that way hopefully they can then catch a couple of like mentally unwell stragglers that are agreeing with them and then signing up to the OnlyFans. That's what this whole thing seems to me. Of course, I could be wrong, and this really could be someone that really believes in fucking dogs as well as incest, because they go on and on to try and defend this whole cousin sexual relationship thing. It's more really gross, repulsive stuff. But I just really do think that this is all just supposed to drive traffic to their OnlyFans through outrage. But yeah, regardless, the whole thing is horrible, the person is horrible. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. There's only 2 words that I can think of whose names are like Voldemort on the internet, where you hear them and it sends a shiver down your spine just at their mere mention. One of them is James Corden, obviously, and the other is Machinima. Before getting into the meat of what I want to talk about today, I think it's important to set the stage here. I need to put all the plates on the table so that way you can get ready to eat my big idea. I want to tell you the whole story and lore of Machinima, so get ready for a roller coaster ride of nostalgia. Machinima was the first major gaming-related YouTube channel that really blew up. It became this hub for all things gaming-related, and for a long time was one of the top 10 biggest channels across all of YouTube. They even had spin-off channels like Machinima Respawn, and I'm sure all of you can remember watching their content. They were posting like 50 videos a day across all their channels. The catalog of content they had was longer than all of the known digits of pi, and everyone wanted their videos posted by Machinima, including me. When I was still but a wee lad, stars in my eyes, having big dreams, I wanted my clips posted by Machinima. I was young and naive, going through puberty, my body was experiencing changes, not so much in the height department unfortunately, but in the hormones and vocal fold department. But one thing never changed, my desire to be a part of Machinima. But I never got that opportunity. I uploaded so many videos to their website hoping that I'd be picked up as a creator. I even wrote them emails, damn near started sending them handwritten letters in crayon to their P.O. box, begging to be part of Machinima, but I never was. I had friends that were, and I was always jealous, but Machinima didn't choose me, and for a while that made me upset when I was a kid, and I swore revenge like an anime villain. Oh, you want to treat me like toilet paper to wipe your ass? Well, watch this. I'll turn into sandpaper and I'll irritate your ass. Like, I wanted revenge. But I never needed to get revenge because I'm sure you all know how this story goes. It turns out Machinima was actually a very horrible company to work with as a creator. Everyone had a negative experience working with Machinima. They were well known for very predatory contracts, mistreating their creators, and very shady business practices, which led to a mass exodus of all of their talent. And by the time 2016 rolled around, they were kind of a shell of their former selves. But in 2016, Machinima was bought by Warner Bros. For just shy of $100 million. It was a huge acquisition, and this was supposed to be like a big rebrand for Machinima where they come back to their former glory and once again take the internet by storm. There are huge plans to revitalize the channel, bring new eyes to it, and really pop off once again. Hop back in the saddle and ride this horse right through the fucking gates of Valhalla. But unfortunately, I think we all know how that story played out. In 2019, mysteriously, every single piece of content on Machinima and every Machinima-related channel was pulled overnight, without any warning to creators or their audience. A decade worth of content all vanished in an instant. And they said that this was because they were going to start pivoting and doing content in different ways that didn't involve legacy channels. It all just got really messy, but this was almost 4 years ago, and there's still nothing from Machinima or anything related to Machinima. So what happened? No one really knows. I have been trying very hard to figure out exactly what all went on behind the scenes here, but it's kind of all talked about in hushed whispers, and no one's really entirely sure on the full story or scope of what exactly happened between this 2016 to now 2022 time period. But one thing is for sure, they removed all of that content and people lost years and years worth of their work because they didn't know it was going to be taken down. So there's so many creators, some of whom that you probably still watch, or they are still popular on YouTube, that had a ton of their videos just removed, and I know for a long time they've wanted it back. So what I've wanted to do is buy Machinima from Warner Bros. Because they're not doing anything with it. Right now, the channel still exists. It still has over 11 million subscribers, and there's not a single piece of content on it. There's not a single video. And it's the same sad story for all the other Machinima spin-offs like Machinima Respawn. They just link other people's content from their channels. They don't have any of the original content that used to exist on the Machinima brand. I want to purchase these channels and be able to give the content creators their videos back. I imagine they privated all of the content, which means it'd be very easy to unprivate all of it. However, if Warner Bros. Doesn't like that idea for some reason, if they're apprehensive about opening the floodgates here and rebuilding the Library of Alexandria, known as Machinima, well, I'm fine with not unprivating them. I can still download them and send them to the creators that I know want them back and have wanted them back for a long time. I don't think they deleted all of the content. I really do think they privated it. That's just a theory, a little game theory here, a hunch, but I really do think it is still there, just privated or unlisted, and that'd be a very easy fix if I owned Machinima. Right now, Machinima is earning as much money as National Treasure on DVD earns, $0. They are generating $0 in revenue for Machinima. Warner Bros. Is making nothing on it, so let me buy it. I'm very flexible on whatever terms you'd like. I'm up to negotiate. We can kick back and smoke cigars together as we talk shop, get down to the brass tacks. I'm open to anything. I just would really like to have these channels and be able to give the creators their videos back. But then even going forward, I would like to actually use the channels for something. I don't know what yet, but I've been trying really hard to get in touch with anyone that would have information on who to talk to about making this kind of deal happen. This has been an idea I've been cooking up for months now, but it's just been radio silence. I imagine every office we call has been extinct for 6 years now. It's just literally dilapidated buildings where Machinima used to be. There is nobody we've talked to that even has a connection anymore to the Machinima or knows anyone that does. There might be like one single hotline still available somewhere, but we can't find it. We can't get in touch. We tried everything with full screen, but apparently full screen is defunct. Full screen took over Machinima once Warner Bros. Bought it. It eventually ended up in the hands of full screen. But now full screen no longer exists. That's been wiped out like the dinosaurs. Like that's full screen is gone, which I didn't realize. So we've been trying to get in touch with Warner Bros. Directly about this kind of deal, but still haven't really heard anything on that front either. So I'm making this idea public at the risk of someone coming in and stealing it from me, sweeping it out from under the rug here, which would be very upsetting because it's something that I'd really like to do and I'm pretty passionate about it because I had such a close connection to Machinima. It was such an integral part of me growing up when I was a young man on the internet and still learning everything. And I know a lot of people that got fucked over by having all of this content deleted, so I'd like to be able to give that back to them. A little late Christmas present from old St. Nicholas over here. I also just don't see a world where Machinima itself ever comes back in any meaningful way because of all of the negative baggage associated with it. It is a word that has a overwhelmingly horrible connotation surrounding it, so I don't think Machinima could ever do what it did again, because no one would sign up to work with Machinima. So I just feel like it's kind of a not dead on arrival, but a truly buried IP right now that I don't think could even be brought back if anyone wanted to. So let me have it, and I can do something with it. I don't exactly know what I'd do with it going forward past giving everyone their content back, but I'd figure something out. We've toyed around with a few ideas, call it Moist Cinema, do something cool with it. Talked about making it a Moist Esports channel where it's just all about Moist Esports, and that would literally make us the biggest esports YouTube channel by a large margin. Probably the biggest esports social media presence ever, just by pure numbers, which is an extremely entertaining thought. But we would think of something to do with it going forward that is currently better than what it's doing right now, which is just festering. Right now, it is just this blemish. So, like an old reminder of the internet from 15 years ago. It's not doing anything, but it can. So let me buy it from you, Warner Bros. Or let me work with you and we can do it together. If you want to retain ownership of it, that's fine. Just give me control of it to do some shit with it. So yeah, this is like a public asking for open communication with myself and Warner Bros. So that way we can all talk together and come up with something cool to do with the Machinima channels. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Russian car fighting. Well, it's not just Russian car fighting. It's called karjutsu. Karjutsu. But yeah, they're blowing up on Twitter. I know all about it. They also have phone booth boxing. Yeah, you might recognize the caster as JT, baby. I thought it was actual car fighting. No, they just fight in a car.
Oh, right away,
oh goodness gracious, he got the unbuckle. The unbuckle record there.
And blocks the seatbelt of Davidson. You can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, reaches over, blocks the seatbelt with his left hand.
This is like some technique Dale would have taught you from Detroit Survival Training
smashing
Fitness.
Davidson into the driver's side door. And right now you can see he's trying to slide his knee through for knee on belly or possibly even mount here.
Oh, he's in a bad position there.
Oh, he looks like he's got the driver's side seatbelt.
Oh, he's gonna strangle him with the seatbelt.
That driver's side seatbelt around the neck of Davidson. And Davidson, it's just
I haven't seen this one. Jesus Christ.
He's figured out what's happening.
Oh my God.
He has got that seatbelt wrapped all the way around his throat. He's trying to defend, but there's not a lot that can be done here. He is in a bad situation. And
yeah, that's
like
rough.
That, Raymond Felton wins the. Davidson doesn't
This
look
is
happy,
barbaric.
But
You don't know the meaning of the word barbaric.
And you can see here in the
this is civilized.
Here, Felton right away gets to smashing, and as soon as he
action
sees the
movie combat,
to grab that seatbelt, he grabs the seatbelt. You can see right
Wait until
here,
he hits the
he's
ejector
already
seat.
starting to push it across. Good job, Ray.
Oh, but God, now Davidson's got the driver's seat. He'll start banging his head on the fucking steering wheel, honking the horn with it.
Okay, round 2 underway, and it looks like...
Oh, he got the seatbelt again! You can't keep giving up the seatbelt!
Ray already all over Davidson. Davidson's trying to get
Oh,
out of there.
wow, good wiggle, good wiggle. Oh,
He's fighting
that's
hands
rough.
with that front headlock. That's the go. Not a lot of room to work.
Maybe throw him through the
inside
sunroof.
Okay,
oh!
making a little bit of space here
good recline, good recline.
The passenger side seat. Bell gets caught around his left arm, and currently.
Well, he's in a good position right now, though. He's got that like squatting lotus technique going on. Oh, that might be all she wrote.
Ray's got quite a bit of experience into it. Takes a submission.
Oh, he's going to the back seat. Oh, you can't give up the back seat.
What that means essentially is that Davidson has.
If there's one thing I've learned from Salt,
to secure a submission
that Angelina Jolie movie.
He will lose the match. If he can get his
oh God, fake taxi's popping off.
Seconds, he can
recline the driver's side seat.
No, it doesn't look like Ray's going to let that happen.
Full mount?
I think Ray would rather give up his back here, and that's what's happening. Davidson taking the back of Felton.
Damn, what a turnaround.
Naked choke. Doesn't look like they're both absolutely exhausted, and it's almost 90 degrees inside the car. It is a miserable.
Oh yeah, they didn't even turn on the air conditioner.
Oh
no!
The safety lock stops Davidson. And it looks like Ray heard the safety lock and then grabbed this. It's going to happen.
This is like
but
wrestling, but with also doing the hot car
left.
challenge.
Davidson can try and secure something here, but he doesn't have any time to finish.
No, there's no time to finish here.
Tap. Oh, we've got a tap. Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
With 1 second left. Davidson rear naked choke tap out over Raymond.
Okay,
Felton.
little plot twist there.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay here.
Everything wasn't lost at Makeout Reef this time.
Q Davidson won the second round with a rear naked choke, and here we
They
are
should add
in the
another
back
element
seat.
to this.
4 minutes
Like when they're in their
for one of these two
backseat component,
competitors
there should be an
submit the
Uber
other
driver
one
up
and win the
front, and you
match.
get
If
like
that does
a,
not happen,
I don't know, maybe
we will
something
go
on the
immediately
judge's
to
scoring
sudden
card
death.
if you tip him.
And he's trying to fiddle with the seatbelt.
Maybe get the
again, but this
headrest off
time
and start
he's
beating
going
him
to
with
that
it.
back seat belt, and it looks like the safety lock. And he's got it.
Oh, that's gonna be. This is gonna be tough.
6 points. That'll go to the leaderboard for the season. But right now,
They should add a
Davidson is
component where the
trying to win
vehicle's
match.
moving, so you have to
He's
do it in
got
a
the
moving
seat
vehicle
belt, and
too.
he's trying to wrap it around. You can hear these two athletes breathing. This is it. They are miserable and absolutely exhausted.
Oh!
Davidson pushes the passenger seat forward.
He said enough,
and now
enough
he's got the
fishy
seat belt
business.
all the way
I want the
around
whole
neck
seat belt.
of Ray Felton. He's got the seat belt on the right side.
He's got two
He's
seat
gonna
belts.
reach under now with his
He's
right
dual
hand
wielding.
here. He's going to reach under and he's going to grab the
Gonna
seat
fucking
belt
decapitate
and
him.
pull it behind the head of Felton, pushing with his left hand and using his right forearm. And
Yeah,
there
no
you have
shot.
it. It's an
Yeah,
Ezekiel
there was no
seatbelt
shot he gets out of that.
by Q Davidson to win the match. Almost looked like we were watching a crime. Raymond Felton, fantastic fight. Q Davidson.
That
what
did
a
look like a
great,
crime. It was like
great
murder
come-from-behind
footage.
win. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Edison versus Punisher. Okay, just one more quick one. With a name like that. Oh god, he's got the door open. He's gonna fucking start slamming his head against it.
Everything he can
Slamming the door into it.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, jeepers!
Side of the car, and
Oh,
there he
fuck.
goes. He's thrown Sam out.
Oh god, they even broke the windshield. What the fuck happened?
Leverage with his,
Jesus, wait, this one's crazy.
and there it is.
4 points, red.
Oh, what? Now this is an interesting technique. The motorboat of death.
Position to be in. The opponent is behind the steering wheel. Faust is looking to make
Good tactic though. Open the
a
door.
little bit of space here so he can work, and he's opened up the driver's side door, which doesn't seem like it's
Smothering with his own tits there. That was a good strategy.
Sam just, it looked like an unintentional eye poke there.
Yeah, that is a big guy. Holy
Laying
shit.
Flat in the driver's side seat with his head on the armrest.
Maybe put a finger in his ear. Lick your finger and put in his ear a little wet willy. It'll stun him.
Sam's looking for that right
All's
arm.
fair
He's
in
looking for the left
Karjitsu.
arm.
Oh
Sam's
god.
just hunting here, and it
We,
doesn't
we've
look like
we've
there's
got to
much
get
available,
something
but
cooking
he's in
here.
great position.
Come on, Rance. Get your finger and like go up and down on his lips. Give him one of those.
Into the car, or Faust is shrimping
It'll
his way
scare
over
him.
to the other seat. Oh, here he goes. He's got his feet
No,
up on
baby.
the side of the car, and there he goes. He's thrown Sam out. Sam's head is
He's
about
wiggling.
an inch from the mat, front of the throne.
It looks like being in the driver's seat is a huge
Sam's very
disadvantage.
calm. You can look at his eyes and see he's very, very calm here, but he's in a bad position. Faust
This
is
looks
secure
very-
mount.
this-
He's got
this almost looks
about 8
romantic.
inches worth of seat belt here. The safety lock has kept him from.
He,
pulling
he's
the
not even
seatbelt
taking
out
the threat
completely.
seriously right now.
I think Sam is successfully defending. Get a different camera.
What is he?
Faust
I
has got
can't
his
tell what
right
I'm looking.
hand.
Oh my
He's
god.
gripping the wire that holds the headrest to the seat, and also in that hand.
Yeah,
he's
that's
tied
gonna be
with
tough.
8 inches of seat belt. So he has got Sam trapped against the seat.
This is one of those moments
Listen
where
to
you
the
need to be able to breathe out of your ass.
Sam is unable to move. His head is stuck to the seat. He's being choked by the seatbelt. Faust is in position. He's got.
Oh, he's getting with like the Joker laugh. They're going crazy in the hot
What
car.
he's going to do with it, but he has got a fantastic.
Someone let out a little fart there. What was that?
Here for some sort of a front choke.
Oh, that'd be a good strategy actually.
Not a lot
Stink
of
them
room to
out,
work inside the car.
rip ass, and then go to town. I think Rance really kind of took control of this round here.
And it looks like we're going to the third round.
That's the back seat time.
Heavy breathing from both competitors.
Hey, these are some big boys here for the back seat. That's not a whole lot of room to work.
And methodical. Faust is trying to shove him in between the seats.
What are you watching?
And just a little bit of a misstep
Sports.
by Sam has put him in a
Oh, you gave up your belly.
Holy
You
smokes.
showed your belly. You showed tummy. Oh, but wait a minute.
Sam, the bully choke. But while doing so, he has absolutely gotten himself into a bad spot. His hips are trapped between the two front seats, and you can't
Oh
see
yeah,
now,
that's
but
gonna be all she wrote.
Faust has figure forward the legs of Samuel Eidson.
He's gonna turn the
Cannot
car on,
move
rip
his
the
lower
wires
half
out, and
at all.
shock him with it.
Currently, Faust is a very serious situation here. There's no mobility whatsoever for Sam.
Yeah, he's got his legs locked there. He's got him in like a coffin
Oh
stance.
my gosh. Sam's trying to stay as calm as possible, but able to escape.
Yeah, I think this
Otherwise,
one's
he's not
I think
gonna
this
be able
one's
to score
kaput.
any points or
I don't see
find
how
for
Sam
any
gets out of
submissions
this.
here. He's gonna jiggle
Unless
the
he
keys
rips the
here.
steering wheel off and starts like slapping him
What he's
around
doing
with
here.
it.
Oh, he's going to jiggle the keys here, create a little bit of a diversion. And he has absolutely passed from the back seat to the front seat. He still has mount. Wow.
Jiggling the
Punisher's
keys
tricky
for a
little guy
diversion?
here. That was clever. Floorboard.
Just hide in the floorboard, Sam. He can't get you there.
Okay, here.
What is
He's gonna try to
happening?
win this fight right here. 10
Oh,
seconds.
oh.
Holy smokes. Sam's
that-
head is stuck behind the steering wheel.
And what is
Sam can't
Jesus.
move. Oh my gosh.
What is the
And a verbal
Jeepers
submission
creepers.
for Sam, and Faust has pulled it in the match. Rance the Punisher Faust by submission. Holy smokes.
All right.
Wow. Two championship. The
Man,
first
Sam
round
was in
all
such firm
Samuel
control
Eidson.
for round
The
one.
second round was a
But then it was
toss-up,
all
but
Rance.
the third round, it was
Now have to always be logging in every 31 days from the primary household, and anything else would be treated as treasonous, and you'd be sent straight to jail, in prison for life because you shared a Netflix password. I'm exaggerating the terms a little bit, but that's basically them in a nutshell. Nobody liked it. This is one of those things where every single human being on the world, despite all of our differences, we can come together, form a big circle around the bonfire that is the Netflix stock that would have went up in flames had they gone through with that idea. But it seems like they've backpedaled on it, and just like me when I'm wiping my ass and the toilet paper breaks and my fingers touch my butthole, it was a big oops moment, they're claiming. They're saying that they never meant to publish those terms about the anti-password sharing, that system is not going live as of right now, and they've deleted it from their website, claiming it was all an error. I don't know if I believe them, but to me this feels like an example of one of the few times bullying actually works for a greater good, where a giant fucking multi-billion-dollar company just got bullied into getting rid of a completely dog-shit proposal. But make no mistake, soldiers, the war has not been won. This victory was just a small battle, a simple scuffle, because Netflix has made it very clear they are 100% cracking down on password sharing, but I think with all of the pushback after this announcement came out, they're just going to go back to the drawing board on how to, lightly do it, a little less, cutthroat, because they fucking slapped everyone. What they were proposing was brutal, with absolutely no wiggle room for anyone or anything. Now, I did go over all this on stream, but I'll briefly mention that they did say that this is currently in effect in some Latin American countries as a test, so they're kind of guinea pigging other territories before bringing it to the States. And I guess this could potentially have been them dipping their toes in the water, but it was a little too hot, so they pulled their toes out real quick saying it was an error. But if you want my opinion, and by no means am I an expert, I'm just a local fucking idiot guy, I think Netflix's primary concern would be making their catalog stronger, because out of all the main players in the streaming space, aside from Peacock, which is legitimately a joke of a service, they have the weakest catalog. Watching their originals is about as painful as watching your girlfriend cheat on you. They just don't have anything that makes it worth it to sign up. It's enough to keep people that are currently signed up there, and the people that are already password sharing there, because they already have it, but it's just not good enough to bring in new, subscribers, I don't think. So when you kick off the 100 million people and you keep the catalog as winky-dinky shitty as it is, they're not going to just turn around and sign up, because there's nothing on there that they really want to watch or need to watch. And again, it's just going to incentivize piracy, even if there is a couple that they want to watch from Netflix, because they do have a couple good originals, of course. They're not all bad. It's just the majority of them, I would say, are pretty bad. Because Netflix has this big problem with just throwing money at everything for no reason, it feels like. Things that you've never even heard of and things that they don't even bother to promote themselves. How many of you have heard of the show Bruise Brothers? It's a Netflix original comedy show. Matt calls it the worst show he's ever watched in his life. I didn't even bother to watch it past the first 30 minutes. And yet that's a Netflix original they put a lot of money behind. They just have so many of these things that not even they're promoting as their original catalog, and they're putting tons of money into it. So they're losing a lot on that, and it's not good enough to keep people wanting to subscribe to Netflix. So if you want those 100 million people to maybe consider subscribing, give them a better catalog, and don't just cold turkey cut them off. There's definitely better ways of handling it if that's the goal. But anyway, I'll play some of the clips now where I go a bit deeper into the whole thing. Yeah, we can talk about Netflix. So it's only been 24 hours since the news broke that Netflix was going to be slapping everyone off of shared accounts, password sharing, illegal, you're going to jail for life, and you're going right to hell. It's a sin that's unforgivable. Bah humbug, Christmas is ruined, don't care if your parents are divorced, you're not sharing accounts across households. It's always going to have to be one primary location, watch something every 31 days to refresh it, and we're going to let you suckle from our bosom and get 7 days of travel. But then you'll have to come back and refresh that at the main household. So that news broke. Obviously, everyone's upset. Terrible decision. That is, according to their estimation, 100 million people password share. So that's 100 million people that they just kicked off. I don't know how, in their Silicon Valley rotted minds, they thought that would somehow lead to an uptick in subscribers. It won't. At least not anything meaningful, I don't think. But anyway, everyone's shitting on it. Everyone's throwing tomatoes, saying, boo, boo, bad, boo, Netflix, boo, not good, yucky, stinky, you guys stink. And then today, according to a couple sources, They've backpedaled on all of it, saying that it was posted in error. Now, I can't find any official statement from them outside of, like, these sources that just say they told their publication that it was an error. So I don't even know if it's 100% true or not that they're trying to backpedal on it. But if that is, that's a pretty pathetic way of doing it. That's like actually a child. Like when a kid sends a text message to their crush like, hey, I like you, and they don't respond in 15 minutes. And then they're like, oh, haha, whoa, this is so embarrassing. That was my friend that sent that. That wasn't me. That was an accident. Like, that is 100% like the Netflix play here. Oh, whoa, this is weird. We didn't mean any of this. How did that even get out there? Oh, no, that's just an accident. Obviously, they made a very strong statement last year about shutting down the password sharing. So they are going to do it, but I guess the pushback on this one was too big, so they're calling it a mistake now. So I don't know. I'm a little confused, like, on the particulars here. On what exactly they're trying to fucking do. They saw everyone canceling and panicked. So their stock did drop, but not that much since this isn't fully in effect yet. So they did have a bit of a... Why didn't their stock just come up? Oh, Mann news. So they did have a bit of a stock drop. About 1%. Not anything huge. For a brief time yesterday, a Help Center article containing information that is only applicable to Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru went live in other countries, the spokesperson said, adding, we have since updated it. So that was their excuse for all of it. So it's something that they're rolling out in several Latin American countries to test it before being worldwide. Yeah. Well, they're just at this point where they think people need Netflix. But that's just not the reality of the situation. There's so many other streaming services, and even if they just want your originals, they'll just pirate it. If they can't share the account, it becomes far more convenient for a lot of people to just start pirating. Everyone knows how to torrent. I don't know why they're pretending that they don't know about that. This is just going to be something to reinvigorate the Pirate Bay at that point. If it works, other streaming services will do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if this does turn out well for them, we'd see this extended across the other ones. Brace yourself, Rick and Morty fans. I've got another huge squanch for you today. It's more bad news. For those that are unfamiliar with the situation, I'll go ahead and briefly break down the cliff notes for you. It recently came to light that one of the series creators, Justin Roiland, has been facing felony domestic violence charges for an incident that took place in 2020. It's been an ongoing thing, but has only recently made it to the public eye, and as you can imagine, this news has been a massive hit to the plumbus for the entire fandom. They're very serious charges, felony domestic violence as well as a false imprisonment charge. Like, that's serious shit. There's nothing swifty about domestic violence. So when all of this news broke, a lot of people were rightfully upset, but since he still hasn't stood trial for these things, it still was left up in the air with what's going to happen to the series going forward. There's been a ton of hearings and even a pre-trial, but still no official trial date has been set, though that does seem like it's right around the corner. And as I mentioned, I was assuming that Adult Swim wouldn't make any statements or any changes like firing Justin Roiland or anything like that until after the trial, whether it's a conviction and he's found guilty or he's found innocent. I didn't think they would act in the meantime. But just like my doctor when he said I would grow up to be 5'8", I was wrong. Just a couple hours ago, Adult Swim flopped their meat on the table, releasing this statement, which is super cut and dry and to the point. Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talent and dedicated crew are hard at work on Season 7. This was very shocking to me because, again, I didn't think they'd do this when he still hasn't been found guilty on the charges yet. So it really seems like they must know at least more than the public does about this case and feel confident that whatever's happened here is not good and it's not someone that they'd want to associate with their brand anymore. Though it is also possible that they're just doing this because keeping him around is bad optics for Rick and Morty, which is by far their biggest cash cow that Adult Swim is still suckling the tits off of. So maybe they're worried that by keeping Justin Roiland around, it'll be a huge hit to their bottom line because of everything that's already surfaced. Even outside of the charges here, the majority of people have already kind of ruled that Justin Roiland is creepy at the very least. There was this massive flood, this opening of Pandora's box of weird DMs that Justin Roiland was accused of sending to people, as well as text messages going out to people and employees. I'm not sure if those are 100% confirmed, but they are turbo stinky. That shit is fucking foul. The flirting sounds like it's actually him playing the Morty character and trying to flirt with real people, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and even text like he's Morty saying like, oh, whoa, hubba, hubba, whoa, jeez. It's all pretty bad, but again, I don't know if any of that's 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to bother pulling it up. But yeah, once all of that shit pulled itself out from the deepest pits of hell and hit the Twitter space, it pretty much banished his reputation to the Shadow Realm even before the courts did it for him. So the people have already charged and found Justin Roiland guilty of cringe, which is another massive crime and huge sin. But I'm hoping Adult Swim did their due diligence and actually investigated this themselves internally to see what was true and what's not, as opposed to just looking at Twitter screenshots, since some of the people that accused him of sending these fucking weird messages were former employees, I believe. So surely there'd be a way for Adult Swim to verify the authenticity of some of the claims, and I'm hoping that's what they did before making this decision. I hope it wasn't just impulsively done as a way of trying to save face in the public eye. But as of right now, we just don't know a whole lot about it. There's not a ton of information about the specifics of the case, and Adult Swim's statement is only 26 words in total. Like, there's just barely more letters in this statement than a single League of Legends username. And there's also not any deeper information from other outlets. There's no big scoop that's breaking somewhere. Right now, everything's just pretty unclear of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And I don't think the statement Adult Swim put out is a problem or anything with it being so brief. It makes sense considering how serious and sensitive this case is. So I'm not surprised that they didn't go into details about it, because I imagine they probably can't. Now, there is another big development that I haven't seen a ton of people mention yet, and it has to do with Justin Roiland's video game company, Squanch Games. Now, I'm sure you know of the game High on Life. It's been glorbing a ton of trick holes all over the planet, a very divisive game, but a very popular one nonetheless. That was published by Squanch Games, and now they've put out a statement letting everyone know that Justin Roiland has resigned. But Squanch Games will continue to develop games even without him at the helm. Squanch Games is also no stranger to controversy here, because they also had their own little scandal where they settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Yep, once again, just more horrible shit all around. There's just nothing good recently for Rick and Morty fans, but I will quickly wiggle my finger and say, I told you so, because I made the prediction that if they do shit-can Justin Roiland for all of this, they would still continue Rick and Morty without him. A lot of people said that if Justin Roiland isn't there at Rick and Morty, developing it, writing it, voicing it, that they just wouldn't let it continue, it'd just die. But I made the argument that it is just too lucrative. It's a fucking billion-dollar franchise that is by far the biggest thing Adult Swim has under their belt. I said that with that kind of money, there's no way they just bury it, even with Justin Roiland not being there anymore. And that's exactly what they've done. Justin Roiland will no longer be there, but they are going to continue to make it going forward without his presence. That means there's going to be new voice actors voicing Rick and Morty, as well as probably very different writing. For some people, that might actually be exciting, but for most fans of the franchise, I imagine that's pretty upsetting to hear, and I think a lot of people will drop it after Season 7 if it's super drastically different. I made the prediction that should they continue going forward without Justin Roiland, Rick and Morty would peter out like a little sad wet fart over time, just falling off, dwindling further and further. And I stand by that shit like a proud kid at a science fair with his little baking soda volcano. I really do think that this will be the slow demise of Rick and Morty with the entire different group at the helm. I think if Justin Roiland's not there, the best thing to have done would just be stop it altogether. But like I said, there's far too many clams on the table for that. The amount of doubloons Rick and Morty brings in is ridiculous. So there was never really any chance of that, but this is going to be just a very slow and steady decline in the quality of it, I would imagine. But who knows? Maybe I'm super wrong about that as well. It's very possible. Maybe they bring in a really talented team and they just fucking knock it out of the park without Justin Roiland being there. Maybe it's even better without him being there. A lot of people, myself included, have become very tired of his style of writing, where it's all just kind of the same formula of stutter through a joke and then over-explain everything and repeat yourself 50 fucking times in the space of like 20 seconds. So maybe it actually does improve. It's possible, but I do find it unlikely. But anyway, that's kind of where this whole situation's at. Justin Roiland himself hasn't put out a statement. His legal team did put out a statement talking about how optimistic they are with the case and proving his innocence, but he himself hasn't said anything, which I think is obvious and par for the course here given the magnitude of this situation. So I don't think we'll hear from him anytime soon, but we'll see. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Man, do I have some wacky news for you today. This is going to absolutely floor you with shock. It involves our beloved Dhar Man. I'm sure all of you know Dhar Man. He has his own little extended universe, the DMCU, the Dhar Man Cinematic Universe. Even if you've never subjected yourself to the torture of watching a Dhar Man video, I'm confident you've at least heard of them or seen them, because he pioneered an entire genre of telling the most basic stories and teaching the most basic lessons you learned as an 8-year-old. It was my guilty pleasure to watch them because I was so confused by their existence and their popularity. These things have like 50 million views sometimes. And it's literally things like, be nice, don't be mean, don't cheat, don't judge a book by its cover. Like, it feels like he's making these things as like this repository of human emotion to teach to aliens that are trying to study us. It's crazy. And what's crazier is how popular they were. And the titles, they legitimately were a massive smashing success that other channels have emulated. Things like Tall Girl Dumps Short Guy and Lives to Regret It, Man Cheats on Wife, Lives to Regret It, Employee Spits in Boss's Burrito, Lives to Regret It, or Kid Tries to Cheat on Math Test, What Happens Next is Shocking. Woman works 3 jobs to put food on the table for her kids. What happens next is shocking. That kind of thing. Dhar Man started that. And he's also the one who always says that they're not just telling stories, they're changing lives. But this week, a lot of allegations came out against Dhar Man, and it seems like they're not just telling stories, they're changing the lives of their actors in a much worse way. According to a lot of beloved actors that I know and love, such as Steve, our boy Steve, I've made a lot of content around Dhar Man, and Steve's been one of my favorites. He has corroborated a lot of these claims that they just don't get paid, like, at all. He says that the majority of the actors can't even afford rent when they're contracted by Dhar Man Studios. So it's a pretty big deal.
Essentially, as an actor at Dhar Man Studios, I am just a contract player. I have no employment there. I am just sort of called every now and then, as are all the other actors. And it just is not sustainable. One of the main issues is that not a single actor that works at Dhar Man Studios can afford rent.
Hearing shit like that absolutely blows my mind, because every single actor in the Dhar Man Cinematic Universe has like 1,000 roles. Like Steve, his name's not Steve, but he'll always be Steve to me, damn it. His real name is Colin. Colin accounts for probably like 40% of total screen time in Dhar Man's videos, and he's not getting paid enough to afford rent? That's outrageous. And I went into the comments because I wanted to see what people were saying about all of this, and usually when you go into the comments you expect to see some absolutely wild shit, like, Dhar Man's a bad guy, he showed me his butthole in one of my dreams once. Or you'll find jokes like, one of the top comments was, the PS5s changed Dhar Man, which made me giggle. It's talking about Dhar Man's obsession with giving away PS5s in the videos. But then one comment made an extremely good point that's pretty alarming to think about. A lot of the actors in Dhar Man's videos are children, and if he's this comfortable exploiting industry veterans like Colin has been in Better Call Saul, had minor roles in other huge productions, he has been in the industry for a long time outside of the Dhar Man Studios universe. If Dhar Man's exploiting people like Colin and other adult actors with horrible pay, is he even paying the children at all, I have to wonder. Like, I can only imagine how messy that could potentially be. Like, does he just like, write clout into their contracts? Like, hey, Junior, I'm making my 48th video on not judging a book by its cover. I need you to play the principal role. I'll give you 1,000 exposure dollars. My YouTube channel has 17.8 million subs. This is going to be great for your Instagram and your TikTok, so just sign here. No, you're not getting pay. I mean, I can give you like some sticks of gum, but that's about it. It's very concerning because if all of these allegations are true, and every single actor I've seen in the Dhar Mann cinematic universe has come out corroborating each other, and they are out there protesting right now outside of Dhar Mann Studios, if all of those are true, it's very worrying to think about if he's also doing the same to the children actors in his content. Because those kids are not industry veterans, and their parents likely aren't familiar with the industry either. They might not know what fair pay is, or if there even is pay for the work. Like, there's just so much messiness to all of that that could potentially be going on if all of the allegations are true. One of his big lessons is what happens in the dark always comes to the light. And goddamn is Dhar Mann learning that one right now. I saw that comment across every TikTok ever referring to this situation. Like, Dhar Mann is getting dunked on with his own lessons. He even made a video kind of about this same thing, such as mean boss mistreating employees and lives to regret it. Dhar Mann is in that stage right now because all of his employees, well, I guess they're not technically employees, they're contractors. All of them are coming out to talk about how miserable it was when it comes to the pay, and Dhar Mann's complete refusal to even talk to them. He just dodges them at every possible opportunity, and apparently has even cultivated this culture where if you speak out against him, you get fired. So I'd like to go over all of these allegations with you and show you some of their TikToks and the protests that they're currently doing against Dhar Mann Studios. There's a ton of footage of their protest, and I recognize every single person in it. I also love the shirts some of them are wearing that says, "What happens next is shocking." That's just beautiful. So even though Dhar Mann appears to want to teach lessons of positivity to everyone else, it's rules for thee and not for me. According to pretty much every actor, they're all saying the same thing about his refusal to communicate, as well as his refusal to actually pay them like an actual good wage for their work. Which is odd because he makes so much money off of the content. It's tens of millions. Because when Dhar Mann makes a video, not only does it blow up on YouTube, getting at least 10 million views pretty much, but it's kind of like Ouroboros constantly eating its own ass here, because he'll take that same video that he made for YouTube and repackage it on every other platform, Facebook, TikTok, everywhere, to farm even more views for this crazy cycle of just getting maximum absorbency of views from everywhere. That's a ton of money. But even aside from the money he's generating on the content itself, he was already an extremely successful and extremely wealthy businessman. He had a very successful cosmetics line, and I think even before Dhar Mann Studios blew up for him, he was worth right around $50 million. This is a guy that could easily afford to pay his actors well, and I would have expected him to do that, because I always got the impression that he was just like a genuinely good guy who just wanted to tell basic positive messages. But according to all the actors, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, which is extremely sad, and I feel terrible for all of the actors in this situation, because it really did play out like a Dhar Mann video. Aspiring up-and-coming actors thought they had landed a great gig with a great guy. What happens next will shock you.
We are protesting why we are out there right now. We've been talking to a lot of actors. It's the same, everybody feels the same across the board. The trouble is, there's a culture at the studio of if you talk, you're out.
It seems the moral mastermind Dhar Mann is ruling his company with an iron fist of fear, where if people speak out against him, I guess they're fired, at least according to the actors. I'm only showing you Colin's statement here, but there are so many others. You can find all of it by just looking up the Dhar Mann protests. All of the main actors that you're used to seeing in Dhar Mann's videos have come out against him. And they're not being greedy, by the way. Like, all of them are just saying, we just want, like, moderately decent pay for the work. Like, all of them are proud of the work they've done with Dhar Mann. Colin concludes the video by talking about how much all of it has meant to him. But if they can't afford rent, there's a huge problem. They're not looking to be paid fucking 6 figures per production or anything. They're just looking for fair pay for the work that they've done and are continuing to do for you. And the least you can do is at least hear them out, go to a meeting. But Colin and all of the other actors talk about how Dhar continuously avoids talking to them. He refuses to actually sit down and have a conversation. I'll let Colin explain that situation.
So we decided to come together as a group and talk collectively with our boss, Dhar. We sent a letter to him, a hard copy and an email. The email was CC'd to the head of production as well, so that we made sure that Dhar got it, but it was addressed to Dhar. It was delivered to Dhar. We were contacted, said we could have a meeting to discuss our issues. That meeting was pushed several times, changed on us. When we finally got to the meeting, we had reiterated that we wanted it to be with Dhar. Dhar was not there. Following a couple days, reiterating again, we would like to speak specifically with Dhar. This is what the meeting is about. This is our boss. This is who we want to talk to. End of the week comes and goes. We learned Saturday there will not be a meeting.
Apparently Dhar couldn't even be bothered to attend the meeting after pushing it several times and eventually just shutting that shit down entirely and putting the kibosh on it. He has so little respect for his talent that he refuses to even acknowledge them or hear them out or face them in person. He just hides behind emails and horrible pay, I suppose. At least according to all of the actors. This is pretty much all of them. I have yet to see any, defense of Dhar, so we only have one side of the story. I'm very interested to hear his side of it, because this is an overwhelming amount coming out against him. And I really feel like what they're looking for is super reasonable. Talk to us. That's the only reason the protest is happening right now. The pay is obviously a huge problem, but the biggest issue is that he won't even talk to them to at least hear them out about the pay. So they don't even have that first step of getting the pay fixed, which is communication with the fucking guy who's decided their pay. So they just want to talk to him, but he won't let them. Which is why they're standing outside of the Dhar studios, ringing cowbells, blowing whistles, and letting everyone know how awful it's been. It is just wild to me that Dhar, the absolute moral authority, the mega mind of morals, is this much of an asshole, apparently. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. Just wanted to talk about all of this and let everyone know what's going on with it. Pretty interesting situation. Hoping for the best for the actors that aren't getting paid well here. Hopefully that gets resolved. That's about it. So yeah. I know I look awfully disheveled right now, which is extremely unprofessional, and that's uncharacteristic of me, so I do apologize for the lack of professionalism. I look like a time-traveling caveman who just got out of the machine and is curious on what year it is. But there's a good reason for it. I'll briefly explain. I play pickup basketball every Thursday night. I'm getting absolutely filthy. I wouldn't be surprised if I got recruited into the NBA over the next couple years, but that's besides the point. After the pickup basketball game this evening, I hopped on Twitter for the first time today and noticed something huge. Susan has stepped down as CEO of YouTube. This news kind of came out of nowhere. I haven't been this surprised since I was a child and learned that chocolate milk didn't come from brown cows. Susan has been the CEO of YouTube for the last 9 years, but she's been at Google for 25. And now she's hanging up her dancing shoes and stepping away from the company. However, she is still taking on an advisory role to Google and Alphabet, as I understand it. She did post a statement going into detail, just kind of like a swan song on the way out, going over the years and the progress that the platform has made. Really, the whole post feels almost like a YouTube rewind. At least the closest thing we've had over the last couple of years since they canned that whole thing. It's just a look at YouTube and what's happened since she's taken the helm. And her future plans aren't revealed at the moment. We don't know. It could be anything. Maybe she fucking announces an NFT project. Anything's possible. But there is one thing we do know. YouTube is going to have a new CEO. And most people are pretty pessimistic about it, for good reason. Now, I know a lot of people have criticized Susan, and rightfully so. There's plenty of things that you can point out as being suboptimal, and a lot of things that didn't ever get fixed that needed fixing, and changes that should have come but still haven't come. There's plenty of things that you can critique. But I have always maintained that at least Susan knew what was going on the platform. She'd talk to creators, even though it pretty much fell on deaf ears. Anytime a creator gave her advice, YouTube would kind of wipe their ass with it, it felt like. She at least talked to them. She'd sit down and talk to some creators. She would post about YouTube frequently on Twitter. She seemed proud of the platform and would actively talk about YouTube, which is more than you could say about a lot of tech CEOs in the business. And the example I always use is Twitch, with our beloved Emmett Shear. I'm convinced this guy doesn't even know he's the CEO of Twitch. He seems genuinely embarrassed to even be associated with it. When you go to his Twitter bio, it's the last thing there, and he kind of downplays his involvement by just saying he's working on Twitch. The guy is literally the CEO of the platform, but I don't think you could find a single tweet he's made about Twitch. And he's never really made any appearances on Twitch. He doesn't talk about it or anything at all. I've only ever actually seen him one time to confirm he's a human being, and it was on a stream where he seemed kind of out of it, like he was either drunk or on Xanax, and he just didn't have any clue what he was talking about when he was mentioning the platform. I'd place a wager that Emmett couldn't name a single streamer on Twitch right now. So at least Susan seemed to know what was going on the platform and actively engaged with it, even though she didn't really fix a lot of shit, and even though there was a lot of mismanagement, like at the very highest level, at the very least, she talked about the platform. She did identify problems, though falling short on fixing a lot of them, and they did roll out good features under her belt while also rolling out some stinkers. So it wasn't like the perfect reign, but it wasn't the worst either. There's always been plenty of room for the platform to get shittier, and hopefully that won't be the case with the new CEO. I'd like to believe that it'll only improve, but time will tell. I'm going to try and remain optimistic on the future of the platform, though I do want to mention something in regards to the timing of Susan stepping down. I don't know how many of you know about this currently, but there is an extremely important legal battle going on right now called Gonzalez versus Google. And the outcome of this litigation could completely change not only the entire landscape of YouTube, but the internet as a whole. Legal Eagle actually just posted a video going over this case in detail, and I can't recommend the video enough so you get a sense for exactly what's going on and the severity of it. I'm going to break it down into its most basic form. YouTube had a problem where it was recommending ISIS videos, extremist content, to users. And what ended up happening is it radicalized some users and it led to a legitimate terror attack. And this put this whole problem on display and has led to this lawsuit, which is now getting into very, very dangerous territory with something called Section 230. That's as far as I'm going to go in the breakdown, but Section 230 is instrumental in the internet landscape. Without it, the internet doesn't function as it currently does. It gets a lot worse in many, many, many different ways. Check out Legal Eagle's video on the case. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because this has YouTube in its crosshairs. Google entirely, but the problem stemmed from YouTube. And now Susan steps down during this extremely crucial period. That's setting off alarm bells for me. Now, I know Susan's not going to court with, like, a sword and a shield ready to do battle for YouTube. She's not a fucking lawyer, right? I know she's not the one actually tackling them in the court of justice for the fucking WWE SmackDown Gonzalez versus Google. But she is the public-facing company. She is very high up in the company, obviously. She is a senior leadership position. So during a moment like this kind of huge deal, I would expect her to want to be there to fight for it, to be there and lend her 25 years of experience and expertise in the field to help navigate these waters and to try and make things smooth and get the best outcome here. So her stepping down during this is a little weird to me, and maybe it's because I'm a little naive on the exact structure of YouTube as well as how Google compartmentalizes it. Like, maybe she really would be completely worthless in this case and would offer no valuable insight, but I just find that hard to believe since the problem stemmed from her neck of the woods, YouTube, which she's the CEO of. I feel like she would have the deepest insight and understanding in order to help with the case, but maybe that's not how it works. I just still find the timing to be a little concerning given the severity of the Gonzalez versus Google case. But anyway, back to talking about the future of the platform. We are going to see a new CEO enter into the Thunderdome here, and I'm very curious to see exactly how they're going to perform. I'm hoping it'll be great, but it remains to be seen. They've got a lot of work to do. Are we going to see really sweeping improvements? Like, are things going to be getting fixed? Is the new CEO going to be focusing on fixing broken things like the the manual review, the algorithm for flagging content, shit like that? Or are they going to be focusing on improving features that are still kind of busted? Maybe are they going to focus on implementing new features that are good, that I don't even have any conception of, like any possible fucking idea on? I will say the beauty of someone new stepping in as a CEO right now is there is an easy layup they can make that would instantly earn the trust of the entire community. Just an absolute fucking free bread basket. Bringing back dislikes. It's that simple. You can still see dislikes through an extension, so just turn them back on publicly. That would instantly be an incredible change that would set the entire tone of the new CEO's reign as, the top dog here. It would showcase to the community that the CEO can recognize issues, can see community feedback, and actually take it into account when going forward. Bringing back dislikes is the number one thing this new CEO can do instantly to get off on the right foot and have a very strong start. Are they just going to be good changes, or are we going to see them double down on some horrible ideas, like when they floated the idea of doing fucking NFTs on YouTube? Or how about that timeless classic when they required you to have a Google Plus account in order to comment on the platform, which was an absolute burning bag of dog shit of an idea? Like, are we going to see more ideas like that are just overwhelmingly horrible and terrible? But yeah, anyway, we'll just have to wait and see how the new CEO performs. Hopefully it's great, big wet sloppy kisses all around, the platform improves entirely, that'd be ideal. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yep. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that I've made a lot of videos on bad Kickstarter projects, like the Air Umbrella, which is an absolute timeless classic, and I've also made a lot of content just on bad products in general, and it's just been far too long since I dipped my tootsies back in this pool of bad Kickstarter projects, and boy do I have a doozy for you today. This is a product that aims to solve a problem that modern science has been unable to crack. How to protect our children on Halloween from those villains that are putting razor blades in our chocolate bars. Halloween is one of the deadliest holidays of the year. There's children dropping left and right, littering the streets with their mangled corpses, all because some bad actors are filling the chocolate bars with razors and pins and needles. And we've been defenseless against this menace for too long now. But luckily, this Kickstarter project has the answer with a metal-detecting Halloween candy bucket. Meet Boo the Ghost, the answer to all your prayers. It's a bucket that has a metal detector built in to alert you when a tampered candy bar comes in with a fucking katana blade mounted inside of it. So it was unsuccessful in its funding, which is shocking. It only raised $213 out of its $36K goal, which, just speaks to the state of society. If we're not willing to invest in life-saving products like this, we're too busy throwing dollar bills on OnlyFans. I mean, this is ridiculous. This would save countless lives on Halloween, and yet it was canceled because it didn't reach its goal.
Hi, my name is Sam. We've all heard the horror stories.
Holy shit, that stock royalty-free Facebook background music is about to have me acting up. That shit is fucking hypnotizing. But let's talk about this real quick. So, the product aims to solve a problem that doesn't exist. It's a made-up boogeyman. The myth of, razor blades in chocolate bars and shit. Razor blades in apples, I think, is where it started back when I was in, elementary school with that urban legend of, this kid got an apple on Halloween, which I don't know what psychopath gives out apples on Halloween, and he took a bite and there was a razor blade in it, is the story we used to get told. And this actually dates back all the way to the 1950s, where someone even wrote a book on it and then concludes that they couldn't find a single report of a child killed or seriously injured from a contaminated treat received during trick-or-treating, and it's a contemporary legend, and that's all it is. And if you look at the statistics, from 2008 to 2019, there were 4 cases of tampering, and none of them resulted in an injury. And among those, I'm pretty sure a couple of them had very sketchy details around it that seemed like it was there to drum up fear and hysteria. A couple of the articles he pulled up, one in particular with the Long Island 13-year-old who got a razor blade in the Three Musketeers bar or whatever, that one had quite a lot of media hype and stir around it. No one was injured during it, but I have seen a couple of theories to suggest that this may have been planted there as more just fear-mongering, though of course I can't fully state since I wasn't there and I don't know the whole situation. But once again, there's been no real cases of people tampering with Halloween candy that's led to children getting injured or killed from it. It's just a fucking myth, and also, if we're going to play ball with this whole idea of tampered Halloween candy, Boo the bucket here is completely defenseless against drugs in the candy. I remember a couple years back there was this big hoopla about, parents, be careful with your kids trick-or-treating on Halloween, there's some scum that's lacing the candy with drugs. And when I read that, I about fell out of my fucking chair. Who's giving away free drugs on Halloween? Are you kidding me? That shit's more expensive than the candy. I highly doubt there was anyone just willy-nilly giving away fucking free drugs in the goddamn trick-or-treat buckets. And if there were, Boo has no protocol to stop that. This fentanyl-laced Hershey's bar is going to fly right under the radar under Boo's nose. That's going to be given the green light. No razor blades, no problem. But then all of a sudden, bang, little Jonathan's got a whole fucking system full of fentanyl, and it could have been prevented if Boo only had drug-sniffing protocol as well built into the metal detector.
Boo the Ghost Inc. will stand by no further. We've developed and patented a proprietary detection system that picks up on these dangerous contaminants and alerts the user before any harm becomes them. His name is Boo the Ghost.
Could you have chosen a more creative name? This is so remarkably lazy. Boo the Ghost? Holy shit. That name has been used billions of times by now. It could have just been anything else. It doesn't even have to be, even ghost adjacent. You could have just called them, Glorbus the Ghost. Anything at all that's not just Boo for the millionth fucking time.
Boo is crafted with a fully integrated, patented detection system. This system consists of a detection coil and the rim that picks up on any metallic objects and uses a vibrating handle with a built-in LED light to alert your child when they are in potential danger.
It's pretty simple. It's a metal detector built into the rim, so when something metal passes through it, it has sirens that blare. Be careful, metal presence, initiating self-destruct protocol to protect the child, that kind of thing. Except instead of sirens, it just plays a really weird honking sound. So that's basically the system in a nutshell. Pass through a metal detector, if there's metal, you get a honk.
So that your child knows when there's a hazardous object present and that a thorough inspection of the candy should be conducted to eliminate the hazardous pin, needle, razor, or metal debris.
So you get the little happy birthday kazoo sound effect there when the metal passes through, and I'd like to digest that for a moment here. Let's assume you have this bucket, you get a handful of candy, you dump it in, you hear a honk. Well, now all of a sudden you have no idea which candy triggered it, so you have to go through each and every piece of individual candy and ruin every single one of them. No one's putting candy in one by one. That's not happening. This isn't the TSA, it's fucking Halloween, and these are kids just reaching in the buckets, or parents taking a handful of candy and dumping it into their bucket. This would never be practical, because if a honk did go off, you would then have to open every single piece of candy, and you'd then probably want to do it in front of the house where this honk happened, because maybe they put a razor blade in there, and now you're about to get into a confrontation with this family here. So you have to break every single piece of candy apart to see which one triggered it. And that just seems really ineffective. There's no way of knowing which one it was unless you literally do it one by one, which isn't happening.
Right now, it picks up on all metal objects that pass through the rim of the container. As you can see, when a detection is made, the handle vibrates, making your child aware of the danger.
Again, this aims to solve a problem that is completely non-existent and is just made up. But, hats off to him for, trying to tackle it. I always appreciate when someone at least tries to make something that they think will be helpful somewhere, but in this case I think it's remarkably misguided. I think they have been brainwashed by media fear, and even then, this is so rare. It's fine to caution parents hey, there are weird people on Halloween, you should probably trick-or-treat with your kids instead of letting them go all, out in their own willy-nilly. I think that's good advice. Hey, just be with your kids, when they're going out to trick-or-treat, you should just be with them. I think that's fine advice. That's not exactly being fearful or anything. It's just, why not? Just take that safety measure. I think that's fine. But to try and put the fear of God in everyone, you need to be with your kids because there's people putting fucking razor blades and drugs in the candy. like then it's a step too far, and then you lead to a situation like this where this guy thinks that, man, I have to protect my kids on Halloween because no one else is. There's razor blades in every piece of fucking candy out there, I guess, and this is an essential tool for it. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be pretty wacky. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm a huge fan of internet weirdos that post content online. I get really excited when I find a new entertaining goofball, and over the years I've kind of made this collection in my little noodle up here, like a little mental museum of my favorite internet oddities, and I'll sometimes just get the urge to see how they're doing. So I'll go to their content, put their sack in my hand, and tell them to cough to give them a checkup, just to see what's going on and have a little laugh. And recently I was made aware of one of the most bafflingly delusional content creators I've seen in quite some time, which is a TikTok psychic named Ashley. I made a video on her going over her whole situation. I'll break it down just in case you don't know who this is. Ashley is a self-proclaimed clairvoyant psychic who tries to solve real-world mysteries. She uses less reasoning than Scooby-Doo does in the cartoon. Like, she doesn't even bother actually investigating. She just makes up fan fiction that she pulls out of her ass and then tries to portray it as the truth. So she recently made like 100-something TikTok videos accusing a woman named Rebecca Schofield of being the person responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This is a complete baseless claim. She used tarot card readings as well as her own patented method of tapping into the universal consciousness, surfing the cosmic vibes of astrology or whatever, and accusing Rebecca Schofield relentlessly of being the murderer. She's now being sued for this because, as it turns out, Rebecca Schofield is completely innocent. It seems Ashley is going to need to spend a little more time mastering the avatar state to get the proper information, because here's the main suspect, Brian Kohberger. Now, even if it somehow turns out by a crazy plot twist it's not Brian, even though there is a ton of fucking evidence behind it being him, it is still 100% not Rebecca Schofield, as Ashley has claimed hundreds of times now. Now, you would assume that a rational person, after being sued for defamation for accusing an innocent woman of being a murderer, and the most likely real murderer being arrested, you'd think that she'd then be like, yep, looks like I was wrong, this is a big boo-boo from me here, sorry about all that. The natural next step would be apologizing and trying to move on from it, backpedaling like, looks like I made a mistake, the spirit realm was, the Wi-Fi signals were blocking it and I didn't have my shungite around me. But in the case of Ashley, you'd be wrong, because she commits even further to the delusion, and even after the threat of being slapped around legally, she is still maintaining that she's correct and everyone else is wrong. I'd like to show you some of these TikToks, and I already did talk about some of these in the last video I made, but I actually want to bring this out to a bigger topic, and that's people's inability to accept responsibility even when faced with the absolute truth. People are so afraid of being wrong that they will just do the most unrealistic mental gymnastics that you couldn't even write in a fucking cartoon in order to justify how they're still correct and they're not wrong. I've seen this all over Twitter. When someone gets dunked on Twitter, like they get provably dunked on with facts, logic, evidence, they still will discredit it or come up with some reason that evidence, the facts, the proven truth is wrong and they are right. It's this weird defense mechanism that's so infuriating. You see it all the time with flat earthers. How many times have flat earthers proven with their own experiments that the world is round, and yet they still decide to believe that it's flat? It's people still just wanting to feel special. And it doesn't matter what you bring to them, no matter how bulletproof the evidence or the truth is, they'll just decide not to care. They'll just go back to that belief that makes them feel like they're above everyone else and their intelligence is unrivaled. It really grinds my asshole, like chafes the fuck out of it. I went on Ashley's TikTok today because I thought it'd be fun just to have a little giggle. But as I watched her videos, that smile quickly turned to a frown, and I just got so frustrated listening to her try and justify how she's still right.
Also, let's pay attention to the statement the University of Idaho gave regarding the lawsuit that Rebecca Schofield has against me, but also the accusations that I made that she was the one who ordered and who is responsible for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. It says, while this lawsuit is a private matter, U of I does not condone spreading false information and find this particular allegation to be one of the worst we have seen.
That sounds reasonable. Straight and to the point. This is false information and some of the worst we've ever seen. Also, the fan fiction she's writing is absolute garbage and fucking trash. She should stop trying to write these erotic novels that she's cooking up here and trying to pass it off as real evidence in a legitimate murder where 4 students lost their lives. She's trying to capitalize off the death of these 4 students for her own clout. So there was a lot more they could have said to really just, drive the nail in, but they made a very generic boilerplate response that still just kind of covers this, the whole situation.
They've made it clear that they do not condone the spreading of false information. That's one. And for this one, they believe that the allegations I've made is the worst they've seen. Let's pay attention to what they didn't say, which is they didn't say that they agree that Rebecca Schofield didn't know these students. They didn't say that they agree that she didn't teach these students. And they didn't say that they agree that she didn't advise or mentor any of these students. This statement is carefully written, just in case she's guilty.
Getting your arm caught in an escalator and having it crushed to fucking pieces in front of you would be less painful and less traumatizing than listening to her speak about this situation. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the obvious. What the fuck are you even trying to say? Here's their statement. But here's what's suspiciously absent from their statement. This is some stupid shit a 4-year-old would cook up in their head. You can actually make this argument for every statement ever. For example, with your own TikToks, you have not once said that you aren't the murderer. Should I start suspecting you as a culprit in this case, as one of the chief suspects? You've made hundreds of TikToks, and I don't think you've mentioned being innocent here. Where were you on the night of the murders, Ashley? It's very odd that you've chosen not to proclaim your innocence or mention where you were on the night of the murders. Now I'm starting to, furrow my brow a bit here and wonder, what's going on behind the scenes, Ashley? Why hasn't that been part of any of your statements? Peculiar, isn't it? They didn't address any of the brain dead shit that you said in this TikTok in their statement because they didn't fucking need to. It's already been proven by law enforcement that you're just wrong on every single goddamn claim.
It's a lot of people on YouTube, on the news and articles, the comments, TikTok videos, whatever. When the truth comes out and you see that I'm right, I just want you guys to leave that stuff up and stand on what you said. Don't delete it and try to bandwagon. Stand on it.
Your arrogance makes me want to cry. Ashley, if anything comes out that's even remotely adjacent to you making a claim that's almost grounded in reality, I will actually shit my fucking pants. Of course I will keep it all up. For those that don't know, a bulk of her claims were about Rebecca Schofield and her internalized lesbianism, where she was an advisor or a mentor to one of the students and she fell in love with her, but this conflicted with her traditional values, and then the student, she was kind of old, and then, but what about Rebecca's husband? And she just made like a 50 Shades of Grey novel around real murders and blaming a real innocent lady for all of it. And not only her, she also throws another real person under the bus as a potential murderer here, talking about how they, fucking formed this kind of villain alliance here and hired assassins to take out the students. It's an unreal amount of garbage, and it actually does make me upset that she truly believes it so firmly.
I took a nap. I tried to quit, but I can't quit. And I don't even want to cry on you, but when I went to sleep, I had a dream. And in the dream, it was Kaylee's mom and Kaylee's dad. And I was by Kaylee's mom, and we were just crying. And that is so hurtful. But anyway, I'm not going to quit. I've mistakenly let them lead me into masculine energy, which is protective energy, because of the lawsuits and all the negativity and the media and the comments and things of that sort. I've let them force me into masculinity, protective energy. But I should have continued to focus on what I know, which is feminine, intuitive, receptive energy.
Absolutely disgusting. She's now talking about how one of the victims' parents came to her in a dream and they were crying together over all of this. And then you know, all of the negativities forcing her into masculine energy, whatever the fuck that means. I did, however, get a laugh out of this whole, like, masculine versus feminine energy thing, as if it's just something that can wash over you because some people left mean comments or called you out on your bullshit. Like, damn, goodness gracious, I looked at a piece of wood today and the masculine energy nearly made me pass out. Or like, hey, Charlie, we're going to a bar tonight, are you in? Nah, sorry, I can't, bro. I ate a Pop-Tart earlier today and I got hit with some childish energy, so now I'm no longer old enough to drink. But you guys have fun tonight. Just such a fucking stupid, silly thing.
Long story short, I'm not posting no more free information regarding this case online anymore. You got people on here asking me information and using my information, then turn around and saying I'm crazy or leading protests against me, allowing me to be badgered.
Even when she does decide to shut the fuck up, which I imagine she was advised to do by a lawyer who's instructing her to stop, hit the brakes as hard as possible, and stop posting this shit, she still tries to spin it as like a victory for her, and we're all the bad guys for calling her out on how deplorable the whole thing is. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I am so tired of people just refusing to accept reality. Like, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, changing your beliefs is a natural thing. It's healthy. You should change your beliefs. You shouldn't have the same beliefs right now as you did 10 fucking years ago. You should be evolving as you're getting new information, you're learning new things. Your beliefs should also be evolving as well. There is no reason to stick to something that is provably wrong and false. It just makes no goddamn sense, and it made me upset today, damn it, and I needed to rant. That's about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since we just looked at a good old-fashioned embarrassing live streamer, and boy do I have a special specimen to share with you all today. The clip I'm about to show you is brand new, it only happened like 2 days ago, but it feels vintage. It's an IRL public nuisance stream that really does feel straight out of 2018, back when that was a popular genre. It's long dead now, it's fizzled out, but back in like the 2018 era, a very popular category of streaming was IRL, and it was infested with these degenerate worms that would just create as much ruckus in public as they could, try and instigate confrontation, and just be an absolute fucking headache to everyone around them. And the bigger the blow up they could cause, the better the content. It's not popular anymore because the shtick wore off and now it's just kind of pathetic and lame. But just like this guy's hairstyle, he's stuck in the past. This is a 40-year-old man who has a hairstyle of a 14-year-old emo boy. And he is a Kick streamer, he's not a Twitch streamer, but he has risen to notoriety because he has been accused twice now of having sex live on stream at Kick with prostitutes. I haven't seen it myself, so I can't fully opine on that, but goddamn, really going hard on that IRL content.
You see that shit? It's fucking what we do.
Unironically blasting dubstep in a train right now. And then he says, he has the gall, the chutzpah, to say, this is what we do. Brother, you are stuck 15 years in the past. Holy shit. This is like a video I would have seen on MySpace from a pathetic guy back then, let alone 2023. Jesus Christ. I still can't get over that goofy line. This is fucking what we do. What? Sit there awkwardly in silence while you blast shitty music throughout the train? Like, usually when you say something like that, like, this is what we do, it's right before you do something cool. Like, fucking base jumping, bungee jumping, going out to play in the championship basketball game, like, anything besides just sitting down and blasting dubs. Cements my belief that sometimes people are just born to be a lifelong loser, and there's really nothing you can do to help them or change that trajectory. They are just destined to be a fucking loser. It'd actually be pretty sad if this guy wasn't such an asshole. But you can see the people around him are clearly bothered by the loud dubstep that he is blaring here in this train for no reason other than to be a douchebag. He clearly believes he is the main character here and everyone else is just props for his IRL content. Just genuine filth.
Don't touch my shit. Don't touch me. Fuck you, pussy. Fuck you, pussy.
I think it's pretty clear that he's most likely drunk here. As I understand it, he also does coke on stream occasionally, so maybe a little mix of both, some alcohol, some coke in his system, and right now they're waging war inside of his body. But yeah, anyway, Edgy Edna Mode here gets up in a hurry after someone touches his device, saying, "Don't touch my shit," and then calling him a fucking pussy as he waddles away, stumbles away. The people around him are already very tired of his presence here. Rightfully so. I imagine even when he's not streaming, he's still probably a very hard person to be around in general. Someone tried to get his attention, most likely to ask him to turn it down, but he ignored him, even though he could clearly hear him, I imagine. So, when that failed, someone else just tried to turn it off themselves.
Fuck you. These motherfuckers touching my shit. I can't get out of here. I can't get out. I just want to go out. Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you want me to turn down my volume? Yeah. That's all you speak in the train. That's all you have to say.
The way this goofball is behaving and the way he's speaking remind me of like an old 80s B-movie bad guy. Like really poorly acted, yet he's being real here, which is wild. Now he said if you wanted me to turn down the volume, all you had to do was ask, even though that was attempted and he just ignored him. I've seen a couple people make the argument that the guy shouldn't have reached for his phone to turn it off. He should have like tapped this guy on the shoulder first. And I guess that's fair to say, but it's not like I have any sympathy for the guy just touching the other dude's phone. He ignored the other guy. He's clearly doing this just to be a nuisance douchebag. Fucking touch his phone, turn it off. Like, fine. I'm not gonna get mad about that. And this guy doesn't have a right to get mad about it either, since this is the whole point of his content. He wanted to make a scene out of this because that's what it's all about for him. So he's getting exactly what he wanted. He doesn't really have a leg to stand on here with getting mad and aggressive. It's exactly what he was looking for.
Instead of being wait. I want to take English to you because you understand English, right? Nah. You know? Chotomate, nah. Chotomate, nah. Speak English to me. Don't fucking Japanese to us, man.
Uh-oh. Big guy's going insano style now. He's whipping out the Speak English card while he's in Japan. So he's now saying that they need to speak English to him, despite him being there in Japan.
Okay, bro. Daijoubu. You see that? You see what happened right here? Fucking motherfuckers. Chill. In English we say chill.
No, in Japanese we say disappear.
Excellent de-escalation tactics here from this guy, truly a master of his craft. A real silver-tongued devil, I'll tell you what. So, a whole conflict that this guy started for the sake of his shitty stream has escalated to a point that now makes him uncomfortable. He seems very scared now that he's about to enter into a physical confrontation. So now he's just saying chill as he's retreating off the train instantly. Like, immediately, ASAP, getting the fuck out of there.
Why are you racist? You're racist.
I am fucking racist.
You are racist, right? You're racist.
No.
You're racist, right? He said he was racist. He said it. You see, he said he was racist, man.
That is no racist.
Oh shit, stand back. This guy's using his alt. He's alting. He brought out the racist card somehow in this situation on the other guy, hitting him with that fucking crazy reverse. Good lord, out of nowhere, from the top turnbuckle, he tries to cry racism. Fucking wild maneuver here. Interesting tactics. I don't even know really where to begin on breaking that one down. I don't even think it's necessary. I think that one speaks for itself, honestly. Let the chess speak for itself in this case here, because goddamn, what an embarrassing sign-off to this whole situation. It goes on a little bit further where he like shakes this guy's hand, who's being like a little less aggressive than the other guy. He's like, oh, thanks for being nice, that guy's not nice. Even though he had every right to not be nice to this guy. Like, I think that's a totally reasonable response. to a vermin like this who's just blasting music and refusing to turn it down when someone's trying to get their attention, and then has this huge blow up when you just take matters into your own hands and like turn it down for him. Like, I mean, fuck you. The whole point was the confrontation, right? So why are you gonna act all offended and upset all because a guy actually, you know, played along with what you've started? Anyway, that's really the whole situation. This is just one of those classic embarrassing IRL streamer moments that I thought was worth joking around about and at least, you know, talking about a little bit. It really does feel straight out of 2018, but believe it or not, this is a brand new clip from this week. So, that's interesting. That's really about it. So, yeah. Also, where's Chris?
Balloon, it looks like, and possibly inhaling whatever is in that balloon. But
oh, he's not even doing whippets, he's doing NOS.
Why they are failing to come to
Man's huffing the balloons in there, huh?
This is a kind of environment where for traffic to continue to go.
Are they like trying to sneak up on him or something? Playing this like a stealth mission?
So look at all of the officers around. He is not restricted in the balloon in his hand.
I can see that.
To be up near his mouth. So we don't necessarily know what's going on there, but
yes, we do.
You can make
don't worry, we do.
Again, we're watching to see if he will get out.
I'll tell you, he's probably not, you know, inhaling helium and making goofy voices.
The last time we saw this, so we're now waiting to see what this pickup is going.
Why is the officer just kind of inching up on him?
There's no opportunity necessarily.
It's like meeting a dog for the first time and you don't want to like startle it by going for like a pet too quickly, so you like gently lower your hand in there before petting the dog.
From the other side you feed, but he's not necessarily. He's just not pulling.
Oh, he was waiting for a pit maneuver.
Another pit in the intersection. If he follows suit, which he did.
Oh shit! He's like a glove. Oh boy! Oh shit!
Continuing.
It's like a game of pinball.
Bump him and try to stop him, but now look as he has moved.
Oh boy!
Standing outside.
Why not just
cell phone images?
Far be it from me to question the methods of the department, but if the idea was to box him in here, why not box him in here when he was preoccupied huffing NOS for like actually 3 minutes at this red light? They had so much time, but instead you had officer action over here that just really wanted the pit maneuver. You could have boxed him in here and it would have been much more efficient and quicker. I don't really understand what the point of that was. He's stopping at every red light. If the idea is to pit maneuver into a box, boxing him in, why not just box him in right now?
The driver continues to not yield, and there it is again. You can see.
Oh, here comes a pit maneuver. He's lurking. I can see that desire in his eyes. Here she comes.
And there is another one, and we'll see if
nice.
The sheriff's changed tactics at all to try to pin him in a little bit more.
Why change tactics when it's working so well already?
Go over those medians, and he's done it again. Now he's going in.
Oh, he's grinding it.
This is where it begins to get dangerous for other people because
like a Tony Hawk stunt there. He just got like 600 points from that grind.
Stop over that curb. And
he is actually stopping at stop signs too. Instead of pitting him, we could just come in here now and box him.
Look like there's any damage to the vehicle, and the person.
He stops at everything for the sake of more NOS.
Checking both directions.
Man's probably so zooty pantsed right now he doesn't even realize that he's like in a police chase. He's probably like, "Oh my god, that is so impolite. I just got bumped in a fender bender." Well, I never.
So narration. You see this person.
Not sure, Bobby, but it's pretty interesting so far.
We have an officer there, and there is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So
yeah,
we have no doubt that he hit the spike strip that he is.
Well, he stops to look at it. You're like, oh, this is an interesting contraption, and then just slowly drives over it.
There is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So that
surely that has to be maximum efficiency on the spike strip.
So that's going to
spike strip.
Tires of this truck, and you can see the thread, the string, the rope there behind. So
oh boy, he stole the spike strip.
His vehicle, and we're going to see how long.
Add it to the list of crimes. Now it's theft.
Of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those.
Oh, I lost him behind the tree.
He hasn't, and he's just.
Oh wait, the officer just opened it. Oh, don't tell me this is where the spike strip finally works.
So, unfortunately,
I can't see.
We can't see why he has stopped.
Let's swing this helicopter around.
Damage from the spike strip. Now,
Oh, nope, there he is.
Yeah, and he's continuing. And if you're just joining balloon,
It is a balloon.
seems like he is inhaling something.
Yep.
And that would
Right
be
you are.
possibly helium and any number of things. This was
Brother, possibly helium? What do you think he's doing on his way to a child's birthday party to make, like, a fucking comedy sketch for them with a goofy voice? Helium? Why are we pretending we don't know what he's inhaling?
at one
Well,
point,
yeah, he's
they
fucked
did
now.
go into a surveillance.
Unless he
They were
busts
kind
through
of
the
watching
fence.
him. Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind
He
of
got
stuff
himself
that-
confused
so now there's
there.
nowhere to go. He's now pinned in. He can't go forward.
Yeah,
Officers are
so this
not
is where
after
this one
and
reaches
look
its
at the
standstill
number
for
of
4
officers
hours, huh?
behind. The big risk, I would think, for sure, but it suggests that he's under the influence and would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog that's right there in front of the vehicle. So again, you wouldn't want that.
An astute observation indeed.
You certainly don't want to put the dog at
Sharp
risk.
as a nail, that dog...
You just worry
the
about
the dog did scoot by,
officers here.
a valuable witness.
So they are going to try to keep. He was recklessly driving balloons. That comes from one of our.
Is he out of balloons
They
now?
approached the vehicles. No.
Now he's trying.
Oh boy, now he's heckling.
Or maybe the suspect is
It begins to.
in that cat.
Maybe they just wanted to like hang out for a bit and
I can't
talk.
tell if he's. Yeah,
Oh, he's going for it.
So they're going to pull back now because again, you don't want to put officers at risk, but he's not going to back that truck up anywhere. Look at the
trying,
tires.
though.
So
Well, let's see what kind of power this Dodge has. Or it looks like a Ford, I think.
which could cause a fire of his tires as well.
This just goes to show you that the spike strip was worthless here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He stepped away. Now he has come back. He has something in.
Why don't you
his
come on
hand.
out of the truck and we'll give you some more
Cell phone
balloons.
Or whatever. But I was. Thank you for sending that to us. But you're looking.
Oh, they're getting him.
Much without that. So now they've got the just caustic tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
You're fighting gas with gas. This man's been huffing NOS for like an hour now. Tear gas is going to do nothing.
That comes from one of our executive producers.
That could be
He's
one
immune.
Of the reasons they were stopping him. Maybe some.
The officer is pulling back on that. SUV.
Honestly, this guy's got a pretty big brain strategy. It's a long-term play. He's going to make sure all the officers are sunburned.
When they were pulling up to bump
Because you know they weren't ready for this. They did not apply any sunscreen lotion.
He did.
That's for sure.
Flat tire. So what had happened was he had tried to push that SUV out of the way, and just as a precaution, they backed a second police car, sheriff's vehicle, up against the rear bumper. But when they did that, they actually ran over the spike strip that had been laying down to prevent
No way.
the suspect from getting
No way.
They flattened their own tire because they couldn't pull it out of the way.
How? The spike strip, this guy ran over in like actual textbook fashion. He looked at it, made sure the spike strip was down properly, beautifully, slowly ran over it, and then accelerated, and the spike strip did nothing to his tires, and yet somehow the cops, hit their own spike strip and it pops it instantly. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Because the person
just keep throwing tear gas in there. Flashbang him. I don't know, man. Jesus Christ. Like, you can clearly roll up and just throw anything in his window. Throw in a note that says, please get out. Like, fuck, man. Anything. They've already thrown one tear gas canister in there. Let's just start, like, flashbang. More tear gas.
He's repeatedly.
Oh, did they tear gas him twice? The other one was at 45, 50.
In some way, he is coming down off of his high. The odd behavior is he continues to talk to them. Even
Oh, yep. Looks like they did tear gas him twice.
As they approach, if he starts to move, they've generally backed off. So here they go. They're putting that in there on him, and he's still got that canister. See the canister that he has?
Oh shit!
Well, but look in his hands right now.
Those fast reflexes.
Canister of something.
He just threw it.
If more force is necessary to end this, are
Who do they have out here? G.I. Joes now? What? Man, this guy's armed to the teeth. Good lord, alright. Yeah, they called in Master Chief, I guess. Yeah, not wrong. About to drop in the ODST troops.
ready to end it? What's coming?
They've walked up to the cabin fucking 3 times now.
Such as a use of force. However, they are going to
Surely they have to know he doesn't have a weapon or anything.
end up going to jail.
Yeah, we saw them toss water, but I've not seen him.
Well, can we Uber Eats some food to him, maybe? Wine and dine him, maybe get him out that way?
Any evidence of that, but maybe we missed it.
Put like a large rotisserie chicken on the end of a fishing line to lure him out?
I was thinking...
It's not impacting the...
Oh shit, they're rolling up.
Street, but you are seeing the deputies approach, and I fully believe that there is going to be a resolution on this, that they're going to have to go in, open up the door, drag this guy out, and take him into custody. At this point...
That looks to be the only way.
Well, we see the SWAT officers approach.
Oh, nope.
So that they could take
Must have been too hairy.
Of that, sheriff's
He looked at it. He looked at them with the nos again. And he said, "Don't make me. Don't make me do it."
Interesting. He turns around and walks flat. So now,
Jesus Christ, they got the SWAT unit out here.
Bruce, I liked what you said.
We need the experts. This guy's good. It's fucking Jason Bourne in that truck.
Street with cars on both sides.
But why? But why? But why? Why are you swapping out the police cruiser here with the fucking SWAT Bearcat? That's so unnecessary. They have walked up to this goofy goober's window fucking 5 times. 5 times. They have to know by now he has no weapons beyond huffing nos, which I guess could be like a Bane level power-up juice, maybe. But, like, they have to know there's nothing in there. Surely, at this point, they'd be like, alright, we'll just drag him out, I guess. What the fuck?
And
oh, shit, here we go.
And eventually began
the
to
day is
sober up,
saved.
In a manner of speaking, yes. I mean, at some point, you do sober up. But if not, if he continues to huff, I mean, if he just continues to use it over and over, yeah, nothing changes. And here comes the Bearcat.
Yeah.
Woo!
How, you know, you have these cars that
they did it,
and then you can see the barrier.
Okay, he's not moving. He hasn't moved in 2.5 hours, and now he definitely won't.
These are can last for a couple.
Oh, now he is absolutely not moving. Another Bearcat.
It's a fast. It's a fast.
Yeah, this is like a game of Tetris.
We need a patrol cat.
One of the helicopters
along West.
Chris! They woke Chris up. They're like, "Oh my God, please get Chris in here. Anything, God, I can't do this anymore. Please, Chris, save us."
From your shots, which you would think will play into law enforcement's favor here.
I think they're just literally waiting for him to have to take a shit or something, or get like really hungry and thirsty that he's just like, "All right, guys, look, we've had our fun. Let's get some food and call it a day, huh?" They told the, well, there's the other Bearcat. We got 3 in the mega mix now. They told the commentators, the casters, like, "Hey, you guys can just go home." Man, this is more just like a casual get-together at this point for the whole department. Surprised someone doesn't wheel out a little grill and start cooking. Like, that might even be a good play, like try and entice him to get out of the car for some, like, high-quality cookout food.
Along that bike path where SCB officers are now strategizing on whether to approach that pickup from a different angle. There is that 3rd Bearcat, making it the 3rd armored vehicle now on this prolonged operation.
They've got the undercover espionage crew out here too in the unmarked white vans with the satellite dishes on top. What the fuck is this? Who do they think he's communicating with? Alright, maybe we'll deploy an EMP. Take out the gas canister. No, fuck. Wait, it's gas. EMP's useless against him. Shit, he's thought of everything. Holy shit. That's the news? Oh, is it? Is it the news? Usually news is in marked vans, aren't they? At least the ones in Tampa. I don't see any markings on these. I assume this is like the quintessential, like, undercover cop shit. Though I guess it's not very good cover if there's like a satellite dish on there. Maybe I'm not familiar with what the news vans look like in Cali. Is that one going back to base? We're gonna need more reinforcements. I'll summon the squad. Oh, maybe it's gonna meet him on the other side of this, and they'll have like Mortal Kombat over this bike path.
Area, which
Man, if this guy just brought some snacks and some water, he could have actually just been here all night.
The county of Los Angeles. And
Like, actually just, you know, maybe even forever, depending on how long the snacks last.
Impressive about the reverence for human life that the sheriff's department.
This would actually be an incredible diversion if his friends are criminals. He'd be like, hey guys, I'm gonna go occupy the entire LAPD by just, I don't know, going for like a small drive and then parking somewhere for a while. You guys go commit a lot of crimes. They're gonna be kind of low. Oh boy, he's back to the tank. He's probably almost out at this point.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over there. The deputies are attempting to make communication with him.
What do you mean attempting? God damn it. We have seen this man lean out of the car with his fucking belly flopped over the windshield, or the window, literally talking to you guys to your face. Communication was established fucking instantly. Literally off rip. God damn it. What do you mean attempting? Just go up there and talk to him again. You have walked up to his fucking window 6 goddamn times, 2 of them to put tear gas in it. Like, there is no problem saying hello to this man and like having this conversation. Like, can you get the fuck out of the car? Get out of the car, I'll let you pet my cat. Like, anything. Like, holy shit. Communication is the easiest thing with this guy.
Bodily injury to innocent.
What are they playing? Holy shit, are they going to send a drone in there?
I don't think.
Oh my god. They've got the drone out. All right. We're entering the climax.
It's nice to have a little bit of company here.
I wonder if they've been trying to set this up for the last 3 hours they've been here.
Our chopper early in the morning, and he covered this pursuit earlier on when we first jumped on the air.
Bad news, Chief. Batteries are dead. All right, we tried.
You saw all
4 hours during the pursuit.
Oh, here it is.
When he was inhaling from that balloon,
UAV inbound. Yes, sir.
We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him
here comes.
weave his way through.
Oh, maybe to like startle him. Like, oh fuck! Technology. Opens the door and runs.
Makes it because now.
Oh, they're sneaking up on him.
Assault with a deadly weapon, not just evading and a DUI. So
in position.
SEB there. You can see
gathering intel.
Pole in front of those deputies right there.
Calculating.
We've seen that in the past. They will put
imagine he just crashes it into the truck.
Than the ones that we saw earlier on, which we were watching from way back when. They actually had deputies walking up holding these canisters of
the legendary 6th star has been achieved. The drones are out.
Technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day, but it's tear gas basically. It's something that's going to annoy.
Oh wait, did they tear gas him? Or is that what the fuck is?
Has inside there is different types, different.
Oh, finally! What the fuck? They've tear gassed him 2 times and it wasn't that powerful. They finally brought out the big boy tear gas. It's about time. Like they could have done this 4 hours ago.
All right, Stu, Mandela, I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you because he's jumping out.
Oh.
Obviously, because there's gas is coming out. Now he's making a run for it as he.
There we go.
And he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up.
I'm surprised they caught him with that kind of speed.
To an end. My goodness.
Yeah, he got hotboxed on that one.
That happened all of the sudden to.
When did the tear gas even get in there? The drone must have been a distraction. I want to see when that even made it. Oh, it's in there, right? When did it get in? Did they even tear gas him, or did his gas canister itself blow up? What happened?
Now, it's becoming assault.
They got shot through the windshield? When? I was trying to look for that.
Canisters of gas. We call it CS gas. I'm not really sure if that's a technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it.
Okay, it must be like right here in the helicopter cam must have missed it. Because now he's struggling with it, so he must have heard it come in. Yeah, they must have shot it through the back window, but we couldn't see it on the cam. Yeah, see, it's right there, because he turns around, so he must have heard it, and it was when the helicopter didn't get... Oh, and there, look, there, that's the pole. Yeah. So we just couldn't see the officers holding this pole. Okay. Mystery solved.
And that pole right there.
A couple months ago, one of the best journalists on the planet, who also happens to be a YouTuber, got his house firebombed due to his investigations into a large network of corruption in Australia. I really do mean those words earnestly. Journalism is in such a poor spot right now. Modern journalism has about as much respect as the bronies did during the early 2010s. You remember that community of adults that used to jerk off to My Little Pony? In fact, I would argue that people have more respect for them than a lot of journalists these days, and rightfully so. It's an industry that thrives off of just feeding shit into the mouths of everyone that happens to come across their headlines. They're either writing meaningless articles, not focusing on anything important, writing blatant lies about shit, or just generating their own controversies to farm rage bait clicks from people just to drive traffic to their site. I'm sure you're tired of me whining about this one example I'm about to use because I've used it like 20 fucking times now, but I just think it's perfect to encapsulate what I'm talking about. There is an article Kotaku published proudly where it was all about the author mishearing a lyric in a Super Smash Bros. Song and thinking they heard a slur, so they wrote a whole article attacking Nintendo for it and demanding an apology and a response. Like, that is just the perfect example for what I'm talking about. I'm already getting lost in the sauce talking about this again and ranting. The reason I'm even mentioning it is because Friendly Jordies does real, meaningful journalism. One of the very few in the field that does. He's a political commentator, a YouTuber, and a comedian, and he combines all of these into extremely hard-hitting investigations into corruption in the government, and he presents all of the information factually, with sources, with evidence, and delivers it in extremely entertaining ways. So it's palatable to anyone, even if you're not in Australia, it gets you educated and it entertains you. It is just the perfect blend of everything you could ever want from a journalist, really. And for all of his hard work, his life gets threatened. He is doing all of this at great personal risk to his own safety. His fucking house got firebombed, and the list of suspects that it could be is super long. He came back recently after a 2-month break on YouTube to update everyone on what's going on with that whole situation, and he laid out the entire timeline of events for all of the enemies he's made that could have been responsible for this firebomb attack on his house. This attempt on his life could have been made by a lot of very powerful people that Jordies has exposed and dropped very important information on over the years, and I highly, highly recommend watching his entire video going over all of it. Of course, the link is going to be in the description below. I'd like to briefly give you a summation of some of the possible suspects here in this little murder mystery whodunit. He compared this whole situation to Knives Out, and he's absolutely right. This is a wild web of fucking supervillains that are after him, potentially. He's got like the entire fucking Naruto Akatsuki hunting him down. And by far the biggest clown, but also the biggest, most powerful person in that group is John Barilaro, the former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, whom has come after Jordies many times and even cites Jordies as the reason he stepped down from his position, the most powerful position in New South Wales, because of their YouTube beef and Jordies' content insulting him and exposing him. John Barilaro has some very scary connections that could have been used here that led to this whole situation, and Friendly Jordies does highlight all of these possibilities. But of course, he's far from the only one. Jordies has exposed corruption at every level, so the list of enemies is longer than the terms of service to signing up to iTunes. But I would like to highlight 2 others. One of them is an extremely powerful gambling company that Jordies has talked about and dropped very important information regarding. And another one is an organized crime ring. I'm not going to go too in-depth on those 2 yet. I highly recommend you watch Jordies' video talking about why these are very possible suspects in this firebombing on his residence. But I would like to show you a few clips from the video, mainly ones that are poking fun at John Barilaro, going over the history between the two, and just kind of pointing and laughing at this absolute goober. But it is a very serious situation, and somehow Jordies has unbreakable, indomitable spirit and will. Because even though his life has been threatened, and keep in mind, that firebombing, it was twice. At first, they firebombed his neighbor thinking it was his house, but when they realized it wasn't his house, they came back and fucking firebombed him again. So, his life, very real danger, and he still is making the decision to stay and fight against corruption. There is nothing more admirable or brave. Like, he is exactly what journalists should aspire to be. and he still somehow delivers content that is so entertaining and so good. I don't know how he does it without just like chewing on his fucking fingernails in fear every day. Absolute goddamn Australian hero.
In what I now know was a premeditated attack that at best was intended to terrify me and at worst was intended to kill me.
I would say it was probably intended to kill you. Like, throwing a firebomb at the house and actually setting the house on fire is less of like an intimidation tactic and more of an attempted murder, I would say. But I feel like in his position, he's got to be very careful with the words he chooses because he's constantly in the crosshairs of every single authority in Australia because he exposes so much corruption. But yeah, this is very much a step above an intimidation tactic. An intimidation tactic is if you had like someone come to your house dressed as a construction worker, but then it was actually a lawyer serving you like a fucking lawsuit. That's an intimidation tactic. This is some like hitman shit.
The night that happened, I was supposed to be sleeping here. I didn't even have smoke alarms, so there's a very good chance that if I was, I could have ended up like the content you're watching right now. Fire. But I wasn't here because that week I was performing my live show in Melbourne and I forgot my keys while I was down there. So there, criminals outwitted. It reminds me of that quote.
He's 2 steps ahead.
Then the enemy certainly can't anticipate our future actions. So I was sleeping somewhere else that night.
That's such a beautiful line too. That's always the cliche on how they beat like an overpowered villain in an anime or some shit who can see into the future. We'll have no plan and we'll wing it. Unpredictability is our best friend.
Here, and it is too big of a jump to go from beating a cameraman in public to firebombing a house.
That is a big jump, but you're also giving him a lot of credit here with beating a cameraman. This cameraman is fending off this overgrown baby with ease. Like, this is pretty sad for John Barilaro here. He is, it's like that, like an older brother putting their hand on the head of the younger brother as he's throwing punches that are missing. And he's holding like a 30-pound camera on his shoulder.
John Barilaro had this palatial multi-million-dollar estate that he Airbnb'd as a side hustle to his other gig, being the leader of a state. This is the dumbest thing you could do, right? Like, especially since the other half of the time, it's not Airbnb, that's where he lives. So we thought, wouldn't it be good if we film a video on the history of all the shitty things he's done, but film it at that Airbnb? Because as you've probably gathered, or haven't because you're that dumb, I'm filming at your estate. And I want you to be the first to know that I f***ed in both your guest houses.
Oh, Stooge, we tracked the video. It's coming from inside the
I don't know if
house.
that's true or not, but that's such a fucking flex. This guy actually sounds unbelievably stupid. Like, legitimately, observably stupid. I am believing 100% that his feelings got hurt because Friendly Jordies made fun of him, and he probably cried. Like, he actually probably did cry and then resigned. That's crazy. They came on his pillows. Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I wasn't there to watch him have sex and pound cheeks at John Barilaro's Airbnb or anything. I'm just going to take his word for it. And even if he didn't, he planted the seed of doubt in his head forever now. The guy that makes fun of him also fucked in his beds. So either way, that's a W.
John was demanding the police conduct a bug sweep of the property. Something that would cost the taxpayers $10
And a blacklight,
despite
please.
the fact we
We need to
paid
know if he
almost
actually
that
fucked
much
here.
to stay at the property. Just imagine how stupid and entitled it is to be Deputy Premier and lease one of your primary residences out to anyone. I never considered doing this before, but say a property developer wants a favour, they could very easily get material to blackmail you.
Hey, I want to pop in here real quick once again to drive home the absolute insanity of this situation. John Barilaro, the most powerful man in New South Wales, was listing his actual primary estate as an Airbnb when he wasn't staying there. That is levels of stupid that not even Saints Row was able to tickle. John Barilaro has the brain of a child still struggling to fit a square into a square hole. I don't know what could have even led to him believing that was a decent idea at all. Like, maybe it's 30, 40 years of eating paint chips and boofing asbestos. Like, I don't know. Like, how he could have thought in his position that listing his actual residency as an Airbnb was smart. As Jordy's does list, there was a lot worse shit that could have come from this. shit could have been planted in his estate that would have got him in huge legal trouble. Blackmail. It could have been bugged. Like, there was so much that could have happened here because he lists it as a fucking Airbnb. Honestly, John's lucky Jordy's was the one to do this because it could have been so much worse. He got off easy by the only thing scandalous happening in his estate was Jordy's slamming ham in his bed. Like, he could have found himself in much, much, much bigger trouble.
In another video, I called Barillaro up and attempted to ask him about allegations surrounding him and extramarital affairs. Turns out, John's intimate relationships would eventually come under scrutiny in a hearing concerning his boss's intimate relationships, but that's a story for another day. I didn't know this at the time, but these videos caused John's office to contact the New South Wales Police Force just days after their release, specifically the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command.
God, what a flex. You grilled a man's cheeks so hard that he called in the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command. Fucking Jack Bauer had to be put on your case because you bullied this guy's feelings so hard. Jesus Christ. Now I think he fucked someone that's not his wife. Now, I mean, I know nothing about him or the case, but now because he called in fucking CTU, the Counter-Terrorism Unit, now I think he absolutely cheated on his wife. He went too hard to prove he didn't. Now I feel like he's covering something up. You see, you gotta, there's a fine line between, like, a proper response and an overkill. And when you reach overkill, you're basically already guilty. Oh no, John.
The defamation lawyers draft up this absolutely schizophrenic letter detailing all of John's grievances with the videos I made, including that I called him a greasy little scrotum. He needed to clear the record on that one. Let everyone know that's not true. Go by, and they were pretty quiet.
Seeing insults in writing on a legal document is crazy.
On behalf of a guy that we exposed and made fun of.
Oh no.
So we've been served. And what they gave us, in my honest opinion, is another whiny crock of shit. That was.
Does he actually have to? So he's been sued a million fucking times. Does he actually ever have to even defend himself, or does it get thrown out pretty quickly? Because this man has collected more lawsuits than I have Pokemon cards at this point, from the feelings he's hurt. Yeah, he's had to defend a few times. Okay. Because, like, I've seen the sheer number of them, and it is overwhelming. But I also know quite a few of them get thrown out. Like, even in the description of this one is being thrown out. So I was just wondering if he ever even had to actually go defend himself, or if they eventually just drop it.
Then on the 4th of June 2021, my producer Christo was walking back from uni.
Oh, I know this one.
Meeting our lawyer Mark that day, so he had the document.
Yeah, this was a big clip when it came out.
They're giving away evidence and trying to run away with it. Yeah?
What's happening? They're just fighting him.
Run off with evidence. Okay? Who are you doing this? You're out with... Jesus Christ.
I'm coming.
Where is it? Film this. What the f***? Film it. This is bizarre. This is not Australia. Yeah, it's Mark Davis.
Christo was arrested by the Terror Police, specifically the Fixated Persons Unit, charged with 4 counts of stalking and intimidation. So we're now facing criminal charges and a defamation suit.
The guy looks like he well, I mean, in defense of John Barilaro, he literally did kind of get cucked by extension. Because this fucking idiot put his personal residence up as an Airbnb, so Friendly Jordies went and had sex there. Like, his estate got cucked. So of course he's going to be sad forever. I'll briefly give a little context here. Jordy's producer got arrested on completely bogus dog shit by the goddamn fucking counter-terrorist unit, like super soldiers meant to actually go after like terrorists and shit. All over fucking hurt feelings, and Jordy's and his team exposing corruption. It's an absolute affront to God. It is just downright wrong and fucked up what happened to Jordy's, his team, and everyone involved here. And that clip you saw is only a brief section of that whole arrest, which was brutal. Like, they roughed him up for no reason. Like, all of it is just foul.
They end up withdrawing the application and paying both Christo and my legal costs of over $20,000.
Hey,
but Christo's
attaboy.
criminal charges still hang over him, and my defo case is still ongoing. During this time, Barilaro also decided to publicly announce his intention to resign from politics, basically saying, I forced him to resign.
The defamation case definitely playing a big part of this.
God, that's
I
so
don't know how
good.
many of you can endure what I've endured on online. I feel for young men and women, young boys and girls that get bullied on social media. I feel for them because as a
Bro, you are literally the most powerful person in the region, and you're crying about YouTubers making fun of you so much that you're quitting your job. That is the weakest, softest shit of all time. Actual 14-year-olds get bullied harder than you do, and you know what they do? Continue on and move forward. You're the fucking most powerful politician in the region, and you curl up into the little fetal position suckling your thumb because a YouTuber called you a greasy scrotum. That is wild. That is fucking wild. Holy shit. You know what? I actually don't even think it's the mean words that Jordy says against him. I really think when Jordy's fucked at his house because this stupid idiot put his Airbnb or his actual home up for the Airbnb, I think that's what broke him. I think that, like, actually broke his whole soul. I think that was just, like, this big eureka moment where it's like, wow, I'm a fucking idiot. And he couldn't handle the realization. Like, the self-reflection was too much. Overwhelming.
So my legal team launches an application
Holy shit,
to
that's
strike out
Galaxy
that
Brain.
claim, opposed again by Barilaro, who fights tooth and nail to keep that claim in and keep his special protections that prevent his own words from being examined in court. And guess what? We lose. The judge rules that it would be more unfair to deprive Barilaro of the right to vindicate his reputation.
What? What is that
Than
stance?
to make it impossible
That's just
for me
blatant
to
corruption.
defend myself. So I'm basically stuck in.
That needs to be highly scrutinized ASAP. That is so wild. Holy shit. Imagine still being bound by a 1700s ruling to protect a politician from saying something stupid in Parliament. He literally said he can defend himself, but not you. I know.
In late December of 2021, I released a video detailing that I had found an Ashley Madison account linked to John Barilaro's email address and personal details. You know the website that had the slogan,
That's so
"Life
good.
is short, have an affair." It was hacked a few years ago. I
Yes,
swear to God.
that was
as with
huge.
The rest of this saga, you couldn't make this up.
That I can't wait for the reveal, but I just have to once again chime on that. With that Ashley Madison hack, I don't know how many of you remember that. That caused like actual hysteria for maybe like a week. Like on Facebook, like the old gentlemen, they were breaking down like, how could this have happened? The internet is a secure place. My life is ruined. I can't believe it. Like absolutely having this nuclear meltdown because all of their shit was now exposed. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. Ashley Madison was a place where married men went for cheating on their wife or something. That was the whole shtick. That was the whole basis of the site.
Him because when cameramen went to film him one night regarding this scandal, this happened.
I wonder if that was the woman he met on Ashley Madison or if it was his wife. There's really no telling. Oh, this is the cameraman.
It was a
Hey,
long
come on.
and
Please. The cameraman wins this. John took the most damage. John was the one that hit the blast zone here. Cameraman's got 30 pounds of fucking iron on him. And he is still just manhandling John with one arm.
couldn't work for a while, so we're now using our legal fund to pay for a legal action against John Barilaro on behalf of the camera.
Let's go.
Just a quick
That's so
update.
good.
Days ago, John's charges were dropped on the grounds of mental health.
How is that an excuse? Wait, what? Does that work in Australia? So let's say assault and battery, whatever. Like you show evidence like, hey, this is really taking a toll on my mental health. Like I'm really stressed about this, and then be like, oh my god, we're so fucking sorry. Holy shit. Okay, we'll drop the case, please. Take all the time you need to recover from the, you know, the mental burden of this whole ordeal. Oh my god, wow. Is that just like something you can actually do? Like, obviously assault charges are going to be mentally draining, even to, well, especially to the super sensitive goofball Barolaro. But is that a real defense? Like, my mental health is suffering from this, please drop it. And they'll be like, oh, yes. Well, now that you've said that. It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean with Parlay. If you shout Parlay, they just have to stop everything. No, not a thing. He's just super corrupt. Okay, thank God. I'm happy to hear that. Well, I mean, I'm not happy to hear about the corruption, but I'm glad to hear this isn't like a real tactic you can employ.
Executive Director of large Sydney property development company Coronation Property Co. In August last year, we released an investigation into this developer, which detailed never before published links between them and one of the most violent crime organisations in all of Australian history, the Alameddine crime family, who are in no way suspects in the firebombing. No, not them. I'm sure they all have very credible alibis.
Wow, that's
we
terrifying.
That Andy DeHaas, the now former enough for Clubs New South Wales to bring a private prosecution against Troy and I. So now I've made even more enemies. The gambling lobby and anyone that would use them to launder money. And Clubs New South Wales rejected him. By the way, this came out on the same day John was saying in court that he was too mentally ill to face his assault charges, but well enough to run Clubs New South Wales, one of the most scrutinised jobs in the country right now.
Well, the thing is, like, assault charges are a scary thing. That's like a mental ewy. Like, that's yucky. Like, that's, ooh, that doesn't make me feel good. But being in charge of a massive gambling company, that's a yippee kind of feeling. Like, that's two very different sides of, like, the mental spectrum here. So I can totally understand him not wanting to go to court to face the assault charges. That is very stressful. This is pleasure. This is fun. So I get it. I get it, John.
To have me thrown in jail, the 7th richest man in Australia threatening to sue me, numerous other property developers and dodgy bears. I have a longer enemies list than Richard Nixon, so despite having my suspicions, I'm still not completely sure as to who done it. But enough of listing enemies, it's now time for my friends list. First of all, sorry to my neighbours and landlord, and future apology to whoever finds my corpse. It's going to be messy. I'm not going down without a fight. Big thank you, boy.
That's like actually fucking terrifying. Like, he's making light of it, but the enemies that he has listed here are actually fucking horrifying. Like, I can't believe he's still staying in Australia, honestly. I really can't. So, for those that don't remember the situation, I'll quickly let you know. His house got firebombed, but it was actually the second attempt. So they initially firebombed his fucking neighbors, thinking it was his house. And then when they realized it wasn't his house that they fucking firebombed, they came back to try and finish the job. And like he mentioned, the house didn't even have smoke alarms, so like he literally probably would have just died if he was actually home at the time. Because it would have been when he was asleep. And the enemies he's listed here and their connections are very serious. I don't know how he's sitting here and being like okay about it and lucid. What a man's man. The problem as well is people who hear real journalism but don't like the message and reject it. See, like, I don't really subscribe to that belief, because if you look at some of, like, the real journalists that do great work like Jordy's, they are very well received by actual people, not politicians and not the elite. Like, that's how you know it's the sign of, like, good journalism. I never really see pushback when you're met with, like, a real journalist. Hey, it's Willy Wonka back at it again, giving you all the chance to win a golden ticket to my chocolate factory. And by chocolate factory, I mean my wallet. It's that magical time of the month again, and I'm not talking about menstruation. I'm talking about another $10,000 speedrun bounty that I'm issuing to the community on a game that no one has ever played, and I'm confident very few of you have ever heard of. Just like last time, this competition will last for 2 weeks. Whoever has the fastest time at the end of 2 weeks will be crowned the video game player of the century, the turbo, ass-beating, ass-eating, fucking gamer god barbarian champion of this speedrun bounty. So 2 weeks, fastest possible time, any percent route, so that's glitches and whatever it takes to beat the game in the fastest time possible. No using third-party software, cheat codes, or anything like that that tampers or modifies the game's files itself. Exactly the same way as we did it with Amok Runner last month. Now, I know your balls are blue and swelling right now because I haven't released the game's name yet. You're fucking frothing at the mouth, scratching at your neck, wondering what's the target. And just wait a little bit longer, allow me to engage in some more foreplay. I want to talk about more general information regarding these challenges. So I mentioned that I wanted to make this a monthly thing, a monthly event, and just like a basketball player with a good three-point shot, I'm following through. I am making this a monthly event. It will be a frequent spectacle on par with a cherished holiday like Christmas, but it comes very often. So I am going to be making a couple of additions though. So first, the $10,000 isn't just going to be a lump sum to first place. It wasn't with the Amok Runner challenge either, but I just want to make it clear, like up front, first place will get 6K, second place gets 2.5K, and third place gets 1.5. That's how it's always going to be divided. But I'm also doing another prize of $1,000 to whoever finds the biggest meta-defining glitch in the speedrun, the glitch that the community will vote on at the end of the 2-week competition that they believe was the most impactful in the speedrun itself. So this will incentivize glitch hunting, so even if you're not the best runner, if you find the best glitch, you can still get $1,000. That'll only go to the person that finds the most influential and most used glitch that saves the most time. It's going to be a community-driven thing there. And then the last adjustment is, I think going forward it's always going to have to be streamed. I was made aware that there is a bit of fishy business you can do when you're just recording it on your own end in private, and it makes it a little more difficult to verify authenticity when it's just a single recording that floats in. There is some dirty barnacles that could play into that, and just for the sake of pure fairness across the board, I think all of the runs need to be streamed, so that way there is VOD evidence of everything. Just makes vetting it a little easier for the team. So those are the only main tweaks and additions. Everything else is going to play out exactly the same as the last challenge. So now let's reveal the next game. Starting today, the competition is live, and the battleground, the fucking war zone, is a game called Exodus from the Earth. This is on Steam. It came out in 2007, and I actually made 2 videos on this game 7 years ago. And just like the Men in Black hitting me with a neuralizer, I totally forgot I ever even played it until about 2 weeks ago on stream. I was scrolling through my library because someone asked me how many games I had, and I was showing them that the majority of my games of like 850 are actual dog shit no one's ever heard of, and I randomly clicked on Exodus from the Earth and saw I had 3.4 hours on it, and I had no recollection of ever playing it. So I went back and watched my videos on it, and then I actually looked up if there was a speedrun, and there is. There is one person, his name is Deluxe, who speedruns this game, and he currently holds the world record because he's competing with himself, obviously. But this guy has actually come up with a very interesting route for it. It's actually pretty optimized. There's a lot of glitches and tricks, and the game itself is actually interesting. So unlike Amok Runner, where the majority of it is you saying, Linda, abortion no good, and then like slowly walking around, this game is like actual full throttle action. So it should be a much more interesting speedrun, and there's already a blueprint, a template to start from, thanks to Deluxe already spending time investigating and running it. So he does have a little bit of a lead, obviously, but there's 2 weeks for you to make up the difference, find new routes, find new glitches, new tech. I do think bunny hopping is possible in the game, so bunny hopping will probably be optimized movement throughout this. Now, there is a tutorial that Kronos released. Kronos is part of our team that both heads up the Discord as well as vets to make sure the runs are authentic. Absolutely integral to the overall bounty challenge, and really appreciate all of his good work. He's released a tutorial on how to set up like the auto splitter and get all of this like honky-dory for this bounty challenge for Exodus from the Earth. I'll put a link to that video in the description. But one other thing that I need to mention is for this game as well, we're going to be enforcing a 60 FPS rule limit because this game also has a lot of wonkiness with higher FPS. So if you can get up to like 200 FPS, you can have some crazy physics happen, and that's going to be entirely hardware dependent. So there's just going to be some people that don't have that hardware because they couldn't afford it, just don't want it, and that's a very big disadvantage for them. So to make an even playing field, since everyone's competing for a lot of money, we're going to enforce a 60 FPS limit on this right out of the gate. Kronos goes over how to set that up in the video, so don't worry, it's very simple, not complicated. And that's really about it. Everything else is in that video on how to set it up. The game is Exodus from the Earth. 2 weeks to get the fastest possible time, or at least in the top 3 for money, or find the best glitch for $1,000. I'm excited. I think this is going to be an extremely fun game. I think this challenge is going to be another fucking banger. I'm expecting some heat, some fire. Also, I should very briefly cover the basics. When you do have a run that you want to submit, go to speedrun.com, go to the Exodus from the Earth category, and submit the VOD, submit the video evidence of it. And then it'll be vetted, make sure it's all real, no, fish paste, nothing weird about it, all legitimate. Then it'll obviously make it onto the leaderboard. So that's going to speedrun.com and submitting it there for that. And then also, I do highly recommend going into the Discord, because that's just the optimal way of learning. There's an entire Discord set up for these bounty challenges that we're doing, so the link for that's going to be in the description as well. So if you want to learn the game and submit your shit or submit glitches that you find, that's the place to do it. So the link for that's in the description as well. And I think that really covers just about everything here. Again, I think Exodus from the Earth is going to end up being a much more fun to watch and play speedrun. It's a shooter, and it's a very goofy game at its core too. I'd also like to mention, since a lot of people were curious, there will be a Summoning Salt style video on every one of these bounty challenges, because I had a ton of fun doing that. Chase was the main editor behind it, and I think he fucking crushed it. Kronos compiled all the video clips, all the graphs and everything. A ton of people have also been asking about the music, wondering where they can find it, like assuming it's royalty-free tracks somewhere. It's actually a custom track made by a friend of ours named Eli, who absolutely slapped it. It was fantastic, so I'm glad a lot of people really appreciated the music as well. So I think making Summoning Salt style videos after the competition ends is always going to be kind of a staple for it, so you can always expect that after these challenges as well. I'm so glad a lot of you really liked the Amok Runner one. That one was fucking fun, and I have high hopes that this one will be just as enjoyable, and hopefully more enjoyable for the runners, because I know with Amok, a lot of those glitches boiling down to RNG and just bad fucking luck had people truly miserable. I imagine people will look back on that as probably the most agonizing 2 weeks of their life if they were competing in this challenge. And that means a lot to me, actually. That's kind of special. I was able to contribute something in their life so profound that it'll last a lifetime for them. Not in the most positive way, I guess, but even still, just having that level of impact by setting them up with that game is, how can you not be at least somewhat kind of proud, holding your chin high on that? But anyway, I don't think Exodus from the Earth will be nearly as grueling, but I guess we'll see. Maybe it will. Hopefully not. But that's it. Challenge is live. 2 weeks. Get wild. Go fucking crazy with it. I'm excited to watch. All right, that's about it. See ya. There's something very special about the way entertainment companies are run. It feels like the people at the highest level are just these soulless husks in suits that don't even understand what fun is. I honestly wouldn't be shocked to learn that half the CEOs of major entertainment brands have been lobotomized. Who remembers a couple years ago when EA tried to convince the world that their loot boxes aren't a greedy cash grab meant to squeeze as many doubloons out of their customers as possible? They were actually surprise mechanics meant to be fun. No, this isn't shady or unethical. They're fun surprise mechanics. Point I'm making is there's no shortage of delusional companies in the entertainment space. And now I think we have a winner for the most delusional company out there at the moment. Wizards of the Coast / Hasbro. I'm going to put them together because it's still not super clear to me who's the one at the helm making these bafflingly awful decisions that are sinking their companies. So, Wizards of the Coast is responsible for a lot of things that you probably love. For example, me, Magic cards. While I'm not a huge Magic the Gathering player, like actively competing in like MTG Arena or anything like that, I did get very into collecting the cards. In fact, throughout all of 2016, I spent it trying to collect every masterpiece from the Kaladesh set. And I do have that finished, as well as Amonkhet as well. So I was a big collector of Magic the Gathering, and a big fan of the property. So you can imagine my surprise and disgust when I learned that last month, Wizards of the Coast pulled down its pants and planted their stinky ass in the face of every Magic the Gathering fan. They announced the 30th anniversary set for Magic the Gathering. It was supposed to celebrate 30 years in the business. However, it was a complete fucking disaster for so many reasons. This is a great video right here that goes over everything wrong with it, so I highly recommend checking it out if you're curious. But I'll break it down for you in a nutshell. Magic the Gathering, in their 30th anniversary set, announced that they'd be reprinting some of the most famous cards, like the Black Lotus that I'm sure all of you have heard of before. However, this was a set that was priced at $1,000 per 4 packs. For 4 packs, you get randomized cards, so you don't even really get the cards you want, you're still gambling on them, for $1,000. So you could just get like actual fucking popsicle sticks in your pack, but you paid $1,000 for it. And not only that, none of the cards are legal. You can't use any of the cards, they're fake. You're paying for proxies, they're not real fucking cards. So you're paying $1,000 for 4 packs of randomized garbage, hoping that you get like one of the Power 9, and you can't even use them. It's a giant scam. Like, you're just getting hosed for money. It's extremely greedy. It was a terrible celebration for 30 years because this was just them spitting in the community's face. Another slimy thing they did is they refused to allow local card shops to carry 30th anniversary packs. You could only get them directly from Wizards of the Coast. So it shut down card shops even being able to offer these. There's a lot of other things that went into it, but this is just the glaringly obvious stuff because it's Wizards of the Coast just slapping the community and showing complete disrespect for them. And this was only one of 2 major fumbles they've had in the last month. Their biggest one is what I'm actually here to talk about today. Wizards of the Coast is behind Dungeons & Dragons, as I'm sure most of you know. Dungeons & Dragons is arguably one of the most popular brands ever. Dungeons & Dragons is something I'm sure everyone's heard of. Even if you don't play it, even if you joke about it, you call everyone a turbo nerd who plays it, doesn't matter, you've heard of it. It's an extremely recognizable name, and now Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro are using it like a cum rag. They have just potentially ruined what made Dungeons & Dragons such a massive success. There's another great video going over this topic in detail, so I highly recommend checking this one out if you're curious as well. The links to both of these videos will be in the description. I just want to hit on the broad topic here and go over everything. So, Wizards of the Coast is targeting Dungeons & Dragons because they believe it is under-monetized, which is of course scary for the communities that love these games. I've only done one full Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and I had a great time doing it. Don't really want to talk about the GM behind the game. That was a whole can of worms that, we don't need to get into the weeds of. But the game itself, I really loved it, and I definitely understand people's passion for it. So the community's outrage here is warranted 100% because their idea completely shuts down pretty much everything that made this game so popular. So let me go ahead and put a bib on you as I feed you these vegetables. Hasbro's not doing so hot financially. They dropped 40% last year, and they've had to cancel quite a few projects. And they started to realize, well, Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro started to realize that Dungeons & Dragons, being their biggest IP, isn't super well monetized when you look at the actual, nitty-gritty of it. It's estimated that Dungeons & Dragons has pulled in about $1.3 billion. However, they've only seen around 100 to 150 million in revenue from D&D. So they're leaving a lot of money on the table, and they're doing everything they can to get their hands on those extra schmeckles that they're not currently putting in their pocket. So they started turning their attention towards the community and speculating on how could they monetize that sector, because that's by far where most of the money is being generated. Something like Critikal Role, which is the biggest stream on Twitch when it comes to the amount of money that it's bringing in, like subs and all of that. Critikal Role is a third-party Dungeons & Dragons production that is their own custom experience and campaign that is so big that it even got its own Amazon Prime show. So there's a lot more like Critikal Role, but they're by far the biggest. It's very much so that Dungeons & Dragons has the most success because of their open game license.
And who better to monetize than the people who create their own content better than them? This takes us to the open game license. For those who don't know, any Dungeons & Dragons content that is created by anyone other than Wizards can only do so because of the open game license, a document that effectively allows people to create and profit off of their own original Dungeons & Dragons content. No paperwork needed, no need to pay anyone royalties, just go for it.
I would argue that the open game license with Dungeons & Dragons is solely responsible for its massive explosion over the last decade, because this Dungeons & Dragons content, the homebrew, all of these custom campaigns, have been a massive success online. And now you can take that old open game license and shove it right up your ass, because it is worthless now. According to new information, as well as, again, some unconfirmed leaks, but there is a lot of meat behind the authenticity of it. There's a lot of things that suggest that this is accurate, and I'll get into that in a moment. According to these upcoming changes, all of that is obsolete. So 3 things that you're immediately going to have to do is you're going to have to agree to these new terms that are coming out. You're going to need a badge on your work, and you're going to need to report everything that you're selling using the Dungeons & Dragons property, as well as report all of your earnings, like 50 grand plus, stuff like that. But that's not the worst of it at all. That's small potatoes compared to the bigger changes. So one major thing that is now 100% going into effect, as I understand it, is if any of these custom campaigns are making above $750,000 in a year, they're now going to be subject to royalties that will need to be paid to Wizards of the Coast. Now, you might be hearing that number and being like, wow, that's a lot. That sounds reasonable. These are major players like Critical Role. I mean, they should be paying royalties. And you can debate that all night and day till the cows come home, that's fine. But it only gets more brutal from there and more suffocating. So it's not only just targeting the major big boys, it's kind of targeting everything, at least according to the leaks. And mind you, this seems to be applied retroactively, so anything that existed on the old open game license is now obsolete. That whole agreement is unauthorized.
Yesterday, January 4th, a journalist named Linda Codega stated that she received the new OGL from a reputable, unnamed source. You will owe 25% on any money that you make that exceeds $750K. The leak also says that if you release on Kickstarter, you only have to pay 20%, which sounds strange, but the director of games at Kickstarter, John Ritter, retweeted the thread with the leak and said that Kickstarter was contacted after Wizards decided to make OGL changes.
So this is where the information's coming from. This is where the leak all started. Now, I think there is a lot of merit behind this being a very real possibility, considering that a higher up at Kickstarter retweeted this document, as well as giving more insight that Wizards of the Coast did contact them about that 20% share. So that feels like this is something that they're strongly considering implementing sometime relatively soon. Now let's get to the change that is by far the scariest one for the community. In here it says, one of the caveats is the company can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give 30 days notice. So what does this mean? Well, a lot of you may have found $750K to be reasonable. Like, okay, that's a lot of money. They can take some royalties on it. That's fine. But with this in here, it's them saying, okay, it doesn't really have to be $750K. As long as we give you 30 days notice, we can come swoop in and like terminate this whenever we want. Or they can modify it whenever they feel like it. Like, hey, Junior, I saw you and your high school theater troupe was running this YouTube channel for a D&D custom campaign. You guys made like, what, $3 grand in ad revenue over the last year? Well, Hasbro's really fucking sinking down the shitter right now. We're down another 40% this year, so I think we're going to come take some royalties on that. Here's your 30-day notice, just, you know, giving you a heads up. Like, they can now just continuously change things as long as they give you that notice. There's just no security. There's no stability for anyone that is making these third-party D&D, this content, anything like that. It's just a very scary area for it to be in right now. And if all of these leaks are accurate, if all of these changes do come true, I absolutely could envision this being the end of Dungeons and Dragons. Because no one's just playing vanilla Dungeons and Dragons, not to the level that people are doing these third-party stuff and their own custom adventures. So, like, if that element is gone, most people are just not gonna really play. Like, you know how many new people Critical Role brought to Dungeons and Dragons? An incalculable amount. That's how probably the majority of people have found it more recently, is things like Critical Role and the other big players in the space. So if they can no longer flourish, well, you're going to lose a lot of potential players or a lot of existing community members. They'll go somewhere else. They'll start their own stuff in a less restrictive environment. It is absolutely a potential community killer here. They've made an enemy out of the people that use their property. The people that are the biggest fans, they have now vilified. And I don't see how they could possibly view this as a positive change that'll end up making them more money. That 100 to 150 mil that they're making right now, should all this go through, I think gets slapped in half. Like, I don't see them making money on it. Of course, I could be very wrong. I'm not the most savvy businessman in the world, but this is, like, if you're gonna kill the community, who the fuck's gonna be buying shit from D&D? if there's no longer a flourishing community to support it? So it's just a nonsensical, greedy change. And if you want more information on it, again, this video goes into more detail about all of it. And there's a lot of content and topics talking about all of it because it's such a big deal. So yeah, again, none of it's fully confirmed, but there is a lot to suggest that this could be right around the corner. And I wanted to talk about it because I think this is probably the most delusional company move I've seen since Tumblr banned porn. I don't know what they're thinking here. The greed is getting the best of their brains and they're making rash, terrible choices. So yeah, I wanted to talk about it a little bit and that's about it. So yeah.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Forspoken. This game had a lot of buzz around it before it came out, but none of it was positive, and it mainly had to do with very cringy dialogue and writing in a trailer. And I didn't really believe that would be indicative of the game's writing. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. It actually dials that goofiness all the way up to 50 out of 10. There is no point in this game where the main character, Frey, isn't being snarky, rude, or sarcastic. She's written as if she's constantly playing Call of Duty in an Xbox Live lobby, just perpetually talking shit to everyone around her for no reason. The writing in this game actually does feel like the product of Marvel having sex with Twitter's most annoying comedian and the two of them performing this unholy fusion dance to write this game. I can't really overstate how annoying the dialogue was in here. It somehow made the most recent Saints Row game look not shitty in comparison. And unfortunately, it's not just the character writing with awful dialogue that feels like it was written by ChatGPT trying to emulate an edgy high schooler. That extends to the narrative as well to a certain extent. I think the story had a lot of potential and I was pretty interested early on. But unfortunately, it just really can't deliver the story beat super well. Like, the entire ending to this game kept repeating the exact same statement at least 9 times across like 30 minutes of walking from point A to point B for exposition. The amount of times that it kept reminding you of the evil guy is evil, and then saying the exact same reason he's evil over and over and over again just became so mind-numbing. I thought I was trapped in like a Doctor Strange Dormammu time loop kind of thing. I'm not kidding either. They say at least 5 or 6 times that evil villain is evil because he has done this evil thing which was very evil, and they repeat it fucking 1,000 times in such a short period at the end. It's just unfortunate because I do think like the core elements of this story are pretty interesting. I think the world could have been very cool, and it's visually beautiful. I think the game looks great, and I love the way the combat looks. Unfortunately, the combat itself doesn't feel very good to play. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to stay in the more narrative and writing focused things since that was the biggest critique on the game from most people, even before it came out. So I really just want to like elaborate on all of that to let everyone know that it is exactly how it appears to be in all of the promotional material with that whole freaking dragon. Did I move that with my mind? I just move shit with my mind. Yeah, I do that now. That is the attitude throughout the whole game, but then not even sprinkled, overly seasoned with the main character just genuinely being an insufferable asshole to every other character in the game. I want to really highlight this because it's something that's very frustrating to me. A lot of games and TV shows keep making the protagonist extremely unlikable without ever giving them a redemption arc. I have no problem making your protagonist like mean and hard to be like rooting for early on, but usually they go through subtle changes and they develop into a character that you can root for. Otherwise, what's the point in making a player bored and miserable playing a character that they don't like? That is what I thought they were going to do with this character, but unfortunately Frey never evolves. Up until the last 30 minutes of the game, she stays exactly the same. She's mean and rude to everyone. She wants nothing to do with this new world she finds herself in. And she even point blank says, even at the very end, that she doesn't care if the entire world burns. She says it to a girl who just lost her father, a girl who's supposed to be her friend, a girl that has literally saved Frey's life, and it's been an incredible, like, very nice person. Frey looks her in the eyes and says, I don't care about any of you. I don't care if your world burns. It's not my problem. I just want to go home. And then she even tries to like out-trauma her by mentioning that she grew up on the streets without anyone like parents to look after, so she should be thankful that she had a dad. Like, for some reason, she's just trying to like out-victim her, and this is a girl who's supposed to be a friend of Frey's that just lost her fucking father, and Frey knows that. Frey held her father's hand as he passed away, and then she still turns around and just says, I don't care about it. I don't care about any of you. And all of this is happening at the very end of the game. I think this was the chapter before the final one. So she just never really developed at all. She just stays truly awful. And I'm just going to briefly tackle this because I've already seen a lot of people making this brain-dead argument saying that people just don't like women protagonists. That's why people are hating on Frey. I think that's such a load of baloney. If this was a man that was written in the exact same way, I'm confident the majority of people would still have the exact same complaints. Now, of course, there are going to be weirdos that are complaining that it's a woman in the game, but there's going to be weirdos in everything. That's not the majority of people that have a very legitimate complaint about the writing. If this was a man written the exact same way, delivering the same lines, having the same character arc, everyone would still complain about it because they're just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but that's probably my biggest complaint. Now, the combat I do think had a lot of potential to be really interesting, but I think it was betrayed by how dog shit the AI is. I started playing this game on hard, and it was extremely easy. The game pretty much plays itself. It's extremely forgiving with your dodge timings, and it's really easy to avoid the attacks from all of the bosses and even just normal mobs, because I don't think there's a single enemy in this game that has more than 2 attacks. I mean, maybe 3 for a couple of them, but they only have like 2 or 3 attacks maximum. It's super, super easy to just not get hit. I didn't die a single time in this game. But the only difference between easy mode and hard mode is hard mode, all of the enemies, including normal mobs, take like 5 minutes of persistent DPS to finally kill. They are so fucking spongy, but it doesn't add anything else. I don't even think they do more damage on hard mode. I can't even recall now. They're just extremely tanky, so it's just tedious. It's not fun, it's just tedious. And the AI is so fucking stupid, you don't even really have to think about it. You can just walk up to anyone and any boss, any mob, and just easily kill it if you just spend enough time damaging it. You don't even really need to worry about dodging because half the time it'll even forget to attack you. I really like a lot of the spells, and I really like that you're able to mix the support and offensive spells pretty frequently. Like, there is cooldowns for some of the spells, but while those are cooling down, you can just use other ones and then combine them to do really cool things, and you have a lot of spells at your disposal. I also like the upgrade tree. Even though it's just like flat damage increases, they're not that creative. The spells themselves make up for that by being flashy and cool, but since there's nothing to really put it to the test on and like make you get creative on how you tackle combat, you can just spam the same shit over and over again. So it's not really a lot of fun to experiment with its combat system, though I do think there was a lot of potential with it. There's, of course, the magic parkour that I think you've all seen now, and that feels pretty good. Sometimes it gets a little janky when you start encountering some walls or tight corridors or even some cliffs, or not cliffs, but just like general open terrain like rocks in there. So sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a headache, but I do think overall that was pretty fun, and there's even like this little like lasso you can swing around with. So I thought the traversal mechanics, the parkour, all that was cool. I would have just liked if the combat itself was a little bit more interesting. Also, there's not many enemy types in this game at all. Like, it's mainly just zombies and then a couple of animals, and then the bosses are kind of different, but it's not a whole lot of enemy variety, and the enemies just don't really do anything, which, again, I've already touched on. Now, I will openly admit I didn't do any of the side quests because they all sounded like little fetch quests, just actual chore simulator stuff. So I didn't really bother, and I really wasn't interested in any of the other characters' stories because all of them were so poorly written. It made it hard for me to get excited to do any kind of side content. I really just kind of beelined the main story. It took me right around 8 hours. There is a lot you can do in the world. The world itself is kind of dead and just kind of lightly scattered enemies here and there, but there are some things you can do, such as these dungeons. There's these dungeons that you can enter for some powerful gear where you go through a couple of layers, then you fight a boss at the end, you get some cool gear. That gear can be things like a necklace, which gives you some certain bonuses, or nail polish, kind of. There's nails that you can do, which give you certain bonuses as well. So you paint these things on your nails and they give you bonuses, which is kind of silly, but kind of cool. Those were pretty fun. I stopped doing them halfway through when I realized it just doesn't really matter. It is so generous with how much XP and mana it gives you. You can pretty much fully upgrade anything just by beelining the story. There's never any real incentive to farm for better gear. There's also some challenges you can do throughout the world to give you even more mana, and the challenges are just kind of defeat boss in this amount of time, and it's really generous. Then there's also like Assassin's Creed lookouts that you can activate, which is kind of scan the area. The open world itself is very unimpressive, like with what it actually has in it. Just very standard stuff, but it was serviceable. I don't have any complaints per se. It was a fun world to go through. Albeit, I think it was a little needlessly big, because going from point A to point B would take a long time, even just beelining it, because of course all you can do is run with your parkour, which does have a cooldown after you've used it for a certain period of time, and you'd be going like fucking 5 miles across a very barren, empty terrain. And then, I mean, you could do like a detour and do one of the dungeons if you want, but nothing too crazy in that department. Another thing that I didn't mention when it comes to its narrative is a lot, and I mean a lot, of this game is spent slowly trailing an NPC as they dump exposition. It's just listening to a story being told by an NPC that you're forced to follow slowly. It gets really frustrating. That's the majority of like campaign missions, is follow this NPC around the town for a little while, then go here, kill person, come back, do it all over again. It's not a good way of delivering your story. And then once they're done telling you the story, they'll play a cutscene that doesn't really have a whole lot going on except for more characters just talking, even though you've already spent like 5 minutes trailing one who's also just talking. It's just, I don't know. I didn't really like the way they delivered the story in a lot of cases. Maybe it was a budget problem, which I do think might be the case, because at the end of the game, you spend the majority of it just going point A to point B. And I mean majority, like I'm talking like 45 minutes out of the last hour of the game is spent just going from point A to point B, touching these little floating things that give you story. They just give you exposition and lore. And you just sit there and listen to it, and then you go to the next one with nothing happening in between. And then there's like a boss fight towards the end. But it feels like they didn't have enough resources to do cutscenes for these things, which I think would have made it much, much better at the end of the game, as opposed to just forcing you to go touch these small little floating objects to look at static images that just talk at you. So yeah, it's just, I feel like this game really did have a lot of potential, but it just missed pretty much in every department, which is a real shame. Plugging Forspoken in the moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 45%. I do think there were things to like about it, but overall, I just can't say I enjoyed my time with it. Especially towards the end, I really think they fucking flopped hard with the conclusion to this one, and just overall was mainly a miss. Just wasn't a great game. That's about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. It's finally here. A response more hyped up than the Avatar sequel. Logan Paul is addressing the massive 3-part investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, exposing CryptoZoo as a potential scam. Logan Paul was not too happy about that nomenclature, so he made a video pretty much doubling down on everything about CryptoZoo never being a scam, while admitting to hiring criminals for the team and trying to poke holes in CoffeeZilla's credibility, but without ever providing evidence for why CoffeeZilla's no longer credible. It's not the best response, but it was enough to win over a lot of people's trust somehow. even though Logan Paul never actually addresses any of Coffey's claims with the evidence Coffey provides. Instead, he fixates on a couple of small things, none of which actually contribute to disproving anything from Coffeezilla's video series or his year-long investigation, and instead just kind of serves to assassinate Coffeezilla's character, and then throws the condom on the floor and says he's taken Coffeezilla to court. I'll see you in court, bub. He makes it clear that he will be pursuing legal action against Coffey for this investigation, so overall, very curious to see how this all plays out from here. I'm going to show you his response video as well as me going over it, because like I said, he never actually addresses any of the evidence-backed claims that Coffeezilla provides from his investigation. He doesn't do anything to prove his innocence. All he does is talk about, CryptoZoo's coming. I'll make sure of it. What's he going to give us? Well, so far it looks like he's given us just barely enough nutrients to survive. Like, I'm still hungry. Coffeezilla released a 3-part series on an investigation that spanned the course of a year. Logan Paul gave us a 7-minute appetizer that he's trying to serve us as the entree. Like, come on, there's no meat on these bones here. Let's ride.
Coffeezilla. I watched her 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While you're
I immediately already hate that start. Coffeezilla's entire brand is all about exposing scams in the space. You yourself commended him for his work ethic and his, like, actual great content. And you have immediately wiped your ass with that phony statement. What an awful start. We are 7 seconds into this and it's already a terrible start. You've already exposed yourself for one lie already. You called yourself a fan and how Steven always gets it right. Until now. And now all of a sudden it's all about views because of your name. Yucky.
For views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee, you took a shot at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel. You see...
Interesting, because he gets like the whole story even from the people he's exposing. He directly talked to, like, Amio Talio for Paradox Metaverse and stuff. I am curious which ones he's referring to. That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Is that in here somewhere? Spoiler alert, no. This is just a plot thread with no closure here. He says that he's been making very real errors as he's morphed into more of a gossip channel, yet provides nothing to substantiate that claim. No evidence. He just says, he's getting things wrong now. Source? I made it the fuck up. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Like, that is laughable. You can't state that, you can't make that claim and have nothing to back it up. Besides this situation, which you're claiming is wrong, what else? You're saying that now, as he's gotten more popular, he's no longer impartial, he's more of a gossip channel that's completely fine with getting facts wrong. Can you show me something that proves that statement from you? You didn't. Do you have anything, or are you just pulling it out of your asshole?
You see, Coffeezilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance. But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I caught.
Oh, that's such a big claim. Whoa, the legendary double fist into the butthole of wild claims with no evidence, huh, Logan? A bold maneuver. Now he says that he tried to work with law enforcement but was often deemed not anchored in truth or the work was speculative. Do you have anything to back that up anywhere? You making that statement piqued my interest, and I feel like I did more investigative work on me just being curious than you did for your whole response video, because I reached out to Coffeezilla and talked about some of the claims here. And Coffeezilla was as confused as everyone else when you talked about this one, about wanting to work with law enforcement. According to Coffeezilla, he's never wanted to work with law enforcement, never has tried to, and in fact the only time he's ever had any communication with law enforcement is when they approached him to hand over some of his evidence on a case. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for
Sounds like a good member of the Crypto Zoo
obstructing the
team.
legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
Who we'll be calling Z here.
I guess among many things, had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits.
Why is he on your team? In fact, him omitting that detail makes you look a little more competent. Now that I know you hired a fucking criminal to work on the project, I have even less faith in you to make good choices. This doesn't discredit anything. At all, actually. This just makes you look worse.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and moved on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual?
That
like
is what I was
Zach
thinking.
Kelling? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and...
Hey, who'd you learn that from, Logan? Which source did you learn that information from? Surely it wasn't Steven, since you're talking about how untruthful and how often speculative and wrong it is, so surely you didn't learn that information from Steven, right, Logan?
invest in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You seemed 1 second of research would prove that to be false, as you can definitely hatch eggs and even breed your animals.
Click on that. Oh, we got a duck.
And as you pointed out in your fine print, cross-hatching was available on ETH at one point, but you perpetuated the opposite as truth with your chest out.
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, Guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
No, it's just a picture.
And surely it...
So the project sucks. So it's nothing new like you proposed. It is just, again, JPEG on JPEG, and that's it. It's not a game. You're right, NFTs are all worthless pictures, but you were proposing a game. In fact, your friend was like, oh, you're not even talking about this like a project. This is like a game. And your exact words was, it's a game. It's a really, really fun game. But now you're just here saying, it's just pictures. Which is the point everyone was making. It's not a game. It's more just NFT JPEGs that are just stock images. You're contradicting your own sales pitch. So I don't know about this guy. This guy could very well be super untrustworthy. I'll take Logan's word for it here. These were interviews with alleged victims of the rug pull. Now, even if this guy, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, even if this guy is a very shady character, he could have still been scammed. It's not mutually exclusive, because he's not the only one. So among the thousands upon thousands of people you scammed, one of them happens to be a douchebag scammer as well. That doesn't discredit the whole point, though. There was like 12 other people he interviewed as well, but even the non-interviewed people, there were tons of victims. Coffee used him as a spokesperson. No, he had like 12 other people there, and he just had his testimonial as part of it.
Right? So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
And it was interesting, it was like,
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, while myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain.
Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul.
I repeat, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it. And maybe we could have...
Oh, he's throwing it down! I guess to piggyback off that, why didn't you update the community on the project? Why didn't you talk to the community that brought all of this to light, who felt scammed for the last year and has lost tons and tons and tons of money on it? Why have you only ever sent 3 Discord messages, one of them right before posting this video? This is very easy to continue going back and forth with the finger pointing. If it's not a scam and you really are working on it, why the complete radio silence with your community? And even if he was, you can still say, hey, we're going through legal trouble, but we're still working on the game. We're not a scam. We're working on it. And what about the handmade asset, or the handmade art, which was proven to be stock photos? Is he going to address that? This is just too short to address all of the, like, actual evidence that CoffeeZilla submitted.
Talked about this. If you had reached out to me, personally, not my manager, Jeff, who is not me, Steven, but the first time you did was on Christmas Eve after you released your series so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly. That's fine. You've denied my invitation multiple times. You're still invited. It can be a one-on-one. If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
Amen. Damn, that was big. 7 minutes of fury, but not a whole lot of evidence on specific claims, just more broader things. So you hired 2 criminals because you didn't do any amount of background research. Why is there faith in CryptoZoo? Why should there be going forward? How about here? It's coming. How? Have you replaced the 2 criminals? But yeah, he did just he posted in the Discord for the first time in a year right before releasing that. So he has 3 messages in the Discord. One of them was yo, and then the other one was I'm sober right now. So he hasn't really been keeping the community up to date with what's going on, which is why for a year now everyone's felt like they've been scammed. 0 apologies, 0 addressing victims, and 0 accountability. Logan accuses me of not reaching out to him directly until December 24th, but doesn't mention I reached out over a year ago prior on Instagram. Not the optimal platform to get a response. But I also don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with someone like Logan Paul either if it's not through his manager. There's no direct means of communication that I know of. It was only after a year of not getting a response that he began calling his manager for answers about CryptoZoo and got comically stupid responses. So now you're admitting like you just didn't see it. Which, I mean, it's through Instagram. It's not optimal, but like, it's not hard to believe that he wouldn't know how to get in contact directly with you if it's not through your manager. That's the whole point of a manager. He could have used Twitter. He's blocked on Twitter. Logan blocked him. Plus, Logan Paul's DMs are closed. I can't DM Logan Paul. No, I don't expect you to see every DM, which is why I reached out to your manager and explicitly said I was trying to reach you because I hadn't gotten a response. I mean, them's the receipts. I mean, yeah, Jeff read it, so, oof. What kind of people is Logan Paul hiring? Literal criminals. He admits to it. He hired a fucking criminal. Well, 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 if you count Crypto King. 3 criminals. He had Eddie, the professional con man, who was just a blatant con man. I don't know how anyone on Logan Paul's team could hear this guy's story and think for a second he's real. He claimed to have won the fucking 2018 Super Bowl at the Philadelphia Eagles and claimed to be like a hacker responsible for AOL hacking. And also a CIA operative. And also works closely with billionaires and shit. Like, it takes minutes to deduce that this guy's probably not the real deal. And then, I don't know why he ever teamed up with Jake the Crypto King. That guy is just an actual serial scammer. I hope that he does talk more on Impulsive because, like I said, he didn't tackle specific claims with evidence such as all of the text messages and all of the actual statements from the group meetings that I believe Jake the Crypto King provided, where it showcased his, like, the whole team's motives behind the project as well as market manipulation and then everything falling apart behind the scenes. He doesn't tackle the handmade art assets being just blatantly false and provably wrong. Apparently, I didn't do the research myself, but from all the evidence seems pretty cut and dry. He didn't tackle the actual specific claims on the project. He's going more big picture with it, but he focused in on some really small ones, I think. Again, this guy being a scammer and also getting scammed by CryptoZoo doesn't really prove a point other than this one guy is a piece of shit who also got scammed by my project. He lost money on it just like everyone else. You shouldn't have been in your video. And that's fair. Definitely not a good spokesperson giving testimonials if he's also not a good person. But it also doesn't discredit all of the true victims that are there. But he doesn't prove his innocence here either. This is still a project that should have no backers. He hired 3 fucking criminals to run it with him. There's no amount of background checking. There's no communication. Everyone did lose money on it. There is no reason that this should continue to exist. What he should do is apologize to everyone that lost money and just fucking refund their investments. Just eat shit on it and move on. If you want to continue to try and have a good reputation. Even if it wasn't designed to be a scam, which, again, all of those group chat messages as well as everything provided from Jake, I believe, Seems like from the beginning it was designed to just be a money-making exploit. But even if that wasn't the point, everyone did lose money on it. It is still in a non-functional state overall for the majority of your users. Do you think there is anything Logan can actually take legal action on? I don't think so. I don't see how he could, if I'm being honest. I don't really think there was anything necessarily defamatory about CoffeeZilla's video, and I don't think that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the unethical record, I think it is actually illegal to record a private phone call conversation. He's going to go for that angle, talking about an illegally recorded phone call with his manager. So if he is going for something legal, I think that's the angle he'll take, because he does have a leg there. But as for defamatory, I don't think so, since it was part of just an actual open investigation that was publicized. Plus, I don't really think you're going to win as a crypto company that actually did have tons and tons and tons of victims that lost money on it. Not in Texas. It's not illegal in Texas. Is that right? I didn't know that. CoffeeZilla's in Texas. Well, yeah, that's why that would be relevant to this. No, it's probably not about winning. It's probably just about strong-arming, because Logan has significantly more money to hire a legal team and bully for a long, long time. You're definitely biased, though? I would have been super open to Logan Paul somehow figuring out, how to prove all of that wrong. It's just the evidence was, pretty tight. It wasn't just, circumstantial nonsense. It was, very thorough investigation, man. That's not bias. That's looking at evidence and seeing, this is, not a lot of wiggle room, but I'm open to hearing. And I heard a couple of decent points. Granted, I don't think they're that strong overall, CoffeeZilla omitted that one of my core developers is actually a criminal. Okay, he didn't say that. You are right. CoffeeZilla probably knew this guy was a criminal and didn't bother mentioning it. Though I don't think mentioning it makes you look better. In fact, I think it really makes you look worse. You hired him. You did no amount of information gathering or background checking. But you're right. CoffeeZilla didn't mention that. That was omitted. Or CoffeeZilla not doing his research enough on this guy being a scammer. Fair enough. That is correct. He is not someone that should have been in the testimonials as one of the victims, though, even though he probably did lose money on it. It's a scammer who got scammed. It doesn't discount the rest of the people who gave testimonials that did lose money, but you focused on one who is a bad person, apparently. That's fair enough. Yeah, CoffeeZilla probably shouldn't have had him in the testimonials. And then the egg hatching thing. I believe there was evidence about the egg hatching not being functional fully when the game launched. And I think in CoffeeZilla's video, he did say, they did eventually try and get that working, but it's still not in a fully functional state. But those are, the only points. And then this call being illegally recorded, which apparently is not illegal in Texas. And then he confirms what CoffeeZilla confirmed about Jake stealing, Eddie stealing, and Jeff and Logan never selling. He confirmed that. So CoffeeZilla was right. I think that was it, right? There wasn't anything else. Yeah. And then it was just about him, saying, we're working our ass off, it's gonna come out, it's not a scam, without providing any information on what exactly they're gonna do differently. You're gonna hire more criminals? It's just scammers scamming scammers. Yeah. That's exactly what it was internally. Again, another thing he didn't address was all of the group chats that are now public. He didn't deny them either, he just legitimately didn't even bother talking about it. Or any of their internal memos about market manipulation. It's enough for his fans who didn't watch the coffee video, though. Yeah, it is going to be enough for the fans, and it's going to be enough for the CryptoZoo backers who are still holding on to that, false hope, but... Here, just going through Twitter takes real quick. This seems kind of representative of most of the hive mind on it, so I'm just going to read it. Though this is just one person's opinion, kind of echoed in different ways. Logan and his team need to be held accountable for picking horrible partners, but to say he scammed when he didn't sell is insane. Just because he didn't sell doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. Tons and tons of people lost money, and his internal partners did sell, making millions. Who's to say Logan Paul wouldn't have sold if it kept going? Plus, all of the group chat that is now public seems to have confirmed that this whole thing was just all about making as much money as possible and as quickly as possible on a bad idea. Still a scam. Just because it didn't sell doesn't mean it's not a scam. He 100% was going to sell if it didn't happen. Yeah, but that's just speculation. I don't know. I don't know if he would have sold. I will say the reason, one thing that definitely contributed to not selling is after Jake sold and made $6 million, the price right in the shitter. So obviously he wasn't going to sell too. And then Eddie sold $1.7 million and then deeper into the shitter. So clearly he wasn't going to be selling regardless. I don't know if his intention was to sell, but it seems like the intention with the project, based on all of the group chats, was to make as much money off the audience as he could for the whole team. Didn't he make money from the egg sales? That I still don't really know. Even in CoffeeZilla, I was scratching my head because I don't know. I don't think you can say for sure whether or not he himself pocketed money off of the egg sales. That I think is still just kind of tough to say for certain. Watch the CoffeeZilla video now. It's a lot different with this context. What the fuck? He didn't context? What are you talking about? I guess in this one part where this guy giving his testimonial is untrustworthy. But other than that, it doesn't change the lens. The evidence is still there. He didn't tackle any of the evidence other than saying that one of them was unethically and illegally gathered through that recorded phone call. And that's really about it. Or that Z that he was talking to was actually a criminal that Logan hired. Like, it doesn't change the lens. How the fuck is Logan still sticking with Jeff? That I don't know. Jeff just sounds like an actually observable stupid man. Like an actual stupid idiot. I don't know why he keeps Jeff around. I don't. I really don't. I actually think Logan had no idea who was being hired. It was all Jeff, but Logan's gonna still take the fall for it because he just let Jeff run rampant like a dog off the leash. Hired 2 criminals, and then those criminals hired a criminal. So then eventually they hired all 3 fucking criminals. Like, I don't know why he keeps him around. He didn't say how it was a scam. I actually think a lot of children have too much easy access to the internet. What do you mean, explain how it was a scam? Like, what do you mean? The method of scamming was gathering as much money from people, talking about how fun this game is and how you can play to earn money on this game. And then the game comes out. The game isn't in a functional state for a while. Maybe it is now, perhaps. Logan seems to insinuate that it is functional. But regardless, it is worth nothing, meaning you did not play for a while. And now when you do play, you don't earn. So you just lose money. However, his team made, in total, $7.7 million off of selling. It's called Pump and Dump. Now, Logan and Jeff didn't sell. That is true. That didn't happen. But just because they didn't sell doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. There is a group chat where they were talking about money-making ways through the crypto space and copying a certain project that was very lucrative, and the entire conversation was always about making money off of Logan's audience. They then even get into market manipulation tactics, talking about what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day to not influence price too much. It's a scam. That is a scam. I don't know why I needed to break it down into the Cliff Notes for you. I don't see why that was necessary. But I hope we're all on the same page now. Now, Logan Paul is denying that this was ever the case. So he's not, like, apologizing to all of the people that lost money or anything. He's saying that with this guy stealing the code, it was a huge setback, and there's just been so much going on behind the scenes, and then Jake tanking it, and then Eddie tanking it. It's just been hard to rebuild, but he's been working super hard to bring it back. But he still is missing the big problem. Nothing was communicated to the buyers. They have been left in the dark for over a year. Logan Paul has made 2 Discord messages in a year. One of them was, yo, and the other was, I'm sober, shake my head. He made a 3rd Discord message 2 days ago, right before posting this video. There's nothing being conveyed to all of those people that lost a ton of money. So even if it's not, even if Logan Paul never thought it was a scam, there were very real victims that lost very real money on this project, all because of him. Do you think Logan will actually follow through with his court thing? Yes. I think 100% Logan Paul will follow through with the court thing. He has significantly more money than CoffeeZilla. He doesn't even need to win in court. He just needs to bully him. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. 100%. Why do you think Coffee declined Logan's invite to the podcast? Because you got invited right before Christmas. And then again, right before New Year's. Who's going to want to fucking fly to LA for that on his podcast? Of course he's not doing that. CoffeeZilla also reached out saying, hey, let's just do it over a video call. Why did Logan decline a video call, which is significantly easier and more convenient? So he could try and intimidate him. There's plenty of reasons not to go on Logan's podcast to talk about it. I think the obvious one, Logan completely controls what actually makes it into the final cut. Like, there's nothing to be gained there. Why not just do it over a video call on a stream? Literally anything. CoffeeZilla offered just a full video voice call so they can talk about it, which is very convenient for both parties. Logan Paul didn't even mention Dink Doink. Like, yes, I know. We all know Logan Paul has had some very shady shit. But this was focused on CryptoZoo, and he didn't address the evidence-backed, all of the evidence-backed claims from CoffeeZilla. He focused on just a couple of nitpicks, really. And then the broader picture of, I didn't sell, and CryptoZoo's not supposed to be a scam, and I'm committed to making it real and work and fixing it. He just posted the CryptoZoo's Twitter for the first time in a year. Yeah, the timing is really weird. That is so odd that now all of a sudden he's all in on CryptoZoo despite radio silence for a year. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. You seem pretty biased. I'm so tired of that word losing all meaning. One side had evidence, the other side didn't. It's just that simple. I was very open to hearing how Logan Paul would attack the evidence, like maybe there was holes in it, maybe things are misconstrued or misrepresented, but he didn't. He didn't even address the things with actual substantial evidence. That's the whole thing. The word bias has lost all meaning right now. He discredited a witness, and that doesn't discredit him from being a victim of the scam, by the way. How many times do I have to say it? This guy, Emilio, can be a scammer himself, have a shady past, and still have been one of the many victims of CryptoZoo. It's not mutually exclusive. But yes, I agree. He should not have been in the testimonials for the victims. In fact, if he wasn't, Logan Paul would only have a single point in this video. Which is, you recorded my manager being a fucking idiot without his permission, and it's illegal somewhere. There would be absolutely no grounds at all for defamation. Plus, as he even mentions, he never made any money off CryptoZoo, allegedly. And he even says he never plans to make any money off CryptoZoo. When it comes to a defamation case, you have to prove damages. What was damaged? A reputational damage, I guess? Kind of a stretch, though, because the reputational damage is from the project failing, not so much CoffeeZilla's video. You would easily be able to argue that the actual reputational hit came from delivering or never delivering a product. I just feel like that's going to be tough. I like how he calls CoffeeZilla's videos an oversimplification when it's 3 parts of a year-long investigation and you release 7 minutes and don't debunk any of his claims. Yeah, he was the one that oversimplified the situation. Before being done with the topic, there is one more thing I'd like to say, and it's right here.
I can help understand. Years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience.
So, even before CoffeeZilla made this video, every single one of the investors of CryptoZoo felt like they had been scammed by a fraud named Logan Paul. CoffeeZilla told their story. They are real victims, lost real money on your project, and CoffeeZilla told their story and tried to give an explanation for what happened. This was not CoffeeZilla that started this. Even if one of those victims is shady himself, that doesn't discredit all of the other very real, normal audience members that lost money on your shit. Jake did nothing wrong, he was screwed over. There is no such thing as a Crypto King meat writer. There's no way I just read that. That has got to be a bot, no shot. That man is a serial scammer. Do I feel bad for Logan Paul and his team getting used by Jake? No, it's scammers scamming scammers. But Jake, the Crypto King, is legitimately one of the slimiest men the internet's ever had. He bounces from Pokemon scams right into NFT scams, CryptoZoo, like, the guy sucks. But at least in this case, he scammed scammers for the most part, but that also did have the impact on normal, real people who also lost money. So fuck him. He's not some Robin Hood who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. He stole from the rich and the poor and kept it for himself. Pardon my sweaty grease, I just got back after playing pickup basketball. I was an unstoppable force of nature on the court, a three-point machine, and also my drives were second to none. I was a wheelin' and dealin', squirtin' and squealin' animal out there. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to explain why it looks like I just took a bath in a vat of cooking oil. What I want to talk about today is E3, and even more than that, gaming conferences in general. E3 used to be the biggest name in gaming that everyone would look forward to every year. It was a huge convention that'd be held where they'd show the latest and greatest from the industry, trailers, they'd even have playable demos and everything out, all these booths set up where you get to meet people in the industry, and just a really big celebration of things, and some unforgettable moments have happened at E3, some huge announcements, and of course, who could forget the iconic time that Ubisoft brought out Mr. Coffee, who used to do this. So, E3 is something that used to be beloved, but now is kind of just this fossil. Most gaming studios just hold their own conferences now where they play their trailers. You have like the State of Play for Sony, Nintendo Direct, where they talk to you like you're actually lobotomized, but they always get out all the information they want to. So it's kind of just obsolete to have E3 in the modern landscape. And even still, there is Jeff Keighley who hosts something very similar. He hosts multiple productions that are kind of similar to E3, like the Summer Games Fest, where he gets a big bunch of developers together to, do world premiere trailers and stuff. And he kind of dances on the grave of E3. He has stepped in as like the savior of these kind of gaming conferences. He streams them all and he crushes it. But E3 itself just can't find its footing anymore. Most people just don't care. It was supposed to be coming back around this year for the first time since 2019, but a few hours ago they announced they're going to be canceling it yet again. And the reason for its cancellation isn't surprising, but it is pretty sad to read. They're canceling it because they said there's just not enough interest in it. And that's super true, but man, reading that it feels bad. Because this used to be a titan. E3, I mean, even non-gamers had heard what E3 was and probably even watched it still. It used to be so big. And obviously it went away for a while because of COVID. They couldn't have these big convention spaces to be holding E3, so that was the reason why it was gone for a couple of years. But, since then, they just don't have the interest. And since there's not interest there, it makes it pretty unreasonable to try and do it anyway. That just feels even more pathetic if they were to do it and no one really cared or showed up or watched it. So I do understand it, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit because where did it all go wrong for gaming conferences? It's a question that nobody is asking because we all know the answer to it. The reason gaming conferences have kind of died out is because there's just no reason for them to exist anymore. Everyone has unlimited access to information at all times, at every hour of every day. And it's actually probably just more beneficial to just drop the trailer yourself or do it at like your main developer conferences that they all now do, like, Sony with the State of Play again, for example. There's just no reason to wait for E3 to do the grand reveals because you don't really stand to gain too much from it. Back in the day you did because that was the event that everyone would watch. You couldn't really just stealth drop your trailer on, E-Bomb's World or anything. No one would fucking see it. So you'd wait for E3 to roll around to get people hyped, get people interested, and reveal your projects. But now, you just don't need to. It's unnecessary. It's redundant. In the emails, they said that the 2023 version simply did not garner the sustained interest necessary to execute it in a way that would showcase the size, strength, and impact of our industry, but they remain committed to the advocacy work, but it doesn't mention that they're going to undertake the show again in the future. So they don't make a mention like, all right, this year was a bit of a stinker that kind of flopped, but next year, 2024, E3's coming back with a vengeance. They didn't say anything about attempting it in the future, so maybe this really is the end of them trying E3. Who really knows? But again, E3 has kind of become like YouTube Rewind. No one really cared about it and just kind of fizzled out. In fact, YouTube Rewind went out real sad as like the most disliked video on the entire platform, and then they canceled it then. But it was something that was already kind of on its way out in terms of public interest anyway. They continue in the email saying that it was a difficult decision because of all the effort that them and their partners put toward making the event happen, but they had to do what was right for the industry and what was right for E3. So they said, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready and that resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. And for those that did commit to E3, we're sorry we can't put on any showcase you deserve and that you've come to expect from ReedPop's event expertise. So again, just shedding more light on it. They didn't have the interest, and as well as a couple other obstacles, it just didn't seem worth it for them, and I think they made the right decision canceling it. I probably would have still watched it regardless just because of the nostalgia. It has been a long time since it's come back around, and I would have liked to see, you know, if they brought out the big guns, you know, they announced fucking GTA 7, right? Like, they go crazy. Maybe they finally show something from the new Elder Scrolls. But apparently that was not going to be the case. They also didn't have playable demos at the convention center ready or anything, so it looked like it probably would have just been a weak event if they did try. It probably was the right call not to. And I think the obvious big reason why this was never really going to work out well this year for them is because when E3 was announced, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation all said, nope, we're not going. So taking the wind out of their sails immediately, and then Ubisoft apparently also said they wouldn't be going either. So they already just didn't have huge players in the industry going, so the lineup wasn't going to be strong regardless, which is just, you know, that's rough. You can't really make that work. Like I said, it really is pretty sad that no one gives a fuck about E3 anymore, because I remember how cherished the event used to be and the prestige that it used to have. So it is, you know, just a little upsetting to see where it's ended up, but it's for the best. It really is. The times have changed a lot. It just doesn't offer anything special anymore. There's no real reason for them to keep trying. Jeff Keighley's kind of put the stranglehold on big gaming conferences outside of the developers, so it's just a tough space to compete in now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I know a lot of people watching this probably also used to love watching E3, so I wanted to give you the latest from, you know, the fallen behemoth here. And that's really about it. See ya. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is without exaggeration one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the fuck out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But it doesn't even have the decency to be self-aware. It is bad at everything it tries to do, and it doesn't even do it with like a smile on its face. Of course I knew going into this it was going to be bad. Anyone with eyes could see that this would be dog shit. I mean, just look at the costume. They didn't even bother putting any effort into Winnie the Pooh or Piglet. They just found the cheapest masks available at Party City, and then just had two guys wearing the masks. That's it. They also have human hands. And also a lot of times the mask kind of rides up a little bit so you can just see like a normal human actor underneath the mask. It's just a disaster. This is one of the few films where I actually took notes during it because I felt like I was so insulted and I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I jotted down a few notes during this, also because it was basically just me and Aaron in this movie theater watching it together, fucking stunned by what we were witnessing. It is truly a catastrophe on every level, but I will openly say it was fun bad. It was. I'm happy to report it wasn't boring bad. Its sheer incompetence and its inability to do anything right while not being self-aware made it a fun, enjoyably shit film. So I'd like to walk you through a lot of what happens here. Clearly we're going to get in spoiler territory, so fair warning, though I don't know why you'd give a fuck about spoilers for this kind of movie. It's not exactly heavy on the narrative at all. So let's go ahead and dive in. Just to give you a quick example of how much they cared about doing this cheaply, they don't have Winnie or Piglet talk. They clearly wanted to save money on the budget by not having additional voice actors try and impersonate Winnie or Piglet, so they came up with this. During a harsh winter, Winnie the Pooh hatched this genius idea to eat Eeyore in order to save the rest of them. So they sacrifice Eeyore for the greater good, they eat him, and then take a vow of silence because they were so traumatized by what they had done to their friend. So they never speak. So that saved them some money. The story is as follows. Christopher Robin meets Winnie and the gang in the 100-acre wood. They're friends for a while, but Christopher Robin goes off to college, and during that time, the group goes fucking hog wild. They go Insano style. Their minds break. They turn to madness, and they become these ferocious killing machines for some reason, because they felt abandoned by Christopher Robin. But Christopher Robin is now engaged, and he wants to bring his fiancée into everything that was important in his life, which includes Winnie and the gang. So they visit the 100-acre wood looking for them, and his fiancée doesn't believe him. But then we get like Dhar Man level acting throughout the entire film, but immediately it starts to shine because his wife is like, "You are so successful because you are creative. And even if these are imaginary friends, that business that you have made and you being as creative as you have been has led to you being one of the best people in the world, Christopher Robin. But I'm not sure if they're real." And Christopher's like, "But no, fiancé, these are real." And then sure enough, they eventually stumble upon the cabin, and then Piglet grabs a chain and strangles his wife till she dies. And then Christopher Robin gets cornered by Pooh and Piglet, and he drops what I believe to be one of the most iconic lines in horror movies now. He says, "Pooh, you've got to help me. Something's wrong with Piglet. He killed my wife." and then that's when it sinks in on Christopher Robin that they're all, off their gourd. So Pooh and Piglet start closing in on Christopher Robin as he's yelling and screaming. And he's saying, "We were friends, but we were friends. We were friends. What happened to us being friends?" And then they kidnap him, and that's the intro. A fierce and fiery start to this one. And I'd like to mention that the two actors in the Winnie and Piglet costumes, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they're like 80 years old, because they move around so fucking slow. Especially Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear fee-fi-fo-fums around like he's carrying 1,000 pounds on each ankle. I thought for a second every time they moved, they slowed down the footage by like half. Like they moved at 0.5 speed. It really looks like they're riddled with arthritis. Every movement they make is extremely stiff. When they kill somebody, it's almost like animatronic to a certain degree. Like, it's so jarring. I would have expected them to be a little more limber since they're supposed to be like these crazy, agile, unstoppable killing machines. But my god, they are painfully slow and stiff. It's weird. But anyway, moving on. So that's the intro done. And then we get to our main characters. And I couldn't even tell you any of their names because it just genuinely wasn't important. They are actual just meat balloons for Winnie and Piglet to pop. So it's a group of girls that go to this cabin in the 100-acre wood for a vacation. And this is a no-technology vacation. They want to go off the grid, like in fucking witness protection, basically. So they turn their phones off and everything when they get to the cabin. But unfortunately, one of their friends was a little late, so when she was calling them to ask for directions, they didn't answer. So she pulled over outside, like next to the cabin a little far down the road, and was trying to get them to answer. And as she's calling, Pooh Bear spots her. And this is very bad because Pooh Bear's got a taste for blood and he's gluttonous. So Pooh Bear starts chasing her down like this. The girl's screaming. She eventually makes it to some kind of like warehouse and takes cover underneath a wood chipper. You can see where this is going. As she's hiding, Pooh happens to find her. And I shit you not, I swear this is going to sound like I'm making up, but I'm not. Pooh grabs her and then rips her shirt off. And then her tits are flopping all over the place for a minute, and Pooh's like moving her around so her tits kind of jiggle. And then he starts slamming her head against the wood chipper till she dies, and then he puts her in the wood chipper to make a blood sundae out of. So it's shooting all of her blood and guts out of the wood chipper, and that's it. I don't understand what the point was in Pooh Bear stripping her nude, basically. Well, I guess not fully nude, making her topless. I don't really get it. I thought this was going to be like some kind of narrative plot point where like he sees her tits and his eyes just go like awooga or something to indicate that he's like a pervert, like truly just the most, reprehensible menace of all time. But it played no role in anything because Pooh doesn't talk, he has no emotion, he has no real character, he just kills. So what the fuck was a point in just like having her tits all over the place for like 20 seconds? And that's another thing. All of these kills, the directors confused tension with just general time and dead silence and dead space. So when she's hiding, it is painfully long of her just sitting there and Pooh's feet by the door. It'll go on for like 45 seconds of nothing happening. It's not building tension, it's just overstaying its welcome, and it's just dead space. It's fucking worthless. And that's for every single kill. The director really just thought like holding a still frame of something in the background is building tension, and it's just not. It was just really mind-numbingly boring, and it really lasted a long time. Like in the intro, when Christopher Robin was saying, but we were friends, and Piglet and Pooh were coming in, that scene was probably about 2 minutes of them standing there, slowly getting closer, as Christopher Robin repeated the same 5 lines over and over again, like it was an NPC malfunctioning in a video game. It was painful how long those scenes would drag. But anyway, moving on, so that girl got thrown in the wood chipper. Back at the cabin, one of the girls is an Instagram model, so she's in her downtime playing music in a hot tub, and while Pooh Bear is dispensing of like this corpse, this skeleton of one of their victims, he hears the music, so he looks around, and then he sees the hot tub. So as she's taking Instagram pictures, you can see Pooh in the background, and the girl notices that too, and she's like, oh, what the fuck is this? That's a weird looking creature back there. So then she turns around, literally knows Pooh is there and knows that it's some kind of fucked up abomination back there, and she's like, I know you're there, but you're not gonna ruin my vacation, or what was the line? You're not gonna ruin my hot tub or something? I don't know, it was a terrible line, but she recognizes that there is a complete stranger in these fucking woods, this giant fucking animal recognizes that, and then just says, you're not gonna ruin my time. So she gets back in the hot tub, where she gets chloroformed by Piglet and Pooh Bear. So then they fucking hog tire on the front porch and then steal one of their cars, and Piglet puts his foot on her while Pooh Bear slowly drives over her skull, and then you get a close-up of her skull slowly exploding, so her eye pops out at the camera, and then blood starts squirting, and they're using the worst CGI of all time for the blood squirting, and eventually her head just pops and blows up. The genre that this movie's in is torture porn, pretty much. Like, that is basically all it is. It's just Winnie and Piglet torturing and killing people. I even forgot to mention that Christopher Robin is being tortured by Pooh. He was hitting him with Eeyore's tail, just like fucking flogging him with it. And this is what I'm talking about with a lot of things they didn't even bother to follow through on. There's a moment where Christopher Robin's like, I know you're still good in there, Pooh. This isn't you. You killed my wife, but I know you're still good in there. And then Pooh has this moment where he like cries, and then he breaks some boxes, and then he looks at himself in the mirror, and then he goes back to hitting him with Eeyore's tail, and it's never explored again. Like, ever. At all. Like, there's just this brief moment of vulnerability, but then he goes right back to just being this two-dimensional killing machine. So now, back to the cabin. They blow up that girl's head with the car. It turns out all of the other girls, for some reason, spread out across the land, so 2 of them are by, like, a pond, talking. Another 2 of them are literally like doing nothing, just standing around doing nothing. But they hear their friend scream, and they all run back to the cabin. They see her corpse, they freak out, they go inside, and Pooh is written "Get out" in blood on the window. So now they recognize they're being hunted, they're under attack, and they're trying to find things to defend themselves with. And then the main girl remembers that she brought a gun with her on this vacation. Her backstory is she had a stalker, so she's been a little scared of things, so she has a gun. And when she mentioned that, both Aaron and I thought it was going to be like a Glock or something, like a normal gun, you know, like a normal kind of gun that you see in movies. Well, it turns out the gun she brought is a fucking revolver. But not just any revolver, it's like a goddamn 6-shooter straight out of Overwatch. Like, she was fucking McCree. She had this giant goddamn revolver. She came out here with that big iron on her hip. So she pulls out this massive revolver, a fucking 50 caliber hand cannon, and they're like, okay, now we can defend ourselves. But then they still split up, and so the girl with the revolver and her friend, they get into like a sniper's perch, and Pooh is just standing in the middle, like looking down, looking all confused, as they have like a clear shot on him, but they're not taking it for some reason. Then Pooh walks into the kitchen. So then we go to the other group of 2 girls that for some reason split off near the pool, and Piglet's over there, and they freak out. One of the girls falls in the pool. The other one, Piglet pushes, and she gets knocked unconscious. And then Piglet... Fuck, it is so hard to describe how awful this is. Piglet is after the girl in the pool, and he has a chain and a sledgehammer. And he starts, like, slapping the chain against the pool water, trying to get her, and the girl's, like, moving backwards, like slowly in the pool as Piglet's hitting the water. And this goes on for like 2 minutes. It's terrible. And then eventually he's like, this isn't working, I'm gonna get the sledgehammer. And while he's getting the sledgehammer, the girl, instead of like getting out of the pool, like a normal logical decision, like getting out of the pool and running away while he's getting the sledgehammer, she instead like gets closer to him in the pool. And I thought this was going to be like a fight back moment where she's going to like grab the chain and yank him in and try and kill him. But no, she's just closer to him as he gets the sledgehammer. Then he gets the sledgehammer and she starts backing up again in the pool, like slowly swimming her way back. And then Piglet hits her with the sledgehammer and kills her. And then the girl that got knocked out from the push, they take and chain up back at their camp. And Winnie the Pooh slaps her after eating some honey. So he's eating some honey. The girl wakes up. He notices she wakes up and he slaps her. And he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again. It goes on for like a fucking minute. That's what I'm talking about. All of these scenes last for so long, and it's so unnecessary. It does nothing. It doesn't make it more tense. It doesn't make it more brutal. It just makes it really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Anyway, that's another one of the vacationing girls dead. Don't even know her name. None of these characters had any level of depth to them whatsoever. The other two girls that have the revolver and her friend, they try and, track down where her friend got taken. They eventually track it back to Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's hideout. And there's now another girl that's been captured and she's screaming. So they free her and she's been mauled by Piglet, so her face is all fucked up and it makes her mad. Then they free Christopher Robin as well at some point, who's still alive, just being tortured. So now they have Christopher Robin freed and this completely random girl that also happened to get tortured by Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. And the girl whose face is all messed up from Piglet grabs the gun and says, I'm going to make that bastard pay for this. So then she shoots a shot in order to lure Piglet out, and he comes out from a fucking trailer and he's got his chain and they're circling around a fire in what I expect they thought would be a cool action moment, like a cool action shot. So they're circling this fire. He's got a chain, she's got a gun, and she's ready to go fucking John Wick on him. But then she tries to shoot him, and it's out of bullets. It turns out the girl only packed a single bullet in that revolver, which leads me to believe that her plan for the vacation was to play fucking Russian roulette with her friends. Why would she only load a single bullet into the revolver? And that's not even the stupidest part about that scene. Because they freed that girl, they freed Christopher Robin, Piglet and Pooh had no idea that was going on. I think they both went to sleep for some reason. They could have all left. But when the girl took the revolver and said, I want to make Piglet pay, the other two girls, well, three because they had freed her friend, the other three girls just decided to watch. So they get in the closest proximity they can to this showdown, which happens to be a single keg, like an actual beer keg they hide behind, and they're watching it, like peeking over the side while this complete random woman has their gun and is about to shoot Piglet. They all just came over to watch. For no reason. They could have just left. They could have left and they would have survived. They would have been fine. But they decided to be spectators here, and it's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, they couldn't help it. They're just peeking over to watch it go down. So once it's clear that the girl's out of ammo, Winnie the Pooh comes up behind her, knocks her down, pours honey on her face, and Piglet eats her face off. And that's when Pooh notices that the three other girls happen to be behind that keg of beer watching. So then he's like coming at him like this. And two of the girls run away, but the other one hides and grabs a sledgehammer and ambushes Piglet. And she hits Piglet twice in order to get revenge for the friend that she killed. The other two girls are running through the forest, which is, I believe, miles away. Like, they ran miles, like, in a matter of seconds, and Pooh's following them like a goddamn robot. But after Piglet gets hit twice, he screams, and Pooh hears this miles away, and somehow Pooh instantly teleports back to the camp, and right after that girl delivers the killing blow on Piglet, Winnie the Pooh kills her by stabbing a machete through her throat and hanging her up on a post. Every character in this movie has super speed or like Dragon Ball Z level instant transmission because they're teleporting all over this place. They'll teleport from the cabin to the Pooh hideout to the woods, back to the cabin, all in a matter of actual seconds. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, now we're down to our last two survivors. Piglet's dead. Pooh's very upset about all of this. Sorry, just checking my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm skipping over some other shit. Like, it's so bafflingly fucking terrible. But anyway, the next important plot point is the two girls make it to a road, and there's a pickup truck of some goofy dudes in there, one of them comes out looking like the fucking crypt keeper, and they're like, what's wrong with you girls? You're not making any sense. What do you mean you're scared? Who are you scared of? And then Pooh's on the road, and they're like, you scared of this Joker, this clown? All right, we'll get in the car. We'll take care of this. And they march up to him with baseball bats, beer bottles, and a crowbar. And they're like, hey, bub, what did you do to scare these girls? You're not a nice guy, are you? So then they start beating up Pooh Bear, and he's just tanking all of the shots. And then I wrote down how he kills them because it's so wild. So after it becomes clear that what they're doing is ineffective, Pooh slaps the entire side of someone's face off, like literally turns him into Harvey Dent, Two-Face, slaps the side of the guy's face off, which kills him, and then he karate chops another guy's arm off, and then curb stomps him. Then he karate slices another guy's throat open, killing him, and then the last guy, he summons a swarm of bees to kill. So Pooh Bear can control bees in this universe, I guess, and he uses that to kill that guy who runs away. Then the girls freak out, but they have a car now, and they try and get away in the car, but Pooh's latched onto the back, and then they brake real hard. Pooh flies off, but for some reason they broke so hard that their heads hit the dash and they pass out. So then one of the friends gets grabbed by Pooh, and then he rips her head off and then throws it on the windshield. And then our protagonist turns on the windshield wipers because the blood was gross, I guess, which is so stupid, so fucking dumb. Because I guess she was still going to try and get away and couldn't see with their friend's head in the windshield. But she wasn't able to clean it off fast enough and start the car, so Pooh grabs her. And he's about to kill her, but then Christopher Robin comes speeding in another vehicle and hits Pooh, which stuns him, but it doesn't kill him. So then Pooh grabs that girl one more time, slits her throat in front of Christopher Robin, and then says the only line that Pooh and Piglet have, and he says, "You left us." And then, after, kills the girl, slits her throat, and then just starts stabbing her a million times as Christopher Robin cries and runs away. Roll credits. I just summed up the whole movie for you. That is the whole movie. I am convinced that they were padding for time with all of those very long, drawn-out sections of, nothing happening. I think that was in order to fill time, in order to make, the bare minimum for a feature-length film, because this movie is fucking short. Way shorter than I would have ever expected. It's over in, a single blink of the eye. And everything that happens is so half-baked and terrible. All of it looks terrible. None of what they even attempted to do lands in even the slightest capacity. I thought this would be self-aware goofiness. It's not self-aware. It is goofy, but for all the wrong reasons, which almost makes it better. Like I said, it is enjoyably bad. It is fun bad. It's no Moonfall, unfortunately, but I did enjoy my time watching it. It was something special. Oh bother! I tell you, this one was a super stinker, and I just had to come home and vent about it and talk about it because holy shit! It has a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I actually agree with. It's very rare I agree with Rotten Tomatoes scores. That one's right on the money. 5% sounds about right. The audience score of 51%, though, I can't understand because it is enjoyably shit. It is a fun, bad movie. It's something wild. That's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. You can probably hear the jubilation in my voice. I'm very excited to talk about this. In fact, it might even be spoilers on how I feel about the film entirely. Bored. This is one of the few Marvel movies that actually has pretty suboptimal reception. I think it has a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I put any real stock into Rotten Tomatoes scores, considering they continue to give Big Mouth 100% every season. It's an absolute mockery of reviews, to be honest. But it's just one of those rare instances where even Marvel fans are like, yeah, this is kind of underwhelming and mid, which it is. I guess I can't say the movie's bad, per se. Ant-Man and the Wasp is bad. That is still perhaps the weakest MCU film in my opinion. This isn't as bad as Ant-Man and the Wasp. It is better than that, but it's not good either. It exists in that unbearable purgatory where it's neither bad nor good, and it's just on that line of being boring. Like, I walked out of the theater and then I played basketball and completely forgot I'd ever even watched the movie in the first place. I had to be reminded that I saw it. Like, recalling anything meaningful that happens in this film is like trying to remember a mediocre dream. There's only one thing that actually shines in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, and it's Kang. Kang the Conqueror is a very cool character, and he is very cool in this film, but he's really the only one. Everything that happens here just feels so flat and bland. It tries to follow the Marvel formula to the point where it almost becomes like a parody of itself. It's constantly shoehorning really lazy jokes that don't hit the mark constantly. And speaking of jokes, let's talk about MODOK. He's not really a villain in this movie, he's just a punching bag for people to laugh at. He's not menacing, he's not intimidating, he does nothing except get literally made fun of by every character in the film. That's his whole role. He's just this embarrassing presence that they constantly poke fun at. Like, and he looks like shit too. Like, the CGI on him is awful. I saw a post comparing MODOK from this movie to George Lopez as Mr. Electric in 2005's Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and George Lopez as Mr. Electric looks better. Like, MODOK here is awful. Genuinely fucking horrible. I don't know a whole lot about MODOK. I don't know if he's supposed to just be like this sponge that just absorbs insults from characters forever, but I feel like he was supposed to be like the right-hand man to Kang that was, you know, this expert killer villain, but he's not here. He does nothing except get made fun of. I've said this before, and it's applicable here as well. If the characters aren't taking anything seriously, if everything about the situations they're in is played off as a joke, then why are the spectators supposed to care? At that point, it's just kind of a sitcom. This movie's supposed to be the kickoff for Phase 5, I believe, and man, what a weak start. This is the equivalent of, like, starting a basketball game and scoring on your own hoop. Like, this is just kind of lame, honestly. I also would like to talk about the visuals quickly because I really like the Quantumania style of just, like, goofy, wacky shit happening. Like, a lot of the tech is all oozy and gooey to pilot a weird technological ship. You have to fucking double fist the controls and then steer the goo. Like, I like that kind of shit. But there's a lot of times in this film where it was just noticeably bad. And it's not because the VFX department isn't talented, it's because they're clearly overworked. There's a lot of fatigue in the VFX department because of how much they're constantly having to churn out, I feel. Like, I believe over the last few years, you can see a real steady decline in the quality of the visuals. Like, need I remind you of Thor: Love and Thunder, when they're, like, transmitting that kid's face, and it looks like an actual Power Rangers moment? Like, there is very clear signs that the VFX team just needs a little more time to flesh it out better so it looks better. Because, goddamn, that it does happen quite a few times in this film. It's not nearly as bad as, like, in Thor: Love and Thunder with the scene I mentioned, but there are moments where I was like, ugh, that did not look very good. But overall, I appreciate the style they were going for. And now let's get to the story here. I'm not going to be getting into spoilers, though I would really like to help illustrate my major complaints with the narrative here, but I'll just give, like, the general broad strokes. So after being sucked into the quantum realm, the team gets split up. And Scott and his daughter end up meeting some of the quantum locals. And they are fucking worthless. The locals are fighting back against Kang, but they have no real role to play in this film, other than to serve as cannon fodder for Kang to murder to show that he's not a nice guy. They don't do anything to further the plot. There's like a whole breakout moment with like one of the leaders of the resistance, but that leads to nothing. All they do is like rush Kang to die. They're just entirely useless to the plot of the film, and really the heroes don't have too much of a struggle. Pretty much all of their plans go really, really well. Like, almost perfect up until the very end. But everything's just super easy up until then, really. And then, I can't get into spoilers. There's a lot I want to say, but a lot of it's spoiler-related. Overall, I just felt the whole movie was super weak. For a lot of different reasons, both from its visuals, especially from its narrative and the directions that it goes, or the directions it doesn't go, where it should have, where it made a lot of sense to. Like, there's just a lot of choices they've made here that make this a really weak kickoff for Phase 5. There's one other thing I'd like to mention. All of the action scenes in this movie, except for the end, and even a little bit at the end, to be honest, has like this shaky cam effect, which is nauseating. They did a really awful job with a lot of the action sequences. I'm just gonna say it. Like, they keep killing these Kang henchmen, and killing's the wrong word. Basically, they just one-tap them with punches. It's not even like actual choreographed action at all until the very end, but they keep one-tapping all of the Kang henchmen, or one-tapping them with a spear that blows them up. And what happens is, like, as the impact's coming, the camera will, like, fucking jolt around and shake a little bit, and it looks horrible. I don't know how they regressed on action filming. Like, MCU's been doing a decent job over the last few years of, like, actually showing you action when it's happening. This one took it fucking 15 steps back. I thought most of the action in this film was really poorly done. So yeah, anyway, plugging Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 50%. It's not a bad movie, but it's not a good one either, which ends up making it even more miserable. I'd prefer if the movie was just like enjoyably bad, like stupid, silly bad, as opposed to just being stuck in between decent and bad. It just became forgettable and mediocre. And yeah, that's really about it. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. This evening I was deep in thought while taking a shower. With my bare bottom pointed towards the shower head, I began to ponder, is it possible to actually sustain a show just from it being hated by everyone? To produce a show that nobody likes but everyone tunes in because they like to make fun of it. The scientific term for this phenomenon is hate watching. People that watch something knowing full well they won't like it, but they can't help but watch it anyway. The reason why I got into this little existential crisis wondering about this topic is because last night news broke that Velma Season 2 is reportedly already being worked on, which is without a doubt the worst news the world has received since the bubonic plague. Velma is a show that's unanimously hated by every single person on this planet with a pulse. So the question begs to be asked, why would they even consider making a Season 2? Even critics hate this show. So who is this for? No one wants it. Is it truly so popular from hate watching that they can justify another season just to continue rage baiting? It's an interesting conundrum, and I've seen it being discussed on Twitter. I believe the big tweet about it says something to the effect of, you hate watched, but you still watched, and that's all that matters to the suits. And I think there's a lot of truth to that statement. We've known for a long time journalism actually thrives off rage-baiting articles. I'm pretty sure GameSpot is kept afloat entirely from their dog shit movie and TV show reviews, because they come up with the most contrarian and most baffling reviews I've ever seen. For those that don't know, GameSpot gave Resident Evil the Netflix show a 9 out of 10, and the Halo show an 8 out of 10. There is no dimension in this fucking multiverse where that makes any sense. If you spit in my face and kicked me in my nutsack and then showed me these GameSpot reviews, I would be more offended by the reviews than your disrespect to my sack in my face. It's just unreal to think that these are real articles that got published. And it's not just these two, but these are by far the most egregious examples that I can think of off the top of my head. And this concept of profiting off anger extends to everything in the journalism field. There are so many articles written with the sole purpose, it seems, to incite controversy and spark hatred. Because when you get upset, you're clicking the articles, which I guess is good for their bottom line. Now, does that same concept extend to a show like Velma? There's a lot of evidence to suggest it does, especially in the case of Velma. Right now, they're wiggling their fingers celebrating that Velma had the biggest premiere day for an HBO Max original animated. But this is such a hollow victory because there's no HBO original animations left since everything got canceled. They're competing in a goddamn ghost town. It's just crickets for animation on there. So of course it was going to have the biggest premiere. But is it still just genuinely popular? Like even just by normal standards? I think it is. With the amount of clips floating around on Twitter, the amount of discussion around the episodes, I actually think the show is very popular from people solely watching for the sake of insulting it. Which is fascinating because it looks like this show's going to soar to profitability for the network solely off just being this public toilet for people to shit in. This is just the internet's punching bag right now. The show fucking sucks. It sucks fuck. It's terrible. And everyone knows it. They can't help but watch it and stay glued to it to see how bad it gets. It tickles a morbid curiosity deeply embedded in the DNA of every human being, where when you see a car accident, you can't help but slow down just to observe the carnage and see what's going on over there. That's Velma. It's a repulsive train wreck people can't help but check out. It's just like when, my boy George got curious and it led to all kinds of adventures. But the only adventure you go on when checking out Velma is despair and boredom and just pure insufferable misery. It's not a fun bad show by any means. This isn't like The Room or something where it's so bad it's good and it becomes enjoyable. Velma is an absolute chore to watch. It's more like going into a lecture that's hosted by the worst person you've ever met on Twitter. And then they also have a stand-up routine from someone that came from Tumblr. It's just a bad show no matter how you spin it. All of the jokes don't land. Every joke is pretty much the exact same formula with no real punchline except for Fred's got a tiny wiener. It's just a shitty overall show, but people are still watching. So much so that we might doom the world with a season 2 of this thing. That would be like the apocalypse or the Armageddon written about in the Bible if there's actually a Velma season 2 that premieres next year. I can't even imagine how the world could have deserved such an awful fate. But it's so interesting. Like, I can't help but just be truly blown away by the fact that the studio and everyone involved here has to see the reception. They know everyone hates it. But numbers are numbers. And these numbers are astronomical, I suppose, because goddamn, a season 2 already. Very bold strategy, but I mean, maybe this is an actual legitimate thing that studios might start doing, is just making shows with the sole purpose of making people angry from watching them. I decided to do my due diligence and check against another recently hated show. This was universally slapped by everyone that watched it. This is The Witcher Blood Origin, and it was the #1 show on Netflix during its opening week, it seems. So, regardless of the quality of the show, it looks like as long as you can make people talk about it, whether it's positive or negative, it really does just benefit the network overall. Maybe when it comes to shows like this, there really is no such thing as bad publicity, because these are 2 very recent and very quick examples of shows that everyone despised, nobody defended, and it had no fans or supporters. There are more fans of Catching the Common Cold than there are of Velma or The Witcher Blood Origin, and yet they both pulled good numbers, it seems, solely from being hated. It's interesting. So, going forward, here's what I propose. Stop hate watching. Let me do it for you. I'll watch all of these stinkers and I'll let you know just how bad they are. I don't think shows and networks should be rewarded for churning out poop like this. So, I'll be the only one to watch them. Let Velma Season 2 roll around and it has a single viewer. Me. I'll fill you in on all the nitty-gritty details of how awful the show is, no problem. I don't mind doing that. I'll bear the burden of their sin and I'll carry it for all of us. I'll watch these god-awful shows because I love watching terrible shit. Even when it's not fun, like Velma, there's no fun to be had. That's a word that's forbidden to be used in the same sentence as this show. But I still do it because there's something about the way that I'm programmed that just has to watch awful media or play awful games. I feel this compulsion to do it, and I can't fight that demon. If there's something that has a 1.3 on IMDb like Velma currently does, I'm like a moth to a flame. I'm like a dog chasing a car, except I know exactly what to do when I catch it. I fucking watch the goddamn show, and I'm upset the entire time. I wear a frown on my face, and it's this vicious cycle, and I just love it. I don't know what to tell you. So just let me do that for all of us. I'll be the only hate watcher from now on. So that way they stop getting good numbers and good returns on absolutely horrible shows and programs. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I found it very interesting. Assuming, of course, Velma Season 2 really is in the works. That would be very upsetting, but also, the more I think about it, not surprising because of just how popular it is to hate on it. So I'm guessing there is a lot of people that continue to watch it. Though I do imagine they're going to experience a significant drop-off in viewers. Those numbers are going to absolutely plummet like Netflix stock last year. It's because now everyone knows it's not fun bad. Everyone's given it a chance to try and be entertainingly shitty, and it's not. It's just not entertaining. It's just shitty. So they're not going to continue watching, or at least most of them probably aren't. So there's not going to be as many viewers going forward. But maybe they still just had enough already from just the 2 episodes. Couldn't tell you, but just thought this was something interesting to think about, and that's about it. So yeah. Yesterday, we were blessed with one of the most recklessly stupid things I've ever seen broadcast on Twitch. It had all of the perfect ingredients for a beautiful fairy tale. Alcohol and crossbows. Before showing the clip, I'll go ahead and give you the important lore tidbits so you can be brought up to speed here. The channel is Official Duck Studios, which is a name I'm sure a lot of you have heard of before. They're a big channel here on YouTube, and they also produce Twitch content. They were doing a drinking stream, and somewhere along the pipeline, things got a little wacky. They took a sharp left turn into Sillyville and hatched a marvelously dangerous idea of, could their crossbow penetrate a closet door? A question that has plagued the mind of scientists for hundreds of years now, and Official Duck Studios decided it was their time to shine. They were finally going to get an answer to this age-old question. Just some modern-day myth-busting. But instead of just shooting the crossbow at the door and seeing the results, they sent their cameraman behind the door, I guess to get like a more cinematic angle of it. Now, for any of you out there that have finished the 3rd grade, you'll know that the answer to this question is yes. A crossbow can easily penetrate a closet door. Closet doors aren't exactly known for their durability. They're not made out of like a fucking titanium core. You know, we're not talking about a vault door. We're talking about a closet door, which if you like bounce a basketball off, it will have it fucking explode. But they sent their cameraman behind it, and he ended up getting shot by the crossbow, which led to the channel getting banned. Now I want to be clear, I've watched a good bit of Official Duck Studios content, and I am a fan of their work. This was a wild stunt they tried here. I'm not exactly sure what went awry, but the clip is magnificent in a concerning way. So I talked about it on stream, but I couldn't show the clip there for obvious reasons. But I can show it here on YouTube, baby. So we're going full throttle here. The clip isn't like disturbing or anything. You can't see any like blood or guts. His intestines aren't like pouring out of a hole in his abdomen or anything. But you can see the crossbow easily get through the door and hit him in the stomach. Now it is important to note that someone had the foresight of a potential catastrophe and decided to shoot the crossbow bolt without the tip, which actually saved their cameraman Joey's life.
You don't have to make a poll, just type chat yes if you think it'll go straight through, or no if you think it'll get stopped in the door. Are you ready, Joey?
If anyone said no, if anyone for even a split second thought there was a possibility that a fucking crossbow bolt wouldn't pierce through this door, you need to get the fuck out of stupid town. Like, holy shit. There was no world where the crossbow bolt was gonna get stuck or ricochet off the door. There was only one outcome, which was full penetration.
I don't think Joey's right behind the door. If he is, I'm not liable for this. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Are you good? Are you actually not good?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what Joey was thinking either. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong here except for one thing. That hero that decided not to have the tip on the bolt. That was the difference between a Mortal Kombat fatality and just a big boo-boo. He showed the aftermath on stream. There is blood, but it's not gruesome or anything like that. It's just something that's going to be painful for quite some time. It's probably not even going to need stitches or anything. I don't think. It doesn't seem deep enough for that. So overall, he got very lucky in an unfortunate circumstance. I still don't know why he positioned himself like a fucking hockey goalie, like he was there to deflect the crossbow bolt. Like he could have, there was no reason for him to go in the closet in the first place. He could have just been filming from outside and they would have known if the crossbow went straight through or not. I still don't know why they sent him in there, other than to just like put him in harm's way for fun, I guess. But even when he went in there, he still could have went like off to the side because there was clearly some room to the side where it's not like right in front of the door. But he just went in there and just fucking posted up. Just like right in front of the door to take up as much space as possible. So if it went through, he was going to get hit. So that was wild. The channel did get banned for this. I don't think it'll be a perma-ban, but I'm also not sure. No, like I said, I don't think there's going to be a perma-ban. It's official Duck Studios. And they were drunk. Yeah. Sounds about right. I don't know how anyone would have thought that the door would stop a fucking crossbow bolt, even without a tip. There was no world where it was just going to ricochet off of that door. It's a closet door. That shit's made out of, like, construction paper. Oh, nice. I didn't even know this part. Conversation began with him asking his chat whether or not they thought the bolt would go through the door, letting his chat vote on it, despite most of them saying yes, and he himself saying the door was toast if it got shot by the bolt. They sent Joey behind the door anyway and shot at him. Nice. I guess that's good. He wasn't, like, surprised. Maybe this was like a premeditated murder attempt. Is the guy alright? Yeah, he's fine. They didn't have the tip on it, so he just got like a moderately deep puncture. What if it went in his butthole and out his pee-pee? Finally, a real intellectual asking the hard-hitting questions. If they did put the tip on it, he would have probably fucking died. A shot to the abdomen from a fucking crossbow. What a way to go out. Oh, true, yeah. Like the couple that tried to stop a desert eagle using an encyclopedia. If it had the tip on it, it would have went smooth through the door like butter. Oh, you haven't seen the clip then, because it goes smooth through the door like butter without the tip. It's a fucking crossbow. It had no problem going through a closet door. Closet doors, you can, like, accidentally break if you open it normally. Like, a crossbow bolt was always gonna pierce through that. Bro got wall banged and got a hit marker. Not wrong. He was very close to having a major problem here. I still can't believe that shit. The thought process is wild. Musket? Yeah, maybe they should try a musket next. Can a musket penetrate a closet door? We'll send Joey inside to try it out. How many doors does it take to stop a crossbow from killing my friend? That's like an old school Mr. Beast video. Honestly, that'd be kind of hype. Like, if Joey's up for it, he could just double down on this. Maybe he could train himself to have an immunity to crossbow bolts. Like, he's already got a taste of it. His body's adapting. So now maybe they send him behind 2 doors and they shoot the crossbow and see the kind of damage there and just see if his skin is getting thicker. Kind of like how ninjas used to train with small doses of poison to build up an immunity. He could do that for crossbows. And then pretty soon he can storm any castle without fear. I don't know why anyone's surprised they got banned for this. I've seen like 4 people say, why did he get banned? Gone are the days of being able to shoot our friends with crossbows, I guess. God damn it. What happened to a free country? We can't just shoot each other with crossbows anymore. It's all gone to the birds now. You guys know, like, this shit's happened quite a bit. You guys remember, can't remember his name, but I think he was with Soar. He brought out a loaded gun on stream while drunk, cocked it, and immediately just blasted a hole into his wall, into his fucking family room or whatever. He got banned for life on that, and no one even got hurt there, but it was just a recklessly dangerous action that he got banned for. This time someone actually just got fucking shot with a crossbow. Yep, a good desk pop. Yeah, a classic desk pop. This was like 2 years ago. He was drinking from a shoe. It's called a shoey, you swine. And yeah, like I said, he was drunk, and then blasted a desk pop, which was crazy. But yeah, this isn't like an isolated incident. This shit's been enforced for a long time. You shoot somebody on stream, you usually face repercussions. Yep, Soar Carl. There's some memories that last a lifetime. Your first kiss, your first time driving, first time flying, first time getting an A on a test or hearing your parents say they're proud of you, and the first time you experienced the heartbreak of when your favorite video game gets unjustly shut down. If you close your eyes and listen closely, you can hear spirits breaking from tens of thousands of Echo VR players from across the world. Unfortunately, it was revealed a couple days ago that the most popular VR esport, Echo VR, is being shut down by Meta's new CTO, Andrew Bosworth, aka Boz. Big Boz recently took over and is making some pretty big changes and has cemented himself as the supervillain in the VR space. He, for some reason, decided to pull the plug on Echo VR, which is not a dead game by any means. It's a community of tens of thousands of players that still have a massively thriving esports scene. But unfortunately, just like Judge Dredd, Andrew Bosworth was blessed with the ability to axe anything. He's judge, jury, and executioner. So Echo VR was no longer allowed to fly under the new Boz laws. His reasoning is that the community is too tiny, saying that it had fallen into the low 10,000s, which if any of you play games know that that's not really a dead game status for what is essentially a 3-year-old game that doesn't see a ton of updates in the first place. Like, that's pretty fucking good. But not to Bosworth. He only deals in the millions and billions. He doesn't get out of bed unless there's a threesome waiting for him when he stands up, you know? Like, this is the kind of guy that only deals with the biggest numbers, I guess. So he said, unfortunately, since these pests are just so tiny and insignificant, I have to crush them. Keeping things alive takes work, Bosworth said. This is not like a return on investment money standpoint, it's just those resources could be put to other uses that I think will be useful to the now tens of millions of people who are in VR. He also says that Meta has some regulatory constraints that make it more expensive to maintain the game. So this is a bunch of baloney. This is horseradish. There's a bunch of fish paste here. That is a sizable community. That is a pretty strong user base for a game that's 3 years old and does not get active updates. You don't have a team that's on this that's dedicated to working on it around the clock. I just don't believe that's the case. I really don't. I don't think there's a ton of resources that are spent on the game as is, and I don't think taking those resources is going to somehow curb Meta's hundreds of billions of dollars that they're losing already. I'll never understand decisions like this from companies that can clearly afford to just keep this running and maintain the goodwill of tens of thousands of players. Because you cut these people off, they're not coming back. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to Horizon? No one goes to Horizon. That place is more empty than a dilapidated fucking insane asylum from the 1930s. No one goes to Horizon. The only people on Horizon are people that are trying to exchange drugs for Bitcoin. Or just like really shady fucking weirdos RPing. So these players are not going to Horizon, and it's not like you have a ton of other products to offer them. They're just not coming back. They were there mostly for Echo VR, I imagine. And now you've made them hate you. So you've lost them. I feel like the goodwill of them is more lucrative long-term than the 4 or 5 developers that you may have been able to take off of Echo VR and put on your ad space, your mobile game ad functionality, or whatever the fuck you're going to use them for. It's a stupid decision. And they go very hard here. They are absolutely making sure the shit stays buried and dead. Like, they are putting it in the casket and sending it straight to the goddamn core of the earth. They're sending it right to fucking hell. Echo VR will never see the light of day if it goes Boz's way. The Boz went on to put his dick in his mouth one more time. He said, I will add one more thing on this. I know people are really focused on it understandably, which is that we looked at if we can open source it, and the answer is basically no. It's very deeply entangled with a bunch of our systems, and there's no. It'd be even less cost effective to do that. Can we spin it out or sell it? No, because we want the Ready at Dawn team to be continued to be focused on these other projects that we're excited about that I think are going to have a bigger impact on a bigger number of people on driving more adoption. I don't know if he realizes how big of an asshole he sounds like every time he opens his mouth. Everything that comes out is all about numbers. You guys are small, so you guys suck, which is why we're abandoning you out in the cold. Fuck you. Find your own way home. Like, it's fucking silly. If the game was truly dead, like it was a really small community, then I'd understand it. Like, that makes sense, most people would understand it, but the game's doing, like, really well. They have, like, 3 other LAN events this year that have, like, $200,000 in prizing. Like, it's not a dead game. It's really not. They could have, like, just, you know, if they want to focus on other big projects for the Ready at Dawn team, you could just keep the game as is, and then have them still work on the other shit. The game is not seeing a ton of updates, and it hasn't in like 3 years. So if you just kept it the same, just keep it running, just keep the fucking lights on, like that's the bare minimum, people would probably still be fine with that. And then they could focus on whatever other bigger projects you think are going to entice a bigger number of players to come to the fucking metaverse and, you know, the Oculus, whatever. I just don't see why you couldn't have your cake and eat it too here. It just seemed like a really simple move. He even admits openly that the previous CTO, John Carmack, wouldn't have shut down the game. And do you know why? Because he's a guy who fucking gets it. He's not perfect, no one is, but he at least understands basic shit like this. Whereas Boz doesn't. Because you know what Boz is? He's an ad guy. Before he was the CTO of this shit, he was just an ad guy. All he did was fucking ads. There's a great video that's made by a channel called Thrill Seeker that I'd like to show you some clips of. He covers this whole thing in depth, so I highly recommend it. I'll put a link to the description. I'll put a link to the video in the description. But I just want to show you a little bit more here about the situation because it's kind of interesting. Oh, did Thrill Seeker make a whole video on the Echo VR thing? Yeah, I know the situation. Meta shut them down.
Why is this happening? Why kill a game with tens of thousands of active users? And is this really how Meta is going to operate?
Because that's just Facebook in a nutshell, baby. That's just Meta in a nutshell, baby. Fuck everyone, fuck everything. We're just gonna lose money and you can't stop us.
It's pretty easy to see exactly why. Swapping chief technology officers of a future technology company, even if Carmack wasn't full-time, is almost like a company brain transplant. On one hand, Carmack comes from a pretty...
Which is one of the big problems that Halo Infinite faced, because they kept losing some upper-level, like, senior project leads. So every time they got replaced, the whole vision started to change, and everything kept getting muddier and muddier and muddier, and then you get the absolute fucking mess that Halo Infinite became. That's why making those kind of massive swaps in the middle of projects is always a fucking disaster.
Bosworth, on the other hand, is cut from totally different cloth. He's been at Facebook since 2006, and he made his claim to fame within the company, making Facebook money as the vice president of ads. That's right.
Hey, what a great fit for gaming. That sounds amazing. Let's take the vice president of ads and put him on the gaming space. That's just a seamless fit. Fuck yeah. That's the Boz, baby. Why the hell would he be put on the gaming space? What do you mean? Gaming is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Taking a guy who's all about just making money off like ads and shit, trying to monetize the gaming space, 100%. That's why they put him there. Plus, Meta lost like fucking, Jesus, what was it, like hundreds of billions of dollars or something in valuation over the last year? They're desperate. So they're gonna sick the Boz on the metaverse, on the gaming space.
We had a gaming legend, and now we have the legend of advertisements in charge of VR. And as
but look how cool he is.
And sick as that is.
So what happened here? It just dwindled. You know, the user base is small. It's loyal as all get out, but it's small. It's measured in, you know, the low 10,000s. Those resources could be put to other uses that I think will be useful to the now tens of millions of people who are in VR, and at some point you have to make those choices.
So,
the tens of millions of people in VR, I can assure you, are not in the metaverse. Brother, that place is barren and empty. That place is like every 16-year-old outcast's birthday party. There is nobody in there. So yeah, there is a lot of VR users these days, and I'll tell you where they're not. The fucking metaverse. They're on like Gorilla Tag and shit like that. Yeah, I know. Him calling 10K small obviously just shows how delusional he is when it comes to like player-based numbers, because this is an ad space guy. 10,000 people is nothing to him. When he's working with like Facebook mobile ads and shit, that is barely a blip on the radar. That is a completely meaningless number to him. So he can't really separate that number in the ad space to the gaming space. Because a 10K, and I think it was, I imagine it was more than 10K. But even just a 10K user base on a multiplayer VR game is pretty fucking good. That's a strong community.
But I do need to think about return on investment. And I'm not talking about money back to Meta. I'm not talking about trying to make money.
That's good, because Meta doesn't make money. And you know who's not going to solve that problem? Goofball Boz. So I'm glad that's not on the priority list, because that shit is not happening.
Talking about the return on the human capital, the people that could be doing something that's going to affect millions of people, but instead they're trying to keep something alive that affects 10,000s of people. I love how deeply it affected those people, but I just got to make those calls. It's part of my job.
His job is legitimately to be hated. This guy has done nothing that people appreciate except for soulless corporate suits. This guy is a fucking chronic loser. He is an ad space guru. He pumps ads to kids on Facebook and now shuts down games that people like. This guy's entire position is to just be disliked. To be an unlikable heel. What a fate. What a fucking fate. Corpo slime. I mean, pretty fucking much, man.
But beyond cosmetic paid DLC, the game hasn't really been updated at all since it came to the Quest 3 years ago. And half the game,
I didn't know it was
in my
that old.
opinion, the better half of the game, Echo Combat, just never came to the Quest at all. It's stuck on PC for no reason. And at this point, it's honestly impressive that Echo still has a community as large as it does at all. But
Wait, so is Echo... Did they still have a component elsewhere off of the... Boz domain? Oh, because they haven't taken it down yet. Oh, okay. I'm talking about when they take it down. Are they affecting the one that is outside of the Quest? Like, are they taking the one that is on PC? Does the whole thing come down? Like, the PC one comes down too? Yeah, because they're shutting off all the servers. Got it. Okay.
some people really don't care, and they'll just bend over and take it from any corporation that'll give it to them. But really, why do I even care? It's just a game.
I will say, though, as far as corporations go, I think Meta has the least amount of meat swallowers in the world. Everyone from every walk of Earth hates Facebook, and Facebook is a company. Like, no matter where you are in the world or with your beliefs, everyone equally fucking hates it. I don't see many people ever defending it. I see some metaverse brainwashed people, but those are very small in number. Echo VR has need everyone's help to save Echo VR. It has 3 to 4 yearly LAN events and multiple esports leagues. Has a dedicated user base, putting money into making it the biggest VR esport. Yeah, so when this story broke, I kept seeing it touted as like the biggest VR esport. I don't really keep up with the VR scene much, so I wasn't very familiar, but I still think that's pretty cool. Hope someone sets up their own servers for this. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to be unlikely, especially with a company like Meta, and especially with a soulless weirdo like Boz. If someone tried to set up like their own private server, like if they tried to do what City of Heroes did, for example, I feel like Meta is the company that would 100% come after them legally. So I think there's a 0% chance of that happening. So once it goes down, it'll stay down. There's definitely still a fighting chance to save Echo. So does Thrillseeker do a call to action here? Because I don't really know how you save it beyond making a big stink online. And normally I'd say that does have a chance, but with Meta, I just don't think they give a fuck. I really don't.
Someone out there has created a functional mod loader for Echo VR called the Vega mod loader. This has been used specifically in the past for professional Echo tournaments, mainly to change the server to play in a LAN environment. And
those are kind of crazy setup
some other adjustments with the Vega patch. The community is going to eventually reverse engineer the servers, whether that takes months or years to do, which it could take years. They're going to do it. So if they're
they absolutely can do it. Like they absolutely could do that, and what would happen is Meta would sue them. It'd be a cease and desist if they keep going. That is exactly what happened initially with City of Heroes, and they ended up running private servers in secrecy for like 8 years, which was in a very big legal gray area. What are you doing, Io? Why are you trying to eat the trash can? I really do hope that they don't do that, because there's absolutely no harm in having the private servers. It doesn't hurt Meta's bottom line. Or what are you doing? What is going on over there? It does nothing to Meta's bottom line. It does nothing to their company. It is completely a victimless thing to just have private servers of Echo VR persist. But these companies are fucking cutthroat, and I feel like Meta is definitely going to be one of the worst ones for it.
And I gotta say, I am so excited to go work on some hardware videos now that aren't so loaded. But I also hope that you guys got to see a little bit behind what's going on at Meta right now.
Hey, I got more reasons to hate Meta.
They're just a company making VR stuff,
love that.
and they're doing a lot for the industry. Let me know what you thought below. Much love. Roll out.
That was good. That was an extremely informative look at exactly what was going on. I had a baseline understanding of what was happening, but this was a lot deeper into it. So now I have an antagonist.
To play with, thermal space to play with.
Boz. I want you to really take a good hard look at me right now. You're gazing upon peak male performance. However, at just a glance, you can probably conclude that I'm not the smartest person this planet has to offer. I'm no stranger when it comes to doing stupid things. I once made chloramine gas in my bathtub because I was trying to kill a cockroach. I mixed ammonia and bleach like the world's worst chemist. It's one of the #1 things you're not supposed to do because it creates a poisonous gas. I waged biological warfare on one of the dumbest insects on the planet and lost. I nearly killed myself and put my girlfriend's life in jeopardy because I fucking smoke screened our entire bathroom with poisonous fumes. And it didn't even kill the cockroach. That little bitch was immune to it. I don't know if they have like some kind of natural immunity to chloramine gas or if he just had a little gas mask on under there. But regardless, it was reckless and very silly. It's a miracle I haven't electrocuted myself on an electric bug zapper because I'm attracted to the bright lights on it. Point I'm making is, I'm not the smartest person on the planet, but even I'm not stupid enough to buy this game. This blatant scam. I call it a scam, but it's actually more of like a joke, I'm pretty sure. So this is a $2,000 Steam game called The Hidden and Unknown, and a lot of people are talking about it on Twitter right now, and I've been getting tagged in this post a ton because I have a bit of a reputation for buying these outrageously priced dog shit experiences on Steam just for the sole purpose of being able to wiggle my finger and celebrate that I'm the only person that wasted the money to play it. Thus, I'm the only person to have ever beat it. I've done this for 2 games now. One of them was Super Fight for $200, and more recently it was Dream, Super Dream, Dreamland, fucking Shark Boy, Lava Girl, Super Dream. I forgot the name of it. Like Never-Ending Dream or something, and that was like $130. But then there's this little goofball here, The Hidden and Unknown, coming in at a whopping 2,000 oysters, which is far too steep for me to justify a joke. It's just not happening. And hopefully no one will ever play it, but, you know, you're probably asking yourself, maybe it's worth it. You know, what if this is the best game ever made? What if this game is so powerful it actually makes you taller and more attractive by playing it? And to that I say, bah humbug, why don't we just go ahead and take a look at the gameplay that they've released from it? Golly, it's got everything you could ever need. Story, future, mystery, prediction, unpredictable, thus making your prediction fucking worthless. So it also has contradiction. I mean, you'll never need to play another game again. $2,000 for the last game you'll ever need. What a deal. Not only is the confusion guaranteed, but the financial burden is as well. Also, it's hard, strong, easy, weak, and hard. It's, I guess, a visual novel, because, I mean, the screenshots they show, you know I'm not a big fan of football, Brian said as he was entering the football field. So it looks like this is a really shittily thrown together visual novel thing. Though I'm going to just speculate that there's not even an actual visual novel or game here at all. This was purely made to just try and get a single sale from a curious weirdo like me who sometimes can't resist the urge to just see what led to such a high price point for something like this. Now, Pyrocynical did an actual deep dive on this studio without buying the game, thank God. And it is such an interesting story. I highly recommend you check out his video to get the entire scoop. But I'm just going to go ahead and scratch the surface here. So ProX or Prox team that made this pile of shit is trying very hard to just squeeze money out of dumb fucking idiots. I'm assuming the person behind it recognized that people are really willing to just throw money at nothing like NFTs and shit. So they've made nothing for them to throw money at. And it's really fucking amazing. So he's made an Instagram account where he just takes Reddit questions and then has a text-to-speech bot read it for him. And then he's made a YouTube channel that does shorts that are the same thing, where it takes Reddit comments and has a text-to-speech bot read it for him over Minecraft gameplay. But when you go to their website, which Pyro covers all of this in depth, I'm just giving you the basics. But when you go to the website, they even have like Patreon tiers that are so unbelievably outrageous. It makes it very clear that this is supposed to be a joke, but one that they do also kind of hope in the back of their mind gets them a little bit of money. So let's take a look at their tiers here. For $12 a month, you get to join their Discord, where you get the supporter role and then a loyal supporter role after 12 months. So you're paying $12 a month for a Discord role, or excuse me, not even $12, 12 pounds a month, or 12 quid a month for the Discord role. But then, you know, the real bargain, the actual steal here for, you know, bang for your buck is 23.50 quid a month, and you get the exact same benefits as the 12 quid a month tier, but you get it in half the time. So you can get the loyal supporter badge in 6 months instead of 12. But then for 70 quid a month, you get the exact same benefits as the other two tiers, but then you get the loyal supporter badge 3 months instead of 6. Which, you know, how can you argue with value like that, to be honest? You know, Discord badges, that's worth more than gold, honestly. That's a better investment than real estate. If you're debating between, like, putting a down payment on a house or being a loyal supporter of the hidden and the unknown, I think the choice is obvious if you're looking for financial stability in the future. It's the Discord badges. So, I think this is fantastic. I also love that they're playing hardball. For 70 quid a month, you don't even get the loyal supporter badge instantly. You still have to subscribe for 3 months at least to get that fucking badge. But this is not their highest tier. Their highest tier, and the one that I think they make it very obvious that this is supposed to be satirical or just goofy and stupid for the sake of being stupid, is their 4th tier, which costs 1.4 million quid a month. Pyro's face really tells the whole story. That's a face of a man who's perplexed and contemplating whether or not this is worth it, you know, weighing the pros and cons here. And I gotta tell you, after reading what you get for 1.4 million quid a month, you'd be a fool not to sign up. You get all the Discord badges, and you also get extra voting power in all that matters. You know, that means presidential voting, you know, like this extends well beyond just the games. You know, it's voting power in everything that matters. Fucking elections for places you don't even live, I imagine. And you even get your name mentioned on their website. And, you know, Prox is a huge powerhouse of a website. It's up there with, like, YouTube and Twitter when it comes to traffic. So having your name there, that's big. And then, of course, the cherry on top of the cake, and probably what most people would be most interested in, is you get a free copy of all the projects they create, including the hidden and unknown. So you can pay 1.4 million quid a month in order to get a $2,000 game for free. You're losing money not buying that, obviously. I'm pretty sure this is all just supposed to be a big joke, but it also highlights something that I find interesting about Steam, where there's absolutely no protocols in place to tackle something like this, which is clearly just a blatant scam. They could have charged $10,000 for this game, and maybe some 8-year-old whose parents' credit card is attached to their Steam account sees it, and the bewilderment and the mystery is just too much for them, so they buy it using their parents' credit card, and then their parents have no idea, and then they wake up, in a week or two and wonder why they can no longer afford the electricity bill. Of course, that'd be the parents' fault because they're doing a shit job parenting, but that's parenting in the modern age, where you just sit a kid down in front of an iPad, or you just sit them down in front of a computer and let them run wild. You see this shit all the time with, like, in-app purchases for mobile games. I imagine that might be what this is for. Making a game that would appeal to a child for a really high price, so they buy it one time with their parents' credit card, and now you just made $2,000 for nothing. It's pretty wild. And I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because a lot of people were telling me to buy this. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I can almost justify spending $200 for Super Fight, which is a single level and a 30-second game, but $2,000 is so far out of that realm, it makes me sick. I would absolutely puke if I even considered this for more than 3 seconds. So no, I'm not buying this game. I'm not that stupid. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. There's a clip that's gone viral on Twitter today that everyone has been tagging me in because it's in my field of expertise, slapping. there is an absolutely brutal clip that's making the rounds on Twitter, which is a slapping competition between two gentlemen. But these gentlemen don't have any manners. These slaps are like tectonic plate shifting level slaps. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like actual registered activity on the Richter scale during this slapping competition. The damage that was done to their faces is unlike anything I've seen before. So I wanted to show you a couple of the slaps as well as, of course, the viral clip. I don't want to show you all of it because I think this is something that you have to see to believe, so I'm going to put a link to the whole match in the description of the video. I can't undersell the power behind these meaty paws colliding with their cheeks. It is downright dangerous. Like, these are slaps that could kill a man. This isn't your grandma's old disciplinary slaps. These are big boys.
Este câștigător arbitru, domnul Sandu Lungu, le aduce la cunoștință regulile încă o dată pentru că le-a și spus este...
Să vedem cum încasează o palmă de 152 de kg. Wow! Pentru prima dată îl văd.
Let me introduce you to our protagonist. This guy shows up to the hootenanny already swollen and that side of his face is already clearly damaged. So this is not his first battle of the night. And he still shows up and puts on a historic display of heart and soul. This is a 23-minute schlobberknocker. This just goes the distance between these two furious warriors. It is absolutely nuts.
Alexandru este la fel de calm ca și în meciurile trecute.
A râs.
Now let me introduce you to this absolute titan. This guy laughs off the first like 6 slaps, even though these aren't like pussy slaps by any means. Like, just listen to the sound of that slap. That sounds like a musket going off in that building. And he just shakes it off, laughs about it, and then gets ready for the next round. That is beyond scary. Now, I'll admit, this is my first exposure to this organization. This is RXF. This is the first slapping tournament I've seen from them, but wow, what a showcase.
Încasat cea de-a doua lovitură primită de la Alexandru. Wow! Ia să vedem pe... Duce această lovitură foarte puternic, foarte determinat.
I'm speedrunning through some of the rounds here, but he's delivering meat. Both of them are. But one guy is still laughing about it, while the other is fighting for his life right now. This is a true anime story situation here, and you can see his face swelling in real time. It's also fitting that that guy has a skull tattoo on the back of his hand that he's slapping with. That's like Roy Mustang in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, this dude's alchemy is just destructive slapping blows.
Da. Probabil la
L-a amețit.
And it's with that slap that we have an even match. That guy is no longer laughing about it. He's not having fun anymore. This has just become a full-blown war.
Obrazul este Pooh.
Nu s-a ferit, nu a făcut.
Nu s-a ferit, dar lovitura asta a fost destul de puternică.
I've skipped like 5 slaps from each of them here just to kind of give you a little halftime report. So you can see that his face is starting to bleed quite a bit more. The skin is literally being slapped off of his body. And his cheeks are inflating like a balloon, looking like a chipmunk hoarding acorns in its mouth.
Șasimiu s-a umflat și mai tare la față deja. La Mike Diamond cumva ridică acea centură ca să-i mai motiveze pe
It's just getting worse and worse. He slapped the concussion out of him. He overwrote his previous concussion with a new concussion with that shot. So they're both delivering some very devastating shots here. But the guy on the right looks like he's been hit in the face with a sledgehammer 45 times in a row now. They even wiped off some of the chalk because there was so much of a build-up there. And now that the chalk's wiped off, you can really see all the bruising and shit. It looks like he has legitimately slapped the beard off of that guy, where once there is a beard, there is now only a bruise. Like, he's actually destroyed the hair follicles on his face with the slapping.
Wow!
Prezintă dureri la cap și spune că a ricoșat prea tare.
That right there is the clip that's gone viral on Twitter, and you can probably see why. That actually sounds like a cannon went off in that building. And then the guy's face is on full display, and holy shit, it looks like Ed, Edd, and Eddy when they have jawbreakers in their mouth. His whole face has been distorted by these slaps. I saw someone say that he got slapped so hard he turned into Nintendo 64 graphics. I think it was Saving the Bees that said that. And it's super accurate. It really does look like he got slapped from 4K into like 360p. From high definition textures to low polygon. The amount of damage both of these gentlemen took is unreal. Obviously, it's all very dangerous, but my god, what fucking warriors going to battle in there. I'm not even going to show you the ending here. I don't want to spoil who won, so I'm going to blue ball you a bit. I recommend watching the full thing because, Jesus Christ, it does not end the way you think it ends. The guy who took all this damage deserves a Purple Heart for this effort. So, I just wanted to talk about this and show a little bit of it because it's unreal. That's about it. See ya.